as you've been saying, a really interesting third day. It's set up beautifully, isn't it, for the final day, this?
Absolutely. I mean, we've spoken all year about trying to get results here at Old Trafford, so once they got past the follow-on this afternoon, we knew that we were going to try and have to come out and play positively to set up a game. We lost a couple more wickets than we wanted to in doing that, but I think at the end of the day, we've given ourselves a chance to come out tomorrow and bowl the side out to win the game. And from what we were speaking about down there, I think a record fourth innings chase here is around 250, so they're going to have to play extremely well to get them, and we've got a great chance to win the match.
How tricky is it out there to score quickly?
It's hard work when the ball gets soft. When the ball's new, it feels like you can hit the gaps and the outfield's quick, but because the surface is so abrasive, the ball gets soft real quick, and then it's hard to sort of force the rate that quickly, I think. Especially with a spinner bowling into a bit of rough, or some short ball tactics that we've seen where the pitch is a little bit too paced, it seems hard to score. So hopefully that'll work in our favour tomorrow.
And in terms of how the pitch is behaving, there's a couple that have looked pretty tricky to deal with. A couple that have leapt up a little bit as well. In terms of bowling on there on the final day, you reckon there's enough in there to try and take 10 wickets?
Absolutely. You've always got to believe there's enough in there to take 10 wickets, and I definitely think there is on that pitch. There's a few that are starting to stay low. There's a bit of rough for the spinners to work with. You know, we've got an attack that will come all day and give absolutely everything to try and get a result. And
for you, it was kind of classic, wasn't it? 2 wickets in and over, and you got a bit of a mini roll. Something had to happen earlier today, and you managed to find a way of doing it.
Yeah, I think I have a slightly different role in this attack at the moment to the other lads. I think we've had Jimmy, Bales, Anderson use the short ball quite a lot. And I've just been trying to attack the stumps as much as I can and see if I can get one to scoot a bit lower and build a bit of pressure so that everyone else can hopefully benefit at some stage. So it was nice to chip in with a couple of wickets as well as trying to build that pressure. And hopefully I can do more of it tomorrow.
Been a good 3 days, though, hasn't it? It's been obviously a difficult week, but there's been a good response, I think, from the team this week.
Yeah, absolutely. I feel like having got stuck in there to bat on the first morning, we showed a lot of resilience, and we didn't find it easy, but we battled through and then made the most of it on the second day. And the effort from the bowlers has been exceptional there. Yes, we'd have liked to have been slightly better in this third innings that's just gone, but we're coming tomorrow positive, expecting to force a result and expecting to win the game.
Are you pleased the way you batted in the first innings?
Yeah, I've had a bit of a tough start to the season with the bat, so it was nice to spend a bit of time out there. You know, same as everyone, I've worked really hard in the last few days to try and find something that can, you know, help contribute to the team in a winning effort. And hopefully that first innings total can turn into being a match-winning first innings total.
Keaton said on Sunday that players have got to find a way to make it work and to find a way to contribute. In that first innings, you all did that, didn't you? You've all contributed somewhere along the line. And I know there was a couple of wickets lost early on, which can happen, but that must be pleasing as a team that at some point everyone's kind of stood up.
Yeah, and sometimes it's not going to be your day, but when you get a chance to contribute, you need to sort of try and get in and capitalise on that. And it was nice to see a few of us get in. A few of us probably would have wanted to go on and get bigger scores like Wellesley did. But when someone makes a big 100 and you have a few good contributions around it, that's when you start looking at getting these big first innings scores. We've been sort of talking about, can we get a 150 partnership? Can we get a 100 partnership and a 50 partnership? And that's your sort of framework to going and getting a big first innings score. And we were able to do that in the first innings.
I know there's a lot of work to do tomorrow, but what a difference a win would make, I guess.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, you rock up here every day, training games to try and win games. You're not here to draw. You're not here to lose. Everyone's trying as hard as they possibly can. So if we're sat here at the end of tomorrow night with a beer in hand celebrating a win, it'd be amazing for everyone.
Fingers crossed.
1864. We were first class then, and we're first class now. With a dream to spread cricket through Lancashire's towns, where girls and boys, with willow and leather, become more than a badge, but the red rose together.
A club where more than legends are made, but friendships, obsessions, moments replayed on our screens, in our minds, in our hearts forever. 'Cause it's who we are, our DNA, the Red Rose together.
Statham, Briggs, Jimmy, Freddie and Joss, Chappie, Sir Clive Lloyd, Carol Hodges, Kate Cross. What a roll call. It's a hard one to measure, with future names still to be written on the Red Rose together.
We're all about people. It's what the Red Rose really means. Yeah, the ones signing autographs, but the ones behind the scenes.
Our community, grassroots, the ones that feel tethered. Whether you're from here or belong here, we're the Red Rose together.
And what about this place? Talk about world-class venues, internationals, gigs, events. You can choose from a menu of triumph, of disaster, of pain, or pleasure.
We've seen it all at Emirates Old Trafford, with the Red Rose together.
Red ball, white ball, lightning and thunder.
Have you ever sat back? Have you ever just wondered how far we've come? The storms we've weathered, or how far we'll go as the Red Rose together.
Yeah, one welcome to the fourth and final day here at Emirates Old Trafford, Lancashire against Derbyshire, where it is potentially set up for a really interesting final day, with Lancashire 141 for 6 in their second innings. That's a lead of 285 runs. They got on with it in the evening session yesterday. They lost in pursuit of scoring quickly and trying to move the game forward. They did actually lose 6 wickets for 75 runs in 20 overs. But the name of the game was trying to score quickly and try and get themselves into a position where they could potentially declare at some stage this morning to set Derbyshire a run chase. We shall see. They've not declared. That's we can confirm that. Dave Fletcher alongside myself, Scott Reed, here for this fourth and final day. Good morning, Fletch.
Morning, Scott. Yeah, interesting. Interesting. The game starts when the declaration comes, essentially, I think, as it does in most games. So it'll be fascinating to see how positive Lancashire are first up. I think they'll continue as they did last night, in all probability. But when will they declare? The scores, apart from yesterday, when wickets fell reasonably regularly when they were attacking, it's been about 3.5 and over, maximum. 96 overs in the day, you'd say they might already have enough now. They clearly don't, and they might err on the side of caution. So the timing of the declaration, as difficult as those decisions are, is crucial. But I still think, and it concerns me greatly, that Derbyshire, with Jewell and Lloyd at the top, with Madsen, will go for it. They'll try to go for it, and of course, in trying to go for it, that's when they're likely to perish. They don't have Lewis Rees, who helped them shut up shop late on against Glamorgan last time out when they went for it at over 5 and over. So it's absolutely fascinating. And if you'd have told me when I was sitting here on Friday that, well, A, we would still be here on Monday, and B, we might have a thrilling finish, I'd have thought you were mad. But it turns out that not for the first time. I was completely wrong.
Yes, well, it's just the way these things go here. Don't get too many 3-day finishes at Emirates Old Trafford. Pitches don't tend to go that way. But yeah, as you say, it's set up really, really nicely, isn't it, for this day? The danger is the batting side end up batting on too long potentially.
Yeah.
But I mean, it's.
And that's not necessarily a criticism of Lancashire
Absolutely
either.
not,
I think everybody does it nowadays.
Yeah.
There isn't that. Perhaps it's because of 4-day cricket. When it used to be 3-day cricket, you sort of got used to declaring and setting up matches. That simply doesn't happen anymore. And there was a game at at Grace Road, second game of the season, it ended up in a draw, and Leicestershire batted on and on and on. And it was a ridiculous declaration. I asked Mickey Arthur, I said, were you disappointed in the declaration? Well, we'd have done the same. It's early in the season.
Yeah.
I think that also, in September, when teams need to win, you might see them being slightly more aggressive in declarations in order to get the victory. But at the moment, teams still jostling for position, apart from Leicestershire, who can't stop losing. Or can't stop winning.
Can't stop winning.
Can't stop winning. That's exactly right.
Yeah,
So,
that victory for Leicestershire yesterday at Middlesex puts them on 115 points. I mean,
they've nearly got enough.
They've pulled away, haven't they?
Yeah.
They've pulled away.
Yeah.
4 wins from 6 is just a magnificent start.
Yes, it makes Derbyshire's draw there look a lot better than it felt at the time, I have to say. I was vaguely disappointed, because when they went into that, they were the two teams who'd won their first matches of the season. And you're thinking, well, this is a real opportunity, and it didn't quite transpire like that. And you're thinking, well, that's a bit disappointing, isn't it? But having seen what Leicestershire have done since, remarkable, absolutely remarkable. They've got some very good players there. They've made some very astute signings, and it would be ironic, as the only team who have been in a position to get promotion, that if they finish top of the table, they don't have first and second divisions next season, and they don't get promoted. But we'll cross that bridge.
That's true, isn't it?
That's a conversation for later on in the campaign, when we actually know what we're playing for.
We're playing for, yeah. It's not ideal. The players are heading out. So Lancashire's overnight not-out batsmen are Matthew Hurst on 43 and George Balderson on 2. So the lead for Lancashire, 285. Lancashire haven't won all season. Derbyshire with 1 win and 4 draws. Lancashire coming into this game on the back of a horrible defeat at Northamptonshire last week, really. The Sunday, the final day of the game, unravelled pretty spectacularly for Lancashire. And of course a week where they've issued apologies to supporters, they've changed their captain. So can they find some way of winning? Well, I mean, they're on top. They've been on top across the 3 days leading up to it, which is a step in the right direction, having struggled so far this season. And they possess the cards, don't they? They have the right to do what they want in terms of batting on and declaring and all the rest of it, because they're in charge of the game. But as Dave Fletcher was saying, the added element of the fact that Derbyshire have been prone to taking on pretty big run chases, as they tried at Glamorgan a couple of weeks ago. So we shall see how this final day all unfolds here on Sports Extra 2, the BBC Sport website and app, and for our viewers on Lancs TV as well. Jack Morley to get us underway, bowling to Matthew Hurst, and is played back down the pitch, and there's no addition to the score, which is 141 for 6. Here comes Morley again in and bowls, and Hurst working the ball out through the leg side for the first run of the morning. We'll see obviously how everything else is shaping up around the country as well, games taking place, and potentially bubbling up to an interesting conclusion. We had some results coming through yesterday in Divisions 2, wins for Leicestershire and for Glamorgan, and in Division 1 for Worcestershire, for Hampshire and for Somerset. So there's plenty of cricket still to be resolved. A couple of games in Division 2 and one other game in Division 2 and a couple of Division 1 games. So let's see how it unfolds. And to do that victory, they need to, at some stage, probably declare and then set Derbyshire a run chase. Lancashire were 142 for 6 in their second innings. George Balderson's on 2, Matty Hurst on 44. We'll see how long Lancashire bat on for, unless they're bowled out, of course. They lead by 286 runs at 142 for 6. The first boundary of the morning is driven away through backward point, a cut away through backward point by George Balderson. And he moves on to 6, so 146 for 6, lead of 290 now. So Morley's left arm spin, he's bowled a lot in the game, 12 overs in this innings and 37 in the first innings of the match. He's left arm over bowling. That's hit back towards him. It's in the air. We had a pretty spectacular caught and ball moment yesterday. It wasn't an option for Morley. It's beyond his reach. And 2 more for Balderson. 148 for 6. It was a brilliant piece of work by David Lloyd yesterday to get rid of Tom Hartley with a stunning catch off his own bowling. And Balderson comes down the pitch, walking towards Morley, and works the ball through mid-on for a single. Moves on to 9, and the score to 149 for 6. We also had George Bell, who chipped one back to Jack Morley. So yeah, a couple of caught balls yesterday. As Lancashire pressed on, they did what they had to do yesterday. Yes, they lost wickets, but to move the game forward, they had to try and score quickly to put themselves into a position where they might be able to win today, or to set Derbyshire a title to chase. They had to get on with it last night, and wickets fell that looked in isolation like they'd be not great batting, but it was about trying to set something up today, which could yet lead to a pretty interesting final day. Lancashire leading by 293 now, 149 for 6.
A thrilling finish on the cards. Once we know what Derbyshire's target is going to be. It's going to be Blair Tickner. It was David Lloyd for a long time yesterday towards the end of play from the James Anderson end, but it's Blair Tickner, the Kiwi. And Derbyshire, well, they're just waiting too. They have no slips. They are surrounding the batter, but at a safe distance, because they've got a backward point, an extra cover, a mid-off, a mid-on and a mid-wicket. But they also have some boundary riders as well. And Tickner is in, and that one is driven very nicely, but straight to mid-off by Balderson. Fielded there by Ben Aitchison, who's had a pretty good match. Got 45 with the bat, picked up some wickets on his return to first team action. Tickner 1 for 23 in the Lancashire second innings, 3 for 40 for Jack Morley, prospect of a fifer. As Tickner's in again, and Balderson goes for a very expansive looking heave as much as anything into the leg side, and it goes straight to David Lloyd at mid-wicket. Did speak to Jack last night, the Rochdale Richards. He enjoyed that.
Did he?
Yeah, I think
nice.
I think I'm going to try and make it stick. He said he hadn't thought about a 50.
Right.
He was terribly nervous when he went out first up, he said. Really nervous, but a couple of overs in, he was okay, made 41 in the end. And I asked him about prospect of a fifer. He said, I haven't thought about that. I don't know what he's thinking about. This one is driven straight back to Tickner by Balderson, and Tickner does well to stop it in his follow-through. But he did say, and I don't doubt this for a minute, given the attacking nature of the Derbyshire batting lineup, whatever they're set, they'll give it a go.
Excellent.
And as we've seen, giving it a go doesn't necessarily work on this pitch. The harder you go at the ball, the more you try to get on with it, the more likely you appear to get yourself out. Which is effectively what happened yesterday, isn't it? Yesterday afternoon with Lancashire. They're trying to put the foot on the gas, but it's not easy. Tickner bowls, there's a swing and a miss from Balderson, perhaps a slower ball because it bounced twice before it reached Brooke Guest.
Yeah, they lost 6 for 75 in 20 overs, trying to get on with it.
So they did up the scoring rate, admittedly only slightly, but they lost wickets relatively regularly. So that's the dilemma. That is the dilemma.
There's always a dilemma somewhere, isn't there?
Yes. I'll say a short delivery this time from Tickner. And of course the objective for Derbyshire here, and again it's a dilemma for them, because they want to take some time out of the game now. They've succeeded in making sure that Lancashire are still batting in the early stages of the fourth day, which was their primary objective yesterday, apart from trying to skittle them out for 20, which was never going to happen on this pitch. How long can they keep them out there now? As Tickner bowls, that one is flayed up in the air. It might be a catch here for Anderson, who dives and takes it. That's a really good catch by Martin Anderson. I don't like the way Blair Tickner's gone to the ground and is holding his left thigh/knee. That is not good news at all for Derbyshire. But Balderson has gone. The first wicket of the day falls, and Lancashire are 149 for 7 now. It means that they lead by 293.
Yeah, big swing by Balderson, big thick top edge. Good catch this by Anderson, coming down up from the fine leg boundary. Really good take, because he's had to dive forward and gets his hands under it, fingers around the ball, and then hits the deck and doesn't spill it. He's done well to keep hold of that. Let's hope Tickner's all right, because that wasn't a great follow-through.
No,
that,
look at that. He's clutching his left hamstring, back of his left knee, that kind of area. The physio is already out there and making sure that he's okay. Yazir is out there, and he's gone straight to Tickner, as you might expect, because he's the man who needs him. And hopefully, not only for this game, but for the remaining games of the season, he's now down on his front, having his hamstring, I imagine, he's checking out his left knee. And this will be of little concern to home supporters, but for those listening back in Derbyshire, this is a major concern. It was the final ball of the over, so at least he doesn't have to bowl another delivery right now, and he can perhaps nip off for an over if he's okay. Come back. He's getting back to his feet now, and he's got a bit of a grimace on his face, and grimace isn't Blair Tickner's default position. I think he's going to say to the umpires, I just need to go off for a moment. He slaps hands with Jack Morley and takes his cap out of umpire Widdop's pocket. And where's he going to go? In fact, he's going to stay on, which is good news. I hope he doesn't do himself any further damage. Incidentally, that would be very bad as well. 9 of 16 deliveries, 1 for George Balderson. So I was slightly preoccupied with Blair Tickner and his left knee.
Well, the fact he's not gone off is a good sign, isn't it? He's going to be hopefully okay. But it was great, is it, when you're on the follow-through and you let Pollack's on the floor while your teammates are celebrating a wicket.
He does bowl himself off his feet quite regularly. I don't know whether he finds the pitches here in England much different to those in New Zealand, where he's played the majority of his cricket. But I can't work out. He's now swinging his knee, but he's holding his hamstring, and that just looks like his left leg's gone. To me, I'm no medical man.
No. Well, I'm taking hope the fact he's still out there.
Yeah.
I mean, if it had been something serious, you'd think he's back in the dressing room. Jack Morley to Matthew Hurst. It's clipped away behind square on the leg side. He's scampering through for 1. He turns, wants a second, but Tom Bailey, who's the new batter, is not very interested. That's the 150 up for Lancashire. Lead of 294 runs to bring Bailey on strike. If you're just joining our coverage with Lancs TV or the BBC Sport website and app, Lancashire, having failed to as Bailey gets forward, it's turned away down towards short fine. Again, they're going to scarper through for a quick one. They do. 151 for 7. But yesterday's drama was about the follow-on, wasn't it, really? It was about trying to see if Lancashire could bowl Derbyshire out and then have the option to enforce it. And we had all sorts of drama at the back end of that
very exciting
Derbyshire innings. As Jimmy Anderson had to come back into the attack with the new ball. Morley's in to Hurst, clipped away through mid-wicket. And he'll turn and come back for 2 more, moves to 47.
There were 2 overs, weren't there, which were particularly exciting from a Derbyshire perspective. I'm sure the Lancashire fans won't look at it with quite the fondness that some of us do. When Luke Wells went for a whole heap of runs, including a couple of sixes off Ben Aitchison, and then Tickner came in and slapped Jimmy Anderson. We got a lucky 4 to start with, and then he drove him for 4.
Morley to Hurst off the back foot, looking to cut it. Bottom edge, bouncing up towards Aitchison at cover, no run.
Poor old James Anderson's mood was not good.
Well, they obviously didn't want to use Jimmy, did they, with that second new ball?
Think so.
But they kind of had to bring him back in. Driven away by Hurst. Nice shot through mid-off for a single. So he's edging towards the 50. He's 48 not out. He's found some good form, Matthew Hurst, in the last few weeks. He's certainly been a real positive for Lancashire. 50 in the first innings and got runs in the previous couple of games as well. With a single. Edging towards a 300-run lead here. That's clipped out through the leg side by Bailey for one. So it's 299, the lead. It's the end of the over. Bailey on 2, Hurst on 48. Lancashire 155 for 7.
Very down-to-earth character, Jack Morley, isn't he? I love talking to Jack. I don't think I've interviewed him too many times, actually. I've spoken to him a lot. He's always good to chat to, but I haven't interviewed him many times, and he was good last night. Really good.
He had a good day, didn't he, with his top score and
these are his best
wickets.
This is his best. These are his best bowling figures of the season. Ben Aitchison replaces Blair Tickner, who is staying out there still, by the look of it, unless he looks like he's wandering towards the. Is he wandering now?
I think he is wandering,
he's wandering,
he?
yeah, he's wandering off the
That's
field.
Not good then.
It happened very early. It's going to take me all my powers of memory to remember to ask about him later on. So I've just written him on my hand. I forget.
I can understand that. I've done that.
All sorts of things. So what did he say about Blair Tickner? Oh no, Blair! I knew there was something I meant to ask him.
I forgot to ask about Jimmy Anderson last week. in the meltdown of Northampton on Sunday, it was. I finished. Oh, I forgot to ask you, Jimmy, about him.
Yeah, I know. They're long days. It's not hard work; it's long work. That's what I always say. It's not a chore. Here is Ben Aitchison then, in from the Sir James Anderson end. That one's pulled around the corner by Bailey, down towards Martin Anderson for a single. 156 for 7. The lead, 300, hence the applause. 330, 350.
Yeah. Well, they're probably better off getting bowled out, aren't they? It takes the.
Well, there is that, and yes, we've moved one step closer to that. Yes.
Takes that decision away, doesn't it, I suppose?
I was asked by somebody back at Derby what I thought about today. As Aitchison is in, and he takes a couple of steps towards him, does Hurst, and then just guides it down a backward point, where it's fielded by Harry Kane for a single. 157 for 7. And I said, well, the game starts when Lancashire either declare or are bowled out. Derbyshire did go at chase 5 and over for a long time down at Sapphire Gardens. Ultimately it failed, but the last pair were at the wicket for the last 28 deliveries. It was hair raising. Well, it would have been had I had any hair. As Aitchison bowls, that's pulled into the leg side. Dal is running around the boundary to get there. He loses his hat, and they come through for a couple of runs. Nicely done. Hurst moves to 49, 159 for 7. The good news is that Hurst will get his half century before anything else happens. The lead up to 303. But they're not. What they don't want is a batter in the late 80s, early 90s.
Yeah, correct. Yeah, because that's going to take some time, isn't it?
Yes. In comes Aitchison. Now that one's been hammered into the leg side. It's Mitch Wagstaff on the field as the substitute fielder for Tickner, who fields that one, and Hurst picks up. No, Bailey. They took 3 the last time. I beg your pardon. Bailey picks up a single to move to 6, 160 for 7.
This is good. I mean, this is good signs for Lancashire. Matthew Hurst he's clearly a very talented young player, and he's found some form in the last few weeks. This is a big plus for Lancashire.
In comes Aitchison, bowls to Hurst, who gets to his half century by pulling the ball out to the square leg boundary. Dal does the fielding, but it's a half century for Hurst. Really nicely done. 50 off 71 balls. And in that 50, remarkably, just 2 4s and 1 6. He's been very busy between the wickets.
It was a very much a feature of his partnership. He had a big double century partnership with Marcus Harris in the last game here against Gloucestershire, and that featured a lot. The running was really good. Not too many boundaries, but really positive between the wickets.
Next delivery goes straight through Bailey. Might even have passed the leg stump as he took a step into the leg side and swished his bat. It went all the way through to Brooke Guest behind the stumps.
Yeah, nice stuff by Hurst. He's had scores of 78 and 59 and 51 and now 50 in the last few weeks. He's played some enterprising shots. Certainly, yes, last night, that little kind of ramp. He's been positive. They've run pretty hard. And he'll be pleased to have found an uptick in form. I'm sure the only thing that may have disappointed him is that in those innings, previously, he's not gone on and been able to push on to 3 figures, but he's looked in good touch in the last few weeks. 161 for 7. He's on 50, 305 in front, Lancashire. And Jack Morley to continue from the Brian Statham men. Wayne Madson's having a little tinker of the field here. He was at slip, Wayne Madsen, and he's now walking out towards the leg side, and he's going to reinforce that onside. So there's a short fine leg, there's a deep backward square leg, a deep mid wicket. Madson's at mid wicket. Morley's in. Oh, and Hurst plays and misses. There might be a little extra bounce there for Morley.
He's had that a couple of times, hasn't he? That's another concern for the Derbyshire batters.
I was chatting to George Bonson about that, about the pitch and whether some was something to jump a little bit and keep low. Morley's in, reverse paddle by Hurst. It's a clever shot. It's really lovely timing. He's got 4 for it on the reverse, but just a little gentle reverse paddle down towards the boundary. It's a lovely shot. 165 for 7. He moves on to 54, lead of 309. But it's clever cricket because they've strengthened the leg side. And with Madsen having come out of first slip, he's just gone on the reverse to paddle it through that position that Madsen has just vacated.
No, he's going back.
No,
I don't think he'd be in an orthodox slip position. I think he'd just be there on the reverse sweep almost, pushing Aitchison out to the boundary.
165 for 7, so Hurst 54. So yeah, just altering the leg side field again now. So they had the deep backward square leg. He's going to deep square, deep mid wicket. Short fine leg goes to backward square leg. Madsen, as you say, kind of short third. There's also a deep backward point as well. It's chipped up in the air. It'll land safe, all that. Down towards Anderson, who comes up from the long off boundary.
Always looked safe, and yet there was still somebody out there shouting catch. Stop it, please.
Hurst to 55, lead of 310. 166 for 7.
This isn't under 12s.
Morley goes flat to Bailey, who tries to launch it away towards the leg side, which is the shorter of the boundaries here, and Bailey was aiming somewhere towards the third tier of the third level of the hotel, I think.
Yes, it would have gone over David Lloyd's head, certainly, at Cow Corner.
Morley to Bailey. Goes again. Gets plenty of height on that, but not as much as he was hoping for. Oh, but it's been put down by Lloyd. Bailey will come back and run 2. Well, he went for the same shot again. He didn't get it half as much as he was hoping for. Lloyd coming up from the boundary and into, and well, not really into the hands. Never really made too much contact with it. A couple of more for Bailey. Lead goes to 312.
And they've swapped now. Kame is at Cow Corner.
Bailey goes back and cuts that away through the offside. It's fielded by Anish Dal on the point boundary. Bailey takes a single. He moves to 9. End of the over. 169 for 7, leading by 313 runs.
We've got a message here. I hope he doesn't mind me reading this out. Martin Hindley. I've not spoken to Martin for years. Lots of very nice things to say, but does any more than 320, he asks, make Lancashire's job harder by pushing one result out of the reckoning? I know what you're saying. Derbyshire's batters are attacking batters, Martin, which is why I'm so nervous about this potential chase and how they might fall in a big heap as a new over begins. And that has been crashed for 6 by Bailey. It's Aitchison bowling from the James Anderson end, and he's got hold of that one. Anish Dal looked interested for a moment and then basically watched the ball sail about 40 yards over his head. That's the longer boundary as well. He has absolutely hammered that into the car park. And Lancashire move on to 175 for 7. leading by 319 now. That was some shot. I mean, he's tried it 2 or 3 times now, so he's going to connect properly eventually.
He can hit it, Tom Bailey. He's one of these kind of lower order batters who doesn't like to defend too much. He likes to swing and hit some shots. So this is perfect for him. He's got freedom to come out here and give it a bit of a bash. I don't think he quite likes the idea when he has to come out and play properly and defend.
There's no defending required here as Aitchison bowls to him, and he smashes that out towards long on, and it's well stopped on the boundary actually. Out there in the far distance, that's Zach Chappell who did that. And he keeps him down to a single because he caught hold of that.
I remember speaking to Bailey, it was a couple of seasons ago, and he had to come out and play properly and defend because Lancashire needed that to happen. And I said, "Did you enjoy that? Proper innings?" He went, "No, I hated it."
Some people don't like doing that. There's less pressure when you're told, go out and swing the bat a bit. Oh, okay. Aitchison in. Oh, that one's a horrible. Well, isn't that horrible, actually? It was a slower ball bouncer. It was a long way down the leg side, though. And Hurst, I don't think he could have reached it. He's not a tall man. He couldn't have reached it. Nick Buxton is dreaming. And he wants us to apologise to his employer because he's not getting much work done with the match in the balance. Wouldn't it be nice to see Jack Morley knock off the winning runs in the last over by smashing Jimmy out of the stadium? That one is smashed into the leg side. The bounce is kind enough for Wagstaff out there. And another single for Hurst, who moves on to 56, 177 for 7. A man can dream, says Nick. Good to hear from you, Nick. A regular contributor.
Nice to hear from Martin Hindley.
Yes, he passes on his regards. But it's a long time since I've spoken to him. He's got a very high-flying job at FIFA now.
Oh, right.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, he's got a proper job, has he?
Yeah. Next delivery, short and swing and a miss over the shoulder. That's the second short delivery over the shoulder in this Aitchison over. He's only got 1 ball to go, so he's worked it out quite nicely. This one will be fuller, though, so Bailey will know that. Where's he going to try to swing this one to? Fielder's peppered around the boundary. Aitchison is in. That is full, and he drives it down the ground towards Chappell. I think that's Chappell. And they come back for 2. Oh, they're going to get more. Oh, and it's hit the helmet as well. Very exciting. It's hit the helmet because Brooke Guest missed it, and that means that's 5 penalty runs on top of the 2 that they'd already run. Is that a 7? Have we just seen a 7?
That's very exciting.
I'm not sure.
Oh, and they've declared.
Wow. So we're just waiting to see what the final score is because the scorers haven't worked it out yet, and I'm blowed if I can work it out. They put 2 down, but it hit the helmet. So does that not mean they get more?
I thought he did.
2's come up on my computer. We're having to wait for the scorers, but Lancashire have declared.
They have.
Derbyshire are going to have to get at least 322. I think it's going to be more. But we'll just wait and see what the official scoring verdict is.
Well,
Van Aitchison's just having a word with the umpires there because it'll go onto his figures, of course, and he wants as few penalty runs to be added as possible.
Yeah. But the umpires are on the walkie-talkies, which is always a worrying sign.
They'd run 2, and I think that's another 5. We might have seen a 7 here, which is very exciting. They probably haven't got a 7 in the bowlers column, have they? So they're going to have to manufacture a 7 by taking something off a 3 and adding a bit of a 1. I don't know how they do that. Get a bit of tape up there, but we are still waiting. As I say, Derbyshire will be chasing at least 324, and it's gone down. It's gone down as a 2.
Oh, that's disappointing.
Well, what's that all about? It should have been a 7. It's gone down as a 2. Lancashire are all out. No, they're not all out. They've declared. On 179 for 7, which means that Derbyshire will need 324 to win in what I think. How many overs have we had today? We've had 6, haven't we? 88 overs.
Oh, I don't know.
No, neither do I. I'm just sort of talking.
I mean, that sounds about right.
Thank you. So the lead 328.
Was that the final ball of that over?
Yes.
Right. Yes. Yeah, so there's 90 left. So we had 2 off.
Yeah.
88.
So it's 329.
329
in 88.
In 88.
3.7 runs and over. So that's reasonably sporting. I think I like that declaration.
Good.
I don't mind
Yeah,
that at all.
me too.
I don't mind that at all. So we've had just less than half an hour's play this morning. Look, the heavy rollers on.
Oh, you'd be happy with that?
Not really. Well, I am actually on this occasion.
Yeah,
I am
it
happy
works
with
quite
it.
nicely on
Yes,
this occasion.
It has
for you.
worked very well, actually.
Yeah.
Bailey finishes on 18, incidentally. And Hurst, a very impressive knock from him. 56 not out of 76 balls, so well done to him. 13 balls for Bailey's 18, which is the kind of innings that was probably required. Derbyshire, has it changed?
It's like, 5 pen plus 2.
7, we've seen a 7. We've seen a 7. Excellent.
Happy days.
So, in actual fact, they finished on 184. In fact, I knew it was. 184 for 7. Thank you very much. The lead, therefore, is more than it was. It still says 328 there. Is that right?
328.
Yeah.
That's what
it says. So that doesn't change. Remarkably, it's not 333. I thought it might move to its... anyway, whatever it is. I tell you what, I might go and have a lie down. It's made a terrible mess of my book here. Not that it's particularly neat in the first place, but wow.
Yes, so there we go. That was very exciting. So we had a 6 to start the over. And a 7 to finish.
Oh, it's like the perfect over, isn't it?
It's magnificent.
You can forget your 6 6s. We've seen a 7. You do not see 7s.
No, that's brilliant.
And that's all because they were running 2. The throw from Zach Chappell was as good as it could have been from way in the distance, and poor old Brooke Guest couldn't haul it in. I think he deflected it slightly, and of course in the deflection it rolled. You could see it happening, couldn't you? It was great. You could see it rolling towards the helmet, and you're thinking, oh no, this is going to hit the helmet. So anyway, that's enough excitement for one half hour, I would suggest.
Far too excited. So there we go. There's the declaration. 329 to win from, we think, 88 overs.
Yes, that is right.
Okay, for Derbyshire. Just to flag up what's happening elsewhere, Lancashire players are not too far away from heading back out to the middle, but in Division 2 of the County Championship, Kent 158 for 4, leading Gloucestershire by 66 runs in Bristol. So 158 for 4, Kent in their second innings lead Gloucestershire by 66 runs. Yorkshire are 202 for 6 and trail Surrey by 55 at the Oval, and Nottinghamshire 93 for 2 in their second innings, 164 runs behind Durham. And there are some Metrobank One-Day Cup games taking place today, including what looks like a very sunny Blackpool, where Lancashire women are taking on Durham. And Katie Mack and Emma Lamb are currently batting. Emma Lamb's had a fantastic summer so far. She's on 43, not out. Katie Mack yet to get off the mark. But Lancashire women batting first are 72 for 1 in the game at Blackpool. Durham winning the toss and putting Lancashire into bat. 72 for 1 in the 17th over of that Metrobank One-Day Cup fixture. And there is a live stream coverage of that available as well.
Well, so when it gets a bit dull here later on, I should be watching that rather than...
when it peters out for a draw.
Yeah. When they're 2 down with 10 overs to go.
Well, you keep telling me they're going to give this a go.
I think they will.
Well, that's going to make it very exciting.
Yeah. One man's excitement is another man's heart palpitations.
Of course, there is the old Jimmy factor as well, but he's not been overused, has he? So they're obviously just trying to gently get him back into the game. He might even only bowl 10 or 12 overs in this second.
He's had 2 5-over spells and then another brief spell late on, and you just wonder if they've said, look, 5's as many as we're willing to risk in this match, first match for 11 months, bowl in the net's all you like, but this is a proper game of cricket. And then into the Derbyshire opening batters' minds, Caleb Jewell and and David Lloyd, who both sort of had starts in the first innings. Caleb Jewell got 16 or 14 before Anderson bowled him, and then Lloyd was caught by the wicketkeeper Hurst off Anderson with 27 or 29, showing you the attacking intent that those two are likely to show again. If they just think, right, well, look, we've got 5 overs of Anderson to get through here. Let's get through them. I'm not saying that the other bowlers won't be able to take wickets as well. I'm sure they will. But everybody is concerned about James Anderson, quite rightly. And therefore, do you just think, well, we'll go a little bit steadier, we'll go a little bit steadier?
Because they didn't in the first innings, did they?
No,
they tried to play some shots off Jimmy.
Yeah, they tried to go after him. And is that... And again, going after a bowler on this pitch isn't necessarily the way forward. It's ordinarily, 3.7 and over. You wouldn't say that was out of the way, would you? The ball's been turning a bit as well, so Tom Hartley will certainly be involved. Luke Wells will be very much in the game as well. We'll see Anderson and Bailey, I imagine, open the bowling for Lancashire and get through that. Just break it down into very small chunks. The two opening batters for Derbyshire just standing on the boundary's edge. The only bowler out there actually going through his paces at the moment is Anderson, and the rest of them presumably stretching down to our left somewhere. I can see Tom Bailey has just come out as well. Of course, he had to remove his pads and all that paraphernalia, but Anderson is just gently going through his bowling action out in the middle with one of the backroom staff. He's just had a ball brought back to him by one of the photographers, and the heavy roller sadly continues to trundle up and down.
It just takes kind of half an hour, 45 minutes, doesn't it? It's that type of thing out of it.
You see, now that the last ball now just says 5 penalties, but on there was a 2 as well. I've got the 5 penalties plus 2 on my screen here, so I'm going to say I don't care. I'm just going to carry on telling everybody I've seen a 7.
Yeah, I'm going to say the 7. If we both say it, then it's happened.
It's
doesn't
true.
It? Yeah.
Yes, it has to be true. Yeah. And if you are going out and about today, I understand people have proper jobs. I never understood them myself. If you've got the BBC Sounds app on your phone.
Are you doing some plugging here?
Yeah.
Excellent.
We've been promoted. You may remember on Friday we were on BBC Sounds 3. Well, we've been promoted to BBC Sounds 2.
Is that not relegation? 3 going to 2?
It was on the system I was using on Friday, but now that we're on 2, I'm flipping it. I'm flip it. And I think we've been promoted to BBC Sounds 2. So you can take us with you, should that be what you fancy doing. I'm not sure. Sure, I'd take us with us, but there we go. Now, you can carry on listening to the game on BBC Sounds 2 on your mobile phone.
Excellent. Right, we're heading out. Messrs Lloyd and Jewell to open the batting, and led by Captain Marcus Harris, with Lancashire declaring 184 for 7. So 329 the target for Derbyshire. The heavy roller is reversing off and making its way back to its little resting place. Tom Bailey. What did he finish on Bailey in the end? 18 not out. That's absolutely perfect for Tom, is that? 13 deliveries, come out, score 18 runs, team declares. He'll be very, very happy with that. And Matthew Hurst was 56 not out in the end. It will be Sir James Anderson to get us underway. So yeah, he bowled in the first innings. He bowled 2 5-over spells, and then he came back, and because Lancashire were trying to bowl Derbyshire out and enforce the follow-on, he came back, even though I don't think they particularly wanted to bring him back because they used, I think, 4 other bowlers before him. He came back to bowl 2 extra overs to try and get Derbyshire out before the follow-on target. So he bowled 12 in total in that first innings, 3 for 53, but it was 2 5-over spells to begin with. His first ball that he sent down, having not played for 11 months, was ridiculous, really. And then his wicket-taking ball was a beauty. Right, here we go. It's Anderson in and bowling. And, oh, Lloyd off the back foot trying to force that ball away. With an inside edge that ricochets past the stumps. Luke Wells is at short, fine leg where he fields, but straight away. A bit of positive intent by David Lloyd. And an inside edge crashing back, but not onto his stumps. Lancashire have got 2 slip fielders, George Bell and Keaton Jennings. They've got a leg gully and a fine leg, deep square, mid-off, mid-on, cover, third man. Anderson in bowls. Lloyd pushing forward. Suggested that ball's just nipping around a little bit as he calmly deflects it away to cover. And there is no run. 0-for-0 Derbyshire, second innings. 329 to win for Derbyshire. Lancashire needing 10 wickets in 88 overs to respond to last week's defeat at Northamptonshire. It would be their first win of the season. Could be a tie, could be a draw. But it's exciting because going into the final day, all results are possible, which is lovely. Cover's gone to leg gully, and leg gully's gone to regular gully. So we've got a gully, leg gully, 2 slips, but cover's open. Anderson in to Lloyd, defends to mid-off, and Marcus Harris fields, and there is no runs. They didn't bat on for too long, Lancashire, this morning. Came out and gave it a bit of a bosh, and then that was it. Derbyshire back into bat. Lloyd on naught. He made 27 in the first innings. He was victim to Anderson, who got both openers in the first innings. Here comes James Anderson, balls to Lloyd. Defends again. Back towards Anderson, who stops it off his own bowling, deflects it up towards Marcus Harris, who scoops it up and gives it a polish. Lloyd wandering out towards square leg. Caleb Jewell watching from the non-striker's end, watching Lloyd dealing with Anderson first up. He settles back in again. Sweatbands on both wrists. Jimmy Anderson striding in, bowls to Lloyd, worked away through the leg side for the first run of their second innings for Derbyshire. Just clipped away to the right of mid-on for a single. So Derbyshire's run chase is up and running. They're underway. That target of 329 to win. Caleb Jewell, who got an absolute beauty from Jimmy Anderson in the first innings. Balled around the wicket to the left-hander. It angled in. It just straightened and it kissed the top of off stump. It was a beautiful delivery. To get Anderson's season up and running. He's had to wait, hasn't he? This is game number 6 for Lancashire. So he ruled out the first 5 fixtures. So here he comes to Caleb Jewell to complete the first over. In and bowls. Jewell defends, but pushes forward. And the ball just gets underneath Anderson's fingertips. He'll come back for 2, Caleb Jewell, by the time that Marcus Harris catches up with it. And that is the first over of the Derbyshire second innings completed. David Lloyd on 1, Caleb Jewell on 2. So 3 without loss, which is absolutely fine. Chasing 329 to win from 88 overs. Ticking along at 3 and over will be just about perfect for Derbyshire. It's going to be a terrific final day. And in truth, there's not been many this season. You know, we've gone into the final day thinking, well, certainly from Lancashire's point of view, where results are all up for grabs here, which is perfect. It'll be Tom Bailey from the Brian Statham end to take the new ball with Sir James. He's got Lloyd on strike, 2 slips, gully, backward point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, fine leg. Bailey in, bowls, Lloyd. Solid on the front foot in defence. Oh, Bailey's just overstepped. No ball. The signal from the umpire. Both umpires had the exciting task of trying to work out what was happening with the final ball of Lancashire's innings as it hit the helmet, and they ran 2. Straight away on the walkie-talkies. Confirmed to the scorers what was going on. Bailey in again, balls to Lloyd. That's chipped away. It's beyond the reach of a tumbling Wells at mid-wicket. Bohannon scampering after it, but will not catch up with the ball. Bohannon's mid-on, racing out towards the mid-wicket boundary. But lovely timing by David Lloyd. And as it got underneath Luke Wells' tall frame, who went low to his left to try and field, skipped along this pretty firm, dry outfield. And it brings David Lloyd 4 more runs. He moves to 5. And Derbyshire now 9 without loss. And Bailey comes in to bowl to Lloyd, who plays defensively towards mid-on, where Luke Wells fields is no run. Not a huge crowd in for the 4th day. Too bad. Certainly plenty in for the first day. I think, most were hoping that Lancashire were bowling first. But enough spectators to generate a nice bit of atmosphere, and all engaged in how this 4th and final day might unfold. Bailey in to Lloyd, defending off the back foot this time, just easing the ball away through the offside. Anderson Phillip is at cover. And there is no run. 9 without loss, halfway through the 2nd over. Lloyd on 5 and Jewell on 2. Derbyshire were 112 for 4 in their first innings, having gone at it pretty hard and losing early wickets. Bailey in to Lloyd, just groping at that off the back foot. Just nibbles away past the edge of the bat and through to Hurst. And there's no run. Yeah, 112 for 4. Derbyshire were at the close of play on the 2nd day. There were still 346 runs behind, but they'd lost Lloyd and Jewell. Madsen went early, he went for 14. Harry came also departing right at the back end of that 2nd day. It was a terrific fight back by Derbyshire to bring the game pretty much level. Just to whip that away through the onside, Lloyd. It balloons high over the slip fielders, I think off the thigh pad potentially. Yeah, leg buys, 4 of them. As he tried to pull it through mid-wicket, but struck the back thigh pad by the looks of it. Not sure he's entirely certain where the ball had gone, but it went for 4 in the end. 4 leg buys. 13 without loss. Now Bailey sets off again over the wicket, bowls to Lloyd. It's pushed towards mid-on. Straight away he knew there was a single there because it was a slightly angled bat, so he'd worked it off the front foot. Just a little push, but to the right of mid-on, and he knew that he was able to get through for a single. He takes his score on to 6 with Caleb Jewell, who's only faced 1 delivery actually. David Lloyd has monopolised the batting so far. He's faced 12 balls. And Derbyshire 14 without loss. Target of 329 to win. Live here from Emirates Old Trafford on Lancs TV via BBC Sport website and app, and on 5 Sports Extra. As Anderson starts again, over number 2. Lloyd on strike, in and bowls, and Lloyd just shuffles across the stumps and doesn't offer a shot. Through it goes to Hurst. And there is no run.
Sorry about that.
That's all right.
No, they had to play Natalie and Bruley at
Well, you
Torn.
need to.
They have to play it every hour on BBC local radio. I think that's the law.
And why not? I'm all in favour of it.
I'm so fed up with that. It's a nice enough song, but blimey, and I understand we're on multiple channels.
Well, it's scary, really. I don't know what channels we're on, but we're on multiple ones. Here's Anderson in and bowls to Lloyd, a short ball. Just ducks underneath it and through to Hurst.
and there's no run.
I've been slightly distracted, so you'll be able to tell me, do they look like they're going for it? I mean, they do on the scoreboard, but there's been a couple of edges.
The very first ball of the run chase looked like they were going for it, yeah. Lloyd tried to punch it off the back foot through the covers and got an inside edge past his stumps.
I think it's going to be a bit like that. See to your pants stuff here. I've got interesting news about sevens.
Oh.
Yeah.
Are we going to be disappointed?
Well, it depends.
Here's Anderson into Lloyd. Just drops it into the offside, through for a single, moves to 7. And the score moves on to 16 without loss.
That's the future. We saw Lancashire do it throughout the first day. Little push into either the offside or the leg side and run. And if you're on the same wavelength, you'll get through. And I think that is the way forward for the first, 10 overs or so, perhaps a little bit more. We saw a 7. The final ball of the Lancashire innings was a 7 because the ball hit the helmet. 5 penalty runs. And the 25th of May 1900, Bill Storer scored 175 not out for Derbyshire against the MCC at Lords. His innings included 7 4s, 5 5s, 5 6s and 2 7s. Thank you to David Griffin.
Magnificent. Around the wicket, Anderson to Jewell. Just drops it into the offside, no run.
He sent it to us with the quote, "You don't get 7s." I'd never seen a 7, I don't think.
No, it was a very exciting way to end the innings, really. Started with a 6, ended with a 7, and then the declaration.
Yeah. And a lot of confusion on the scoreboard, it has to be said. I don't think the scorers were quite up to speed today, but one in particular wouldn't have been.
15 without loss. Jewell waits. 2 slips in the gully. Anderson gliding back in. Balls to Jewell. Defender back to Anderson. And again, there's no run. 15 for no wicket. Yes, so it was a pretty eventful end to the Lancashire innings. I wonder if that 7 just absolutely sealed the deal for Marcus. I'm going to declare now, we've seen a 7, we can't better that.
Once I've seen a 7, I'm going to declare. They thought, oh God, we're going to do some running here, boys. Fortunately, it deflected onto the helmet.
Final ball of the over. In the sunshine, Anderson to Jewell. He's left it. And through to Hurst, who takes it and just rocks onto his right foot to give us a little clue that maybe that just tailed back in as it went past Jewell's off stump. End of the over. 15 on the board for Derbyshire. 329 their target to win. Jewell on 2 and Lloyd on 7.
Nice to see Jewell leave one. He doesn't leave many. He got those 5 half-centuries at the start of the season in successive innings, which was quite the start. I think only Shan Masood had done anything similar. And he had that remarkable April 3 years ago now, was it? When he got 2 double centuries for Derbyshire before going off to the bright lights of Leeds. And we don't know how that worked out. He's now going to the slightly less bright lights of Leicester at some point over the course of the season, after the IPL is finished, whenever that, not the IPL, the Pakistan Super League. Bailey begins a new over, and that's guided with an angled bat by Lloyd out to backward point, where it's fielded by Balderson. Look forward to meeting up with Shan again, one of the nicest human beings I've ever met. I mean, just so nice. So looking forward to seeing Shan later on in the season when Leicestershire come to Derby.
Table topping Leicestershire.
Indeed, another win yesterday, 4 out of 6. Remarkable start to the campaign for them. Bailey's in again, and Lloyd clips this one off his hips out towards backward square leg. He's going to pick up a single. It's Josh Bohannon down there in the far distance who does the fielding. Yes, bumped into Shan last season when Derbyshire were down at Lords playing Middlesex. He'd suffered a concussion, so therefore wasn't playing for Yorkshire at the time. And they didn't play much at the end of the season either. I don't think the members were a little bit disgruntled. He'll be very welcome indeed, and welcomed in Leicester, I'm sure. And his runs towards the end of the season could prove very important in their quest for promotion. We shall wait and see. Here's Bailey again. 2 slips and a gully, a backward point, and he bowls to Jewell, who almost chops on. Wow. bottom edge, down into the ground, can't have missed the stumps by much. And he survives. They're going to need a fair old chunk of luck here, Derbyshire, if they are to chase this down. They require 3.7 runs and over, and with the new ball they're going at 4.8, a very, very small sample size early on in their innings. But they will need a few slices of luck along the way, and Caleb Jewell certainly had one there. His next delivery from Bailey is, oh, has that gone into the hands and out of the hands of Hartley? And away for 4. I wasn't sure if that was on the bounce or straight into his hands. There was certainly a cry of catch it, but there often is. I try not to get too distracted by the cries of catch it, but if that's a drop, it's a relatively straightforward. That's into the ground, isn't it? It was a bump ball. I thought it was. He couldn't quite field it cleanly, but there was a cry of catch it.
It was.
There's no need, boys. Whoever the ball is going to will try to catch it. I think that's in the very nature of a cricketer. So you don't need to tell him to catch it, especially when it's hit the floor. Bailey in again, bowls to Jewell, who drives, but straight at Harris, and there's no run. Jewell moved on to 6 with that boundary. It eventually went all the way to the rope, and Derbyshire had moved on to 20 without loss. 5 off the over so far, so no need to go mad here. The final ball of Bailey's second over. I think 20 after 4 overs would be a very nice start indeed.
Well, they rattled up to 50, didn't they, in the first innings?
They did. Yes.
50 on the board in no time.
But they'd also lost both Jewell and Lloyd.
Yes.
As this next one is kept out by Jewell, plays it up towards Harris. It is the end of the over. 4 gone. Derbyshire need a further 309 to win. Sure, but they have got 84 overs in which to get them, and they're 20 without loss. It would be remarkable, but I'm not suggesting it's going to happen. I will make no predictions at this point. It would be remarkable if Derbyshire won this game, largely because they've never been on top in the game at any point. They've always been on the back foot. Since winning the toss and putting Lancashire into bat, they have been pretty much on the back foot. So then to suddenly come and ambush the game in the final 80 overs would be... would it be smash and grab in footballing terms? Wouldn't it be like defending for 88 minutes and then scoring a breakaway in the 89th? I've got some stats on highest totals as well from David Griffin that I will give you during the course of this over.
As Anderson starts his 3rd over the wicket to Lloyd, that's nudged away into the leg side. Lloyd through for a single. He moves on to 9, 21 with that loss. Bring Caleb Jewell back on strike. Yeah, there was all sorts of suggestions about it being kind of highest successful run chasers here. But
well, Derbyshire's highest 4th innings score against Lancashire, and again that they didn't win, was 301 for 5 in 1992 at Blackpool. Their highest here was in 1996, 289 for 8. Actually, no, I'm telling a lie. They won both of those games, Derbyshire. And that was the last time they'd won here.
Anderson to Jewell, defending slightly on the walk. Full face of the bat, deflects up to mid-off, no run.
And I decided I'd bring up they won by 2 wickets in the end on the 22nd of July, 1996. I think that was the last time they won against Lancashire. Derbyshire's batting lineup was Barnett, Rollins, Adams, Dean Jones. I mean, it was high quality. Philip de Freitas was playing Carl Cricken, who's here now, of course.
Here's Anderson to Jewell. It's a lovely shot, driven from a fullish ball through cover for 4 by Caleb Jewell. Moves on to 10, 25 with that loss.
Centuries in that match from Chris Adams and from Carl Cricken. 83 not out from Dominic Cork in the first innings. They didn't have to bat for too long in the second. As again, there was a declaration at 174 for 3, which isn't too far away from what the declaration was here, and they won with a century from Dean Jones, 107 off 143. They made 289 in 64 overs.
Anderson to Jewell, defends the top of his off stump, plays it off the back foot to mid-off, and there's no run.
The Lancashire bowling attack: Chappell, Martin, Keady, Watkinson and Elworthy.
Superb.
Yeah. With a little bit of help from Gallion and Titchard at various points in the first innings.
Nice. What did Chappie get?
4 for 83 in the first, and 3 for 55 in the second, so 7 in the match. Standard?
Standard, yeah,
Very
pretty much.
Standard.
Anderson to Jewell. He's just dropped it into the offside, through for a single. It's again, that's what Fletcher was saying before. It's good stuff. That's what it's Lancashire did pretty well through the course of both of their innings. Drop and go, take the single. 26 without loss. Jewell moves on to 11. Brings Lloyd back on strike.
Had they won it, Lancashire, it would have been known as Jason Gallion, wasn't it? Jason Gallion's match. In the first Lancashire innings of 587 for 9 declared, he made 312 of 583 balls.
Anderson in, short ball actually hits Lloyd. He's ducking down, ducking into it, just balloons somewhere off his back, landing down towards the leg slip fielder Josh behind them. It's the end of the over. 26 without loss, Derbyshire. Target of 329 to win. We've had 5 overs.
33 fours in that 312 and 4 sixes.
Was that good fun?
Yes.
Was that at Blackpool? Was that here?
That was here.
That was here. Okay.
Yeah. That was in 189 overs. 4-day game. That might have been the time when there was a mix of the two. It might not. We shall see how this one pans out, but just a little bit of historical context.
Lovely.
Should it have been required. Thank you to David Griffin again. Here's Bailey around the wicket bowling to Jewell, who goes for an expansive drive, ends up with one hand on the bat, and then plays a completely different shot in practice after it, but he really went for that one. And yeah.
He looks like he's very good fun to watch.
Things are going to have to be clenched for most of the day.
So he got this season a couple of 50s, top score of 83, 460 runs. Caleb Jewell, Bailey into Jewell, spins him around a fraction, takes his bottom hand off the bat as he defends. Back to Tom Bailey. There is no addition to the score, which is 26 without loss. A little bit of sunshine just trying to creep through, which is nice. Forecast, the weather rather, for the first 3 days was lovely. There is actually half a suggestion, I was told this morning, that there might just be a shower, or the possibility of a shower this afternoon. Bailey into Jewell, who's let that one go through. Past his off stump. Through to Hurst. Like he's enjoying life. He's got George Bell for company. Keaton Jennings in quite lengthy conversation with Anderson, who's at gully. Jennings at second slip. Anderson at gully. Hartley at backward point. Captain Harris at mid-off. Wells at mid-on. Verhanen at short mid-wicket. And then 2 leg side fielders. Deep square leg and long leg. There's Tom Bailey around the wicket. Balls off the back foot. Carved away. Good stop by Hartley. But they will scamper through for a quick single. They've been pretty switched on with that. Both Lloyd and Jewell so far. Hit firmly by Jewell. Good stop by Hartley, but they've still managed to squeeze the extra run in. Score moves on to 27 without loss. Bailey will ball over the wicket this time to Lloyd. In and bowls, Lloyd defends. And there is no run. Ball left for the 6 over then. 27 without loss. Single so far coming off this over, which was off Jewell, who cracked it out to point. In comes Bailey, driven firmly by Lloyd. Timed it beautifully, but nailed it straight to cover where Anderson Phillip fields, and there's no run. So 6 overs gone of this run chase. Lloyd and Jewell. Yeah, 27 without loss at Derbyshire. They've been set 329 runs to win. Lancashire declaring on 184 for 7 with a lead of 328 with Matty Hurst unbeaten on 56. So Lancashire's declaration setting Derbyshire a target of 329 to win and a 27 without loss after 6 overs. So Anderson then to continue. Mentioned kind of 2 5-over spells in the first innings. This is over number 4. Comes around the wicket and bowls to Jewell, who's defending. Back to Anderson. Fields off his own bowling. And there is no run. Walks away towards square leg. Caleb Jewell. Got a beauty from Anderson in the first innings. Went for 16.
Just trimmed his off-stump bail, didn't it?
It did, yeah. The Anderson celebration, didn't it? The arm up, right arm outstretched, peeling away. In again to Jewell. Comes off the inner half of the bat as it deflects out towards the leg side. And there's no addition to the score. 27 for no wicket in the 7th.
All the encouragement he needs from his teammates out there. James Anderson. Steady start by Derbyshire.
2 slips waiting. Anderson to Jewell. It's chipped up towards mid-on, where Bailey takes the catch. And Anderson finds the first breakthrough, and Caleb Jewell departs for 12. It was a good diving catch from Bailey. He needed all his height to make sure he got to it and got some fingertips under it. Anderson gets Jewell for the 2nd time in the match. Chipped up towards mid-on. Bailey coming forward. He takes the catch. 27 for 1.
Yes, that's a bit of a blow because Jewell is capable of scoring heavily and scoring quickly. But he's perished twice for relatively low scores, I'm afraid, in this game. It brings out Harry Kame, who had that terrible misjudgment in the first innings when he was bowled off a straight one by Luke Wells. But as you say, a good catch by Tom Bailey. It was in the air for a long time, but it wasn't travelling particularly quickly, so he had to judge it well, and he picked it up with the dive. And Derbyshire, well, they still need another 302. I wonder how less likely that is following the departure of Caleb Jewell. The one time that David Lloyd has really prospered this season was when Jewell was out cheaply. He made his only half-century so far this season, David Lloyd, 93 against Middlesex, and that was the only game in which Jewell had been dismissed in the first over. Not quite the first over here, as Keaton Jennings tries to put a bit of doubt into Harry Kame's mind by pointing at the pitch and going, "Ooh, I don't like the look of that." We shall see how important that first wicket is. I mean, obviously, all the wickets are going to be important, but to get rid of the overseas opener as early as they have, from 27 for 1 when he fell in this innings, it was 33 for 1 when he fell in the first innings. And Derbyshire were faced with that enormous 458 that Lancashire made in the first innings of the match, having been put into bat. It's on my list of questions, everybody, don't worry. I think every time they've won the toss, they've put the opposition in.
Harry Kame's on strike. Here's Anderson in. Ball snapped away towards the leg side. And Anderson Phillips at square leg to field. There is no run.
Kame won't necessarily play a lot of expansive shots, though, so he might be just the man for the job here. So Derbyshire and their supporters will be hoping so.
We mentioned how kind of positive Derbyshire are with their batting, but I guess they do have, the likes of Kame and Guest, they do have guys that are slightly more reserved with their approach.
Very good way of putting it. They are slightly more reserved.
Anderson into Kame. Turns it out towards the onside, playing across the front pad with a slightly closed face.
And I think you need a mixture, don't you?
Yeah.
You can't have 11 dashes.
No.
9's enough.
Every team needs 9 good dashes.
Yeah. You've got 9 dashes, you're going to go places.
27 for 1. Target of 329 to win. Final ball for Anderson. There's a short mid-wicket, a square leg gully, fine leg. Anderson into Kane. He brings that man at short mid-wicket into the game as he defends across his front pad, and there's no run. It's a wicket maiden for James Anderson. 4 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 10. Will he have one more and then take a breather to continue the trend of the first innings? 27 for 1, Derbyshire.
Yeah, they lost the first 3 wickets before getting to 3 figures in the first innings. Derbyshire, Jewell, Lloyd and Madsen all dismissed. Tom Hartley accounting for Wayne Madsen, who went for a cut shot that didn't come off. So nobody need panic just yet. Calm down, everybody. Calm down. And Tom Bailey from the Brian Statham end. He's in to bowl to Lloyd. He just turns that into the leg side of a combination of bat and pad, thigh pad. Dribbles about 1.5 yards to his left as he looks down the pitch, and there's no run. A couple of slips, a point, a cover, a mid-off, a mid-on, a catching mid-wicket. The man out on the square leg boundary and a long leg for Bailey, bowling to David Lloyd, who goes back and defends this one into the ground. I've been privileged to see a David Lloyd triple century. Unfortunately, he was playing for Glamorgan at the time. But he made 313 not out down at Sapphire Gardens a couple of years ago. So he's capable of batting for a long, long time. Last season didn't go as he would have hoped when he was the captain of the side, and this season hasn't gone exactly according to plan either, as Bailey bowls to him, and he's been beaten by that one. Blimey. He went forward, he ended up taking his bottom hand off the bat, playing a defensive shot. The ball has clearly moved away from him and flown through to Matty Hurst behind the stumps. That's a terrific delivery. As Lloyd just went forward, just held its own, and beaten all ends up really by Bailey. The art of the opening batter is to put that immediately out of your mind and just play the next ball on its merits, but it must be there somewhere. As Bailey's in and he defends this one up to mid-on. Luke Wells does the fielding. The over starts with 4 dot balls. Derbyshire 27 for 1. Their target, if indeed it is a target, is 329 from 88 overs. They need another 302 now from 80 overs and 2 balls. The run rate isn't an issue at the moment as Bailey bowls. That one is turned into the leg side. They decline the opportunity of a single there as it's well fielded by George Bell, tumbling to his right. And the pressure remains on the Derbyshire opener, the former captain, back in the ranks this season. Voluntarily gave up the captaincy, and when Madsen was press-ganged into taking it up, I don't think he was. He gave the captaincy up in 2015 when Madsen. Captain when they got promotion in 2012. As Bailey is in and bowls to Lloyd, who defends this one. It's a maiden over from Tom Bailey, picked up by Luke Wells. And well, Lancashire are up and about at the moment. Lots of running in between overs. They know the importance of getting as many overs in. We will have a minimum of 88 overs, and of course spin and all that kind of thing. There could be more. Could be more.
Seen quite a bit of spin in this match, haven't we?
We certainly have.
Seen quite a bit of spin here this season. Lots and lots of overs of spin. Tom Hartley bowled probably 60 odd overs in the match of the week. Calvin Harrison bowled 50 odd overs in the innings for Northamptonshire. Lots of spin. Right, Anderson will continue. Balls to Kane. That's just tickled off the pads down to fine leg for a single. Gets his first run. Harry Kane moves to 1. Derbyshire 28 for 1. Brings Lloyd on strike. Maybe while we've actually seen Hartley, and we saw a little bit of this, didn't we, from Jack Morley, when taking a ball that was still pretty new, the spinners.
Yeah.
Not so sure we'll get that
sort
here.
Of 10 overs in. No.
Just
might be worth a try before lunch.
Maybe, yeah.
Possibly. Morley's bowled 51 overs in the match. I would have bowled more if Lancashire hadn't declared, of course.
Lloyd waits. Anderson comes over the wicket, bowls and shuffles across and defends to mid-on. There's no run. So Luke Wells warming up quite a bit with the ball this morning. As the afternoon goes on, Wells and Hartley will have a pretty big role to play. But while the ball is new, Anderson and Bailey have got it. There's Anderson, Phillip and George Balderson lurking in the wings as well. Sets off again. Third ball of his 5th over. Anderson to Lloyd. Defends to mid-on. There is no run. There's lots of oohing and ahhing going on, as you'd probably expect. Lots of Lancashire players just trying to sow a few seeds of doubt into the batsman's mind.
It's worked in the commentary box.
They're taking away second slip. So George Bell was at first. First slip. Jennings was at second. Bell's now gone to the short, straight mid-on. Anderson to Lloyd, getting forward and defending. Anderson fields off his own bowling, doesn't pick it up, but he scoops down towards it and then flicks the ball across the pitch where Bell was fielding. And then he picks it up and gives it a polish.
The other thing about Bell standing there is it means that David Lloyd obviously has to move further out, and he's now going to be doing his running on some quite lush grass, so we'll have to watch out for his footing. We've seen many a batter slip on a lush wicket.
28 for 1. Anderson over the wicket. Lloyd on strike. Short. Oh, he dismissed him in the first inning as a short ball. He leans back this time and makes sure that the wrists and the gloves and the bat tucked right in towards his chest and gets out the way of that.
Because Harry Kane was running on it at the moment, you're absolutely right. These two look very similar, actually. That's my defence. They both have single-digit numbers on their backs. Both right-handers. Only one of them's Welsh. I think. I think Harry's Welsh. He's from down south in Hampshire. He started his career. His dad has a vineyard in Hampshire.
Very nice. There's Anderson to Lloyd. Backing across and defending. And there's no run. End of the over. 28 for 1. Lloyd 9. Kane on 1. And it might, if the first innings is to go by, that might be Anderson's opening spell. He bowled 5 overs and then had a breather. We'll see if that continues. At Surrey have won. They've beaten Yorkshire by an innings and 28 runs.
Good grief. There'll be some grumpy people driving up the M1 though.
A few grumpy Yorkies.
Yeah, they're struggling in the first division this season, aren't they? I noticed, yes, I tend not to look at the first division table in anything, but in the bottom 2.
Yep, second from bottom.
Yeah, the members won't be happy either. No change there then. I see Lanky's still on his outside his room.
Oh yeah.
There's Bailey in and bowls to Kamer. Gets a little bit tucked up by that one. Ball dribbles out into the offside. Sun's shining, but there is more cloud today than there has been on any of the first 3 days. That was in the forecast, certainly. So no surprise there, but the sun is out at the moment, which always makes it feel more batting friendly than bowler friendly. From this kind of distance, this doesn't look friendly at all. As Bailey's in again, and that skews off the outside edge of Kame's bat, all the way along the floor into the gully. Again, there's no run. They must have that room permanently.
Lanky. Yeah, it could be Lanky's room.
The door open and
just chilled out, really.
Resting his chin on the bar.
Not the bar.
No, not that bar. No, not that bar. He was involved in a mascot race on Friday lunchtime. He didn't win.
No. Bertie B.
Yeah. A shock result, some might say. As Bailey is in again, and Kame defends this one up towards mid-on. It's actually intercepted by Bell before it gets anywhere near Luke Wells. And there's no run. Can see some activity in the blue-clad building that's being constructed on the other side of Brad Statham Way. I say activity, I can see one person wandering about.
In a high-vis jacket.
Yeah, that's the only reason he caught my eye.
I'm assuming the flats that are being built.
Yeah.
Because you can never have too many flats in Manchester.
No, absolutely not. Bit of social housing. Here's Bailey bowling. That's driven by Kame, and he gets 4 runs. That's a nice shot for Harry Kame to get his first boundary. Onto it quickly. Very, very straight drive. Bailey stuck out a foot but couldn't get there. And Kame moves on to 5. 32 for 1 now. Derbyshire. He knew. He just jogged gently towards the non-striker's end. He's not. I don't think he's one of these who has to complete the run.
Oh, some do, don't they?
Oh,
yes.
Samet in the T20 got to complete the run. I think Matt Critchley does it as well from memory. Here comes Bailey and bowls. This one's on leg stump and turned into the leg side by Kame. He'll scamper through for a single as Bell moves around to do the fielding. 33 for 1. Only 296 more runs required. And 78 overs in which to get them. It could be. I'm going for a game along the lines of the one that we saw involving Derbyshire down at Sophia Gardens. As Bailey is in, and that one is played off the back foot, forcing it out into the offside. Phillip does the fielding on this occasion. It's the end of the over, so that's 5 overs apiece for Anderson and Bailey now. And Anderson has removed his sweater and his cap, so he's going to have a 6th. 33 for 1 Derbyshire after 10 overs. Their initial target was 3.7 runs and over. The current rate is 3.3. That makes a little difference. Lloyd 9 came 6. Lloyd is very much in his shell at the moment, and I like that. I think it makes it has a determined feel about it, and I know I'm going to get battered when he's out now. But there we go, said it.
As James Anderson starts a 6 over bowling to Harry Kame, who's playing forward and defending to mid-on. There's no run. Well, I suppose trying to get through this opening spell, isn't it, with the new ball with Anderson. If you're going to chase 300 to win on the last day, you need wickets in hand in the final session.
Yes, yes. Well, they had 5, I think, going into the final hour at Glamorgan.
They had 5 wickets in hand.
Yeah, needed a run of ball, which sort of made everybody think that they were going to do it.
Yeah.
And then they lost 4 quick wickets.
Oh. Anderson to Kame. Oh, it just spins him round. It comes off to half of the bat. That skips away through the offside where Marcus Harris comes round from mid-off to field. And there's no run.
So yeah, going into the last 16 overs, they needed 118. But then lost Anderson, Chappell, Thompson and Dall very quickly indeed. Actually, it felt quicker than I've written down the times. It wasn't that quick, but they're just sort of regular wickets.
Anderson balls, Kame playing forward, defending. Snaps it up towards mid-off. Oh, there's a slight fumble by Harris. And it actually might cost them 2. No, just the 1 in the end. They benefit from a bonus run. .34 for 1. And that game ended. That game ended in a draw, didn't it?
It did.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, with Derbyshire 9 down. 28 balls. Tickner and Rees survived at the end.
Lloyd's on strike. Anderson comes over the wicket. Balls. Lloyd off the back foot. Oh, should I hook it away? Short ball. There's a leg gully in position. I think he did enough just to get the ball down. It went to Bohannon's right-hand side. A smile on the face of David Lloyd. 35 for 1. It was an awkward delivery, and it was a short ball from Anderson that got Lloyd in the first innings. One that I think he tried to leave in the end. He gloved it through to Hurst. It was that leg gully fielder. But that type of shot survives. 35 for 1. Harry Kane's back on strike. Here is Anderson to Kane. It's short and it's pulled, and it's 4 runs as he guides that through the leg side in front of square and moves on to 11. 39 for 1. Pull shot, pivoting onto the back foot, taking 4 more runs. They were constantly tweaking with the field in the first innings, Lancashire under Marcus Harris, and they're having a tweak again here. So again, Bell looks like he's going to slot into a position which is short and straight on the leg side. See Bell just positioned alongside, just a fraction in front of the non-striker. I think the slight delay is the ball. Where's Luke Wells going? He's off the way to Stretford.
The ball's gone all the way there. It's gone all the way to the nets.
Gone all the way to the next. Yeah.
I bet it's taken a bit of a bashing as well. They'll have to.
He needs to find his way back now. There's Luke Wells.
I get a taxi from there.
Yeah, I think it's not a bad shout.
I'd wait for a lift or a bus. There must be a bus coming soon, surely. Blimey. He hasn't even attempted to throw it yet because he's still 200 yards away from the middle. round the covers. He'll be exhausted. Build up an appetite though for his lunch.
Yeah, that's very true. Yeah. True.
That's gone a long way. It was helped by the fact that it went over tarmac for a good 100 yards or so. I keep looking at the other screen on which we've got the women's game, and they keep showing the commentator cam there, and I keep looking at it thinking, I don't remember putting that on this morning. It's not us.
39 for 1, final ball of the over. And Harry Kane on 11. Here comes Jimmy Anderson for Lancashire. Over the wicket to Kane. Plays calmly forward in defence. And there's no run. And it was straight to Bell, who was relocated from slip to that position on the leg side. There's lots of extra helmets and stuff being brought out here, so maybe Lancashire are not too far away from having a go with some spin. And
he's having a look, isn't he?
George Bell's putting some pads on, and yeah, Tom Hartley's going to have a go pretty early on.
I think that's sensible. It was around the 10 over mark in each of the last 2 innings that we saw some left arm spins, so it's not a major surprise. Lloyd and Kame have a good old chat in the middle while there's this hiatus. I have to force off a member of the Burton Albion media team now who's sending screenshots of me and you on the commentator cam with the word cute. It clearly can't be me. The perils of commentator cam. I blame the director.
Yeah, well, if it's Colin, then he's responsible for a lot of things.
He's got it in for me, I think. So Bell is now fully padded up. He's got his helmet, so once he's put his helmet on and his cap down the back of his trousers, he'll be ready. And there goes the cap. So we are indeed ready for the first over of left arm spin of the Derbyshire's at second innings. 39 for 1. First ball is full, and Lloyd manages to keep it out. Pushes it into the offside. Hurst comes from behind the stumps to do the fielding. They liked it out there, though. So from this end, Morley did get the odd one to really bounce. As played off the back foot again by Lloyd, this time pushed further into the offside. Bohannon Fields.
Obviously likes his spinner in the game, doesn't he, Marcus Harris?
Yeah.
He's happened in the first innings, this.
I don't mind it. Gives them something to think about, doesn't it? This one's, again, played off the back foot out towards Bohannon, who does well, moving to his left to field and get rid of the ball in one motion, pretty much, so no chance of a quick single there. It's coming around the wicket, the left armour pushes it into the offside again, does David Lloyd. Does something strange with his bat. Trying to explain to Harry Kane what he was doing, I think. He's got the short leg for company. There is a slip. That's Jennings. Back goes Lloyd and just cuts it out to Anderson Phillip on the cover boundary. And they walk through for a single. Lloyd moves to 11, joins Harry Kane on that score actually, and it's 40 for 1 in the 12th. Over 8 plus 8. I think both sides have gone plus 8.
Yeah.
Which is remarkable.
Good effort, that, isn't it?
Goes Hartley again, back. Oh my word, Tommy. Goes back onto the back foot there, Harry Kane, and pushes it out into the offside to Bohannon, who did plenty of fielding in that over, just one from it. Derbyshire have moved on to 40 for 1. Both Lloyd and Kane have 11. There are 76 overs left for Derbyshire to score 289, or Lancashire pick up a further 9 wickets, and Anderson Phillip is going to take over from James Anderson at the James Anderson end. That's enough. Anderson's brackets Ed. Didn't pick up a wicket in the first innings from memory. I'm fairly sure he didn't. Only bowled 14 overs, 0 for 48. So he'll be especially keen to join in, I would have thought.
James Anderson, 6 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 17, and he's replaced by Anderson Phillip.
And which end is it?
It's from the only end he's allowed to bowl from, I think.
I think, yes. I think Martin Anderson bowled from that end as well. So, yeah, he didn't bat for very long, unfortunately. He did walk out down the steps last night, and I was waiting for Jack Morley, and he walked straight to me, Martin, which startled me a bit because he's very quiet. He says, I suppose you want to talk to the bloke who got naught then. I said, on this occasion, possibly not. We had a good chat. He is such a nice lad, but very quiet.
.329 the target, 40 for 1. Here is Anderson Phillip then. Lloyd on strike. Phillip in and bowls, drives to mid-off. There's no run. Yeah, he was the second wicket in the double wicket maiden, wasn't it, for George Balderson?
Yeah.
Wasn't a lot happening at that stage. It was all pretty quiet, wasn't it? And then Balderson managed to find something to happen.
And he knew he was out LBW because he walked.
Yes, he did.
Anderson, he was just turned around and left. By screaming, come back, I haven't given you out yet.
Phillip over the wicket to Lloyd. It's driven straight. Bailey has to dart away to his left-hand side from mid-on to field. And does well to get across and stop the ball. And there's no run. There's got 2 short mid-wickets. Josh Bohannon and Luke Wells in those positions. And then Keaton Jennings on the deep square leg boundary. Anderson's at slip. Third man, fine leg. Cover and mid-off. 40 for 1. Phillip strides in again, bowls to Lloyd, who plays tentatively, calmly away off the front foot. And defended by, scooped up by Bell. And there is, again, no addition to the score. Both batters coming down to inspect the pitch. So we've got pace from one end and spin from the other, and Hartley from the Statham end and Phillip from the Anderson end. Went wicketless in the first innings, Anderson Phillip, 14 overs, 1 maiden for 48. Looking to make an impact here. Halfway through his first over, back into Lloyd. Just took Tucked away off the pads down towards fine leg, where Hartley comes up to field. Lloyd moves to 12. Derbyshire moved to 41 for 1.
Just again, because it's the most recent game that Derbyshire have played. Such a similarity with this one. They had 34 overs to go after tea. Tea fixed, of course, on the final day. They were 136 for 4 at tea. They needed 202 from 34 overs, so they'd gone fairly steadily to start with, which is what they're doing here. I like it.
Philip to Kane, this time forward and defends. And there is no run. I suppose you can almost sacrifice one of your wickets, can't you? You can try and play positively and try and get off to a fly, and if you lose one early like Caleb Jewell went, I suppose you can reset.
Lloyd has been very, very quiet by his standards.
Which surprises me, because after the first ball of the innings, he's trying to force it away and gets an inside edge off, which missed the stumps.
Perhaps that's why.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Philip to Kane. It's defended to the leg side and there's no run. At the end of the over, it is. Yeah, just a single coming off it. So 25 minutes until the lunch break. Lloyd 12, Kane 11, 41 for 1, Derbyshire. Requiring a further 288 runs to win, 75 overs in the day's play.
The first 20 overs or so is about frustrating the bowlers, isn't it? Frustrating the side that wants the wickets. If you give them 3 or 4 wickets in those first 20 overs, then they are very much on top. They can put the pressure on, crowd the bat. If it's 1 wicket, which at the moment it is after 13 overs, then perhaps the odd doubt might start to creep in. Who knows? Here's Hartley bowling to Lloyd, who goes on the back foot and guides that out to Anderson Phillip on the cover boundary for a single. Moves to 13, 42 for 1. Sun's disappeared momentarily, I hope momentarily. There's a fair amount of cloud around. High cloud, light cloud, no issues. Hartley again, this time to Kane. It's a full toss. Oh, and has it rolled into the stumps? What on earth has happened there? There's one of the stumps is on the floor. Has it been knocked down by the
I think it did.
Wicket keeper?
Yeah, I think he went for the stumping, didn't he? Thinking that maybe Kane had just lost balance and kind of back foot dragged out the crease.
He's missed it down the leg side, Harry Kane. He hasn't moved his foot. And then they're waiting because one stump had basically been removed from the ground. And if he'd gone again, they'd have had to have removed another one. Hartley bowls, on the back foot goes Kane, cuts it, backward of square. He's going to get 4 for that. There was an immediate point from James Anderson to Anderson Phillips there, and that's probably yours. But he was never going to get there. It was past Anderson in a flash, and Phillip couldn't get round. And Harry Kane picks up a welcome boundary to move to 15, 46 for 1. The first boundary since the 11th over. Doesn't seem much, but it feels like a long time ago. And now they need 283. It's almost not worth saying that until it gets down to something manageable. Sun out. Hartley bowls. Kane goes back and tries to cut and misses. That's how Wayne Madsen perished in the first innings.
Yeah, he's got the Madsen dismissal was, I think, a little extra bounce, wasn't it, from Hartley?
It was quite wide as well, it seemed to me. But
he went to cut it and got a little thin top edge, didn't he, to the keeper?
Yeah, always good takes those as well, aren't they? Hurst will have been particularly pleased with that. So they're reinforcing the offside with 2, just 7-2 field, offside field. As Kane goes back and plays it straight to Bailey, who just moved into extra cover. There is a deep backward square leg and a mid-on the onside, and that's it. Slip, extra cover, mid-off, another regulation cover, backward point, slip, man on the cover boundary. Hartley bowls, that's an inside edge into the ground. Actually, no, there he is. There's a third one there. Short leg is very much on the leg side. 6-3 split. 46 for 1 at the end of that over. 5 runs from it. Lloyd has 13, Kame has 15, 14 overs gone. Just another 74 to go if we get to the finish. I wonder if we will. There's only one way to find out.
There is only one way, yeah.
Yeah, and we're on numerous radio stations, so and outlets.
Yeah, lots of ways to follow it.
You can't miss us. Even if you try. And as more and more games finish, will suddenly become the focus of attention, which I'm never fully happy with being the focus of attention. Surprising that might be as to some people.
Yeah, there are only 2 of the games still going.
Was that right?
Here is Anderson Phillip in balls to Harry Kane. That's worked away off his hip behind square on the leg side and comes back for 2 and takes his score onto sorry, it was David Lloyd, wasn't it? Apologies.
Sorry, I wasn't even paying attention because I was just contemplating the thought in the last 5 overs or so of Blair Tickner coming out with a runner. You know, I'd quite like that.
Just to add to the sense of drama. David Lloyd moves on to 15 with that 2, which he flicked away to square leg. He might add a couple more here, maybe just a single. It's worked away down to fine leg. Hartley field. So Lloyd moves to 16 now, 49 for 1.
There was a runner out in the middle at Glamorgan in that game. It was Brooke Guest in the second innings. Harry Kane ran for Lewis Rees in the first and Guest ran for him in the second. So there were 3 batters out in the middle for those last few overs.
So if it came down to that, Blair Tickner coming out with a runner to try and
either save, well, he'd be doing one of 2 things, wouldn't he? He'd be trying to save the game or hit the form that Derbyshire needed to win the game, which would be some effort.
Could you repeat his 2 boundaries off Jimmy Anderson right at the end of the day?
That would be something, wouldn't it?
49 for 1. Anderson Phillip. He's in again. Harry Kane on strike and defends. And just drops back down the pitch, and Phillip flicks it with the outside of his right boot to Keaton Jennings, who comes up from cover to field. And he lobs it to the chief polisher in Josh Bohannon. 49 for 1.
It's like everybody's getting a touch here. Bailey's got it now.
To go. Phillip is slowly meandering back to his mark. Loops round and sets off again. A little bit of sun shining as he's past the umpire. Came from an inside edge past the stumps down towards the boundary. And it hits the rope. It's gone for 4 off the inside edge of Kane's bat. And the nervous reaction from Kane as he glanced over his shoulder. Where's that going? Oh, goodness, past his leg stump, past the tumbling keeper. And it's 4 to bring up Derbyshire's 50. 53 for 1.
That must have been very, very close, because it was fairly straight by the time it arrived down at the boundary, wasn't it? Said they'd need some luck. I haven't used it all up in the first hour or so of the innings. Blimey.
53 for 1. Phillip to Kane gets forward and defends. Pushes out towards the offside, and Jennings comes up from cover. And there's no run. I mean, it may have come off. He's obviously come off his bat. He's been given runs, but it may have deflected somewhere off the pad of the body or something. That may have taken a couple of deflections. That
it was weird the way it ended up as straight as it did, and yet just on the leg side of the stumps when it had obviously been bowled to the offside.
A bit of good fortune for Harry Kane. 53 for 1. Phillip in to Kane, full and wide and driven. No good fortune about that. That's a beautiful shot. Kane gets 4, piercing it away through the offside. Jennings is at cover, cartwheeling away to his right to try and stop it, but beautifully timed for 4. 57 for 1.
Yeah, nice shot from Harry Kane. It's that art, isn't it? But he was one of the 2 Derbyshire openers last season, along with Lewis Rees. Moved down to 3 this season, with Caleb Jewell arriving and David Lloyd being promoted up the batting order to open the batting with the Australian. And it's that opening batter's mentality. If you get a bit of good fortune or you play a false shot one delivery, you've got to put it out of your mind, and he certainly seems to have done that. 2 balls after getting the thin inside edge. Tom Hartley to continue from the Statham end, bowling to Lloyd, who drives into the ground. It's almost a very good one-handed stop by Tom Bailey. He actually parries it. It's picked up by Harris. Lloyd really gives the crease a smack with his bat as Hartley's on his way in, and he defends this one straight back to the bowler. It looks like a wicket in the women's game.
Ellie Threlgeld, Lancashire Thunder skipper.
Caught behind. Lancashire 164 for 4 as that one is turned into the leg side by Lloyd, and they're at 14.5 overs still to go there. Threlgeld making 12 off 19. Plenty of chat out there. There's a fielder moving out on the mid-wicket boundary. He's got a little straighter, going from square leg to mid-wicket really, as this next delivery is defended by Lloyd once again. Don't think we'll see too many sweeps. I would hope we wouldn't see too many sweeps, shall I say. Surprised and dismayed would be my reaction, as that one is defended into the offside by Lloyd. 3 57 for 1. 272 from 72 overs. The Derbyshire equation. 9 wickets for Lancashire. Cut by David Lloyd out towards Anderson Phillip on the cover boundary. Picks up a single. The only run from the over, in fact, from the final ball. Lloyd on 17 now. Came as 23. Derbyshire 58 for 1 with 15 minutes to go until the lunch break, and these two will be desperate to be there when the afternoon session starts as well. Don't forget tea fixed. 20 to 4. I only say it to remind myself.
It's worth doing. It's worth just to remind everybody, including yourself.
Mainly me. It's mad. It's mad, really, isn't it? Because you get used to, oh yeah, 32 hours to go, 32 hours to go, and then last day everything changes.
I know. Why don't you fix it on days 1, 2, and 3?
Just fix it.
Kent are 233 for 5 in their second innings. They lead Gloucestershire by 141 runs. As Anderson Phillips sets off to David Lloyd. That's down the leg side. Is a muted, stifled suggestions of a catch down the leg side, but it's deflected, I think, off Lloyd's hip or thigh pad or something like that.
Anderson Phillip was so late joining in with that. He didn't think there was anything anything that, and he turns around and sort of politely asks, was that out? I didn't think it was.
Nottinghamshire 157 for 4, 100 runs behind Durham in their second innings. And Surrey have beaten Yorkshire by an innings and 28 runs. Phillip balls to Lloyd, flicked away through the leg side. There's 2 fielders on the leg side boundary. Bell doesn't pick it up cleanly, and they can hustle back for 2 by the time the throw comes in from the boundary. And Derbyshire move on to 60 for 1. Lloyd now to 19.
Keep looking at my keep monitoring the emails as best I can. I've just got one there reminding me that my contract with my television supplier is about to end, which is bad news. I know what I'm doing tomorrow.
Phillip to Lloyd, jabs that back down the pitch beyond the reach of Anderson Phillip, and there's no run.
My first reaction was, how much? Where's that phone number? Not a chance.
It's a job for tomorrow, is it?
Could take most of the day. Well, I've got 2 jobs, and the teeth, of course.
Oh, of course, that's a big day tomorrow then for you.
And,
I'm going to get that sorted.
Teeth and telly. as they say in showbiz.
Phillip to Lloyd, a short ball through to Hurst, and there's no run. I mean, of the two, if you only had time for one of those two things tomorrow, would it the teeth?
The teeth are driving me around the twist. Yeah, absolutely around the twist.
Get them sorted then.
Yeah, but I won't get them back, so I'll almost certainly have to do the telly without the teeth, because the teeth will be elsewhere being fixed, hopefully. I could leave the telly till Wednesday, but I might as well do it.
Yeah, get it done.
They don't know that I don't speak with a whistle normally.
Lloyd on 19, Phillip in balls. Back this time in defending, just shuffling into his crease and bringing it up towards mid-on. And there's no addition to the score, which is 60 for 1.
We've had lots of periods like this, haven't we, where not an awful lot happens, then all of a sudden it bursts into life for a couple of wickets and then dies down again, and it's been a strange old game. No less entertaining for it, but strange.
Yes, yeah.
As I say, Derbyshire have never really been in the game, apart from when they avoided the follow-on.
Here comes Phillip to Lloyd. He's uppercut that down towards the wide third boundary, flashed away by David Lloyd. It's shortened a little wide by Anderson Phillip, and he takes a single. Takes him to 20. Derbyshire to 61 for 1. 17 overs gone. 10 minutes until the lunch break. And
Josh Bohannon.
It is, yeah.
I thought he was just doing that thing that fielders often do, and they have a little bowl on the cricket. But no, he did it and then removed his cap, removed his sweater, removed his glasses.
Took everything off.
He'd be disappointed if he doesn't bowl now.
Yes.
Bowled a little bit in the Derbyshire first innings, picked up a wicket indeed. Dismissed Brooke Guest, bowled him for 77.
Yeah, that was, I think that was just his 14th, wasn't it? First class wicket. And it was his first since 2021, May 2021.
Let's hope he waits for another 4 years.
Yeah, it was just three overs, wasn't it, by Tom Hartley?
Yeah. Just trying everything. A chance for Harris to look at everybody before the lunch interval. 10 minutes to go until the first break of the day. Second, including the 10-minute between innings, but the first proper one. So he's got a short leg and a slip. He's got the man in catching at mid-wicket, the long on, mid-off. And that one is driven by David Lloyd for 4 runs. First ball that Bohannon bowls. Put that down to a loose net. Lloyd moves to 24, 65 for 1. A little bit wide and over-pitched, really, from Josh Bohannon. I said hello to him. Good morning to him, I said this morning. I was here really early. And he was just about the first of the Lancashire players here. He must have thought the same as me about the bottom of the M61.
Yeah.
He's allowed to park slightly closer than I am to the entrance behind us. He's in again, and that one is driven once more, and that'll be 4 more runs. Banging on the window will tell you it's gone to the boundary. Lloyd up to 28, 69 for 1 now. They don't need to do anything else in this over.
No, pretty successful so far.
Harris polishes the ball and has a word with Josh Bohannon. He'll produce an absolute jaffa now, you watch. It's better, and it's played off the back foot back to him by David Lloyd.
Interesting decision, isn't it, from Harris? I mean, Bohannon just doesn't bowl. But there'll be a edging towards lunch. Is it worth a go?
And he comes again, bowls to Lloyd, who turns this one into the leg side this time. He's not going to get a boundary because there is some cover out there. In fact, I'm not sure whether Harry Kane realised the cover was there because it started to come back, but Balderson's out there patrolling the leg side boundary, so just a single. Lloyd is now 29. Derbyshire is 70 for 1. 2:59 to win off 70 overs. Here comes Bohannon once more. A full delivery that is guided very nicely by Harry Kane down to the vacant third man area for 4 more. This is turning into, if it was an experiment, it's not been a particular success so far. There's still a ball to come, but he's conceded 13 runs off this over, Josh Bohannon. 74 for 1 Derbyshire. And Harry came up to a run a ball 27. So how's Bohannon going to get out of this, his first over? Balls to Kane, it's full, and he drives it on the volley down towards Luke Wells, who's at long on. He picks up a single, 14 off the over. Kane moves on to 28. Lloyd has 29. Derbyshire 75 for 1 after 18 overs. They're going to get nearly 4 and over. Or they're going to get more than 4 and over now. I think they're going to get more. Anyway, yes, just slightly more than 4 and over.
Tom Hartley's going to come into the attack from the Anderson end. So switched Hartley.
Which is interesting, isn't it? Because, as we've said previously, the left armers have bowled pretty much exclusively from the left arm spinners have bowled pretty much exclusively from the Brian Statham end.
He probably does bowl more of his overs from that end here.
Yeah.
I'm thinking back to the games this season. I tend to see him bowling predominantly from the Anderson end, but appreciate it changes from pitch to pitch, doesn't it? But he's back in, but from the top end, and came off the back foot. He's able to steer that away through point for a single. Takes him to 29, 76 for 1. So I think it's 3 overs from Anderson Phillip, wasn't it? And then he was he's been replaced.
3 overs for 15.
Slip, short leg in place. Lloyd on strike. Hartley around the wicket to Lloyd, who defends. Guides the ball away carefully back along the pitch, and Bell catches up with it from short leg. Hands it back to Hartley. Lloyd 29 not out. Hartley creeping in, left arm spin from around the wicket, and Lloyd doing nothing too attacking or risky there, just back and across. Works it away into the offside. And again, there is no run. Here comes Hartley. Balls to Lloyd off the back foot. A little quicker, touch flatter from Hartley. Driven into the offside, no run. What does Marcus Harris do for the next? Does he go with Bohannon again?
I don't think so.
Is he going to have to go back to one of his seamers? Maybe a bit of leg spin? Hartley in, flatter again to Lloyd. Can get to mid-wicket. There's no addition to the score, 76 for 1.
No windmilling of arms from the leg spinner. I can't see any windmilling of arms from anybody, actually.
Me neither. No. One ball left, Hartley to Lloyd off the front foot and dropped into the onside, and there is no. Oh, we've got some.
He's doing it now, isn't he? He's doing it now.
There's no run to end the over, and it will not be another one from Bohannon. Instead, it will be Luke Wells to send down what probably will be the last over by the time he's ready to start it. 76 for 1. And well, we're heading up towards the final 2 sessions of the match, and it's set up beautifully, isn't it? Derbyshire have made a very, very solid start here.
It is. What we have here as well is Harry came on strike, and Luke Wells coming on to bowl. And we know what happened in the first innings. Luke Wells got a straight one to hit the top of off stump. Yep. I don't think Harry Kane will be leaving any of these. He won't be allowed back in the changing room if he does. Just a judgment error in the first innings, and he was on his way. He's on 29, as is David Lloyd. Derbyshire on 76 for 1 after 19 overs. And if they survive this final over of the session, I think Derbyshire will be relatively pleased. I'm not sure how much lunch either Lloyd or Kane will manage to force down.
We'll be okay.
I'll manage. can smell it already. It's beautiful. Here he comes then. Wells in and bowls, and Kane pushes this into the leg side. Bohannon does the fielding at mid-wicket.
What was it today? He said smoked salmon.
No, oh gosh, no, no, smoked haddock.
Smoked
it's
haddock.
yellowfish. We should call it yellowfish at school. You used to get yellowfish.
Right.
Sometimes they smoke it, sometimes they just paint it yellow with something, some kind of dye. So this next delivery is driven out into the offside by Harry Kane, who gets off strike. Anderson Phillip does the fielding. Kane moves to 30. Not under 50 partnership. Is up the wicket, falling in the. Oh, that came up a while ago. 27 for 1. No, it didn't. It just come up. I was looking at the wrong number again. 77 balls. Lloyd goes back to Wells and turns it into the leg side. Bell fields.
Yeah, it was halfway through the 7th over, wasn't it, the Caleb Jewell dismissal? 27 for 1.
5 past 12. I have written down here. Pointlessly. As Wells is in again. Bowls to Lloyd, who drives out towards Anderson Phillip again. Almost gets caught out by the spin, but adjusts nicely. Throws the ball back. Both batters on 30. 2 to go till lunch, we think. Somebody needs to do some gardening here. Although Lancashire aren't exactly racing to get another one in, it seems to me.
No.
Regroup at lunch, perhaps.
Yes, yeah. Over the smoked haddock.
Or there's some kind of fish cake as well.
Oh, right.
Yeah. Very much a fish-based lunch, certainly. As he bowls as well, and that's defended up the back foot into the onside by Lloyd as the clock ticks around to 1 o'clock. We all know what that means. More work. So the final ball of the session then. It's been a decent session for Derbyshire. Again. And comes Wells and bowls to Lloyd, who just pushes it out into the offside. It's fielded by Tom Bailey, and the umpires will now ceremoniously remove the bails, I think. Well, the players have decided it's lunch anyway. Derbyshire 78 for 1 after 20 overs. They've got another 68 overs minimum left in the match. And Derbyshire require 251 more runs to win the game. Lancashire, well, they need 9 wickets.
They do indeed. Thanks, Dave. Players are heading off for lunch on this final day, and we'll catch you in about 40 minutes.
Two names rich in history. Barton's, our family-run business with over 100 years of experience in drinks distribution, and Lancashire Cricket, a club drenched in tradition, heritage and globally recognised moments. Since 1917, Barton's has been supplying the finest wines, soft drinks and premium beverages across the UK, partnering with world-class brands to bring unforgettable experiences to every occasion. Now, we're excited to announce we will be bringing that same passion to cricket fans at Emirates Old Trafford. As the official wine, spirits and soft drinks partner of Lancashire Cricket, we're elevating matchday experiences, hospitality and celebrations across the next 3 years. From the first ball to the final cheers, Barton's is here to make every moment one to savour. Keep an eye out for some familiar brands such as Guinness, Celavino, VK Hooch and Britvic. Barton's and Lancashire Cricket, partnership built on passion, unforgettable moments and history.
L is for the way you look at me. O is for the only one I see. V is very, very extraordinary.
Welcome to the opening day. Oh, that is a wonderful shot.
This is a call for hungry dreamers and hard-working self-believers. Success is down to more than just luck and talent. It's striving to be the best, breaking the boundaries and never giving up. Are you ready to become your best self? Are you ready to unlock your greatness? So what are you waiting for? This is Education Evolved. This is UA 92.
When I was a kid, there was no professional women's cricket. I didn't even think that women could be professional sports people.
Especially early on, it just didn't really seem like there was a career in it.
To support myself around cricket, I had to work at the petrol garage.
I was the only girl, so I stood out.
I'd love for young girls to be able to dream about being an athlete and it to be achievable.
Thanks to the Hilton funding my contract, it's allowed me to play the game that I love all day, every day.
We're like an engine and we need to be fueled with the right gas.
Without funding, we can't be visible. You can't be what you can't see.
As a team, it feels like we're breaking boundaries.
Thunder and Lancashire always want to put women's cricket at the forefront, and now I think that's really shining through.
It's mad to think that without the Hilton funding, like, we wouldn't be playing cricket every day, training.
Well, we could be, but we wouldn't have any money.
We wouldn't, yeah, true.
I know, yeah. Let's not wait too long.
Hi.
Hello. How are you?
Oh, I'm fine. How are you?
I'm good. You just got back from holiday, haven't you?
I've been training camp. It was turning into a rehab camp.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, 12 weeks now since I.
Well, they're talking. I can't interrupt them while they're talking. Come on, you can come in the middle.
Well, hi, I'm here. Who invited her?
Hello, Kate Cross.
How are you both?
Yeah, 2 rehabs. How are we?
2 rehabs, yeah. Sage, isn't it?
I know.
I've tried to avoid that word, but it is.
No.
I have more of that than you do. You have years ahead of you.
Okay, girls. So I've been taking some questions from Lancashire cricket, and are we good to chat about it? Ask you some. Okay. So first question for the both of you: what's the moment in both your careers where you went, "I've fully achieved my goals"?
Don't know. Because I think that's the point before you decide you're not going to go anymore.
I was going to say, I don't think I've got there yet.
I'm not sure I've decided I've got there yet. I think that's all part of what I've got to find out. Hopefully, well, I don't know if it's hopefully soon, because that means like, oh yeah, I've done everything now. I'm going to kick back and not do anything else. So no, I think, and I've spoken to other athletes, I don't know about you, they say you're a long time retired, and knowing that you could still do more or achieve more or be better in yourself. Personal best performance is always the thing that you focus on, or certainly I have. Being better than you were yesterday as an athlete, and achieving your own personal best, being the best version of yourself. So yeah, when you find that out, maybe that's the time you start thinking about the end.
I feel like there's definitely things I've wanted to achieve that I have achieved.
Like mini goals?
Yeah.
Would you say like you have mini goals as an athlete?
Yeah, I think you have to, because otherwise the picture's too big. I think you have to break things down. And especially I think for me, having a bit of a split career, like kind of with Lancashire and then also with England, then there's things that I still want to achieve with England, there's still things I want to achieve with Lancashire. So I think that motivation is what keeps you going as an athlete, and probably what makes it really difficult to retire, because there's always something around the corner. There's always something that you want to, or think you can achieve. So yeah, I definitely wouldn't say that I've achieved probably half the things I want to.
That's exciting though. The dial can always keep on moving for the both of you.
Yeah, I think there's things I've achieved and never anticipated. Like I never imagined I'd ever be a cyclist when I was a little girl. So I think you go into different parts of your career and new opportunities, and you take them with, 2 hands, or in my case 1, and just try and do the very best that you can. what the other things in cycling, that every cycle race, every road race is on a different course. So knowing what the course is going to be, for example, like last year at the Worlds, it was a really hilly, it was the hilliest course we'd had with the longest climb in the road race. It was the longest time trial we'd had. And that was the sort of race I'd always waited for and was living for. And it makes you think, oh, well, if they're going to give us that sort of course, what might they do next time? And it makes you excited to see what the opportunities might be. So yeah, there's loads of things that I've achieved that I never anticipated or never dreamed of. Feel really fortunate for those. And then there are other things you're waiting to see. But where might we race next time?
Is there loads of time left?
Hopefully.
Yeah.
I love that the first question you've asked, we've both gone, I don't know. That's a good start.
That's all right. That's fine.
But
We've
I
got a lot
also
of time.
think a lot of people think that athletes have got it all worked out,
Yeah.
that they know exactly what they're doing. And we know what we're doing day to day. We know the foundations that you need to be a strong athlete, to look after yourself as best you can, or you have mishaps, as we've both had in the last winter. But you have a kind of a way of working, kind of operational principles, if you like, of being the best athlete you can be, of getting enough sleep, eating the right things, planning your logistics around recovery training from travel days, and all the different things that you have to do. We have certain things worked out, but we don't have everything worked out, and I think that's okay.
What are the biggest changes that you've both found since being in women's sport?
Well, for me, it's definitely going from an analog age into a digital age. My first international call-up was in 1992, so were you born?
Just, yeah.
Just.
I was 91.
I was like, hang on a minute, got to do the maths here.
I wasn't there yet, but that's okay.
This is
No,
why
come back.
this is why you have to
Only
be the
by a
winter
year.
here.
Only by a year.
And so, learning how to promote yourself twice, if you like, because when you were trying to promote yourself, get sponsorship, move up in the world outside of your sporting achievements, you had to write letters, like snail mail letters. The internet hadn't been invented. You had to put pen to paper. Not everyone had a computer at home. Not everyone had a printer at home. That might sound daft. You couldn't print something directly from your phone. There was no such thing as wireless. Everything was cabled. So having to learn how to promote yourself twice, and then learning how to utilize the digital age as an older athlete, those have been the biggest changes for me, apart from the sort of sporting things. But you have to be able to get that to be able to settle on the sports field, I think.
So do you feel like you've had to promote yourself? You really feel like you have to promote yourself twice?
Well, you've had to learn how to promote, learn how to do that, learn how to move forward with a career. Because in sport, you never know how long your career is going to last. So knowing that you've got something to fall back on is always really important. Doing something alongside your sporting career, I think Kate and I both do that and always have, so that you aren't just reliant on one thing. Because if it gets taken away from you because you're injured or ill or something happens, you need to be able to continue to live and work. So for me, that's been the biggest difference, apart from obviously the crowds and the way that you can watch sport, obviously streaming platforms and those sorts of things. But as personally, having to, obviously very grateful that things like Facebook weren't around when I was at uni. But equally, you've kind of like gone through that learning process twice.
I think on that, I think women's sport in particular in the last 10 years, or I've certainly been told that a lot of it is on us to promote ourselves, to have a following on social media so that we can promote games. I mean, this isn't now, obviously, this is where it has changed now, but certainly when I was early 20s, I was being told to make sure I had an Instagram page so that people could follow women's cricket, because the big bodies weren't necessarily doing it for us. So I feel like it, from a female athlete's point of view, is kind of on us to be the voice. And that's something that's changed massively now. The visibility is huge, and in my opinion, rightly so, because you see day to day what female athletes are going through and working hard at, and you want to put that on a stage so that people can watch it. But from my point of view, it's professionalisation. Like when I was a kid, you couldn't be a professional female cricketer. It wasn't an option. I would watch the Olympics and see women on the telly, and that would be the only time I'd see really women doing sport, other than maybe Wimbledon for 2 weeks of the year. So yeah, the professionalisation and the visibility of it has been what's changed drastically from my point of view. Even starting my career here a long time ago now. I actually debuted when I was 13, which is frightening. It was 20 years ago.
Oh my gosh.
But that was an amateur sport then, and I didn't know that I could have this as my job, and it changed whilst I was still having cricket as a hobby. So it all sort of shifted whilst I was like on the journey, if you understand what I mean. So, but yeah, they're probably the two things that have changed the most in my time.
Okay, so it's kind of similar, kind of rolling off that question. So England are coming to Emirates Old Trafford for the first time in 13 years? Yeah, 13 years, okay. So we've just been speaking about this, but where were you in your career at that time? I suppose 13 years ago.
Some maths. Well, we're approaching the home games for me.
Yeah.
Right. London 2012. So that was just a huge moment, I think, for Olympic and Paralympic sport. And it started that opportunity for parasport to be better promoted.
Sure.
Still not a professional sport. I think tennis, so probably tennis was first, like it was for women. Tennis is the only professional sport you can do if you're a para-athlete. And so I feel really fortunate that home games gave me that chance to work in women's cycling as well, as part of the team pursuit squad. That helped me to sort of springboard, the qualification for the games helped me springboard my professional cycling career on the road. So yeah, London was just huge, and it's insane to think how much has happened in that time, and that we haven't had a women's international here, because I have an 11-year-old daughter who was born the year after that, and so yeah, it's mad. I'm so excited to see what comes, and the crowds, and that partisan crowd is what you live for as an athlete. So England are going to be goosebumps here, and that's similar to how we felt in London in 2012.
I'm excited. Kate Cross,
What
what
was
about
I doing? So it was around 2012. So I made my debut in 2013, the winter of 2013. So I would have been aspiring to be in that team. And I remember I was really close friends with Sarah Taylor when she was in the squad. And she was up in Manchester, so I came and met her for a coffee before they played the game the next day. And I remember thinking how cool it was that the England girls got to play at Old Trafford, because at that point I'd not even represented Lancashire at Old Trafford. So this was like the holy grail. I'd not even
dream.
Yeah, not been out on the grass. It was like a bit forbidden. And I just, in my head, I just thought that that's the norm, that you get to play at your home ground, your home county ground, when you're representing your country. And I've still not been able to do that. And realistically, probably still not going to be able to do that either, because I'm not aligned with T20 cricket. So it's probably unlikely that I'll be able to get to play in that game. But for the likes of Sophie, Lammy, Ellie, all the young girls aspiring to play for England, obviously Sophie's a dead set in that team, but you know, for all those young girls now, I hope that kind of shifts the narrative, and that we do get more cricket up here, and that this does become a hub for women's cricket, because I've had so many great memories here, and I'm reliant on Lancashire really for the career that I've had. So I want other girls to have that experience, but also be able to then almost take that into their England careers as well, and make sure that this is a place that England women come and play cricket and have success at.
It feels really exciting for women's sport. It's like proper exciting. It feels like it's now, the focus has shifted onto women's sport finally.
Well,
and
really
it just feels
has.
this real big excitement and buzz around it.
And it's the depth of that is being felt. So my daughter plays in an under-13 side, and
What's your daughter do?
She's a cricketer.
Oh my God, I didn't
She's
realise.
playing-
That's amazing.
Well, she's a dancer, but she's cricket, and she's playing in an under-13 side where they've had to split the league into two, because there's too many to do just one. And it was one league last year, and now it's two pools of teams, with like Stockport Georgians and Woodford and Langley and all of the local clubs coming, Marple I think, and with Hayfield. So, and they've split it. I don't know who's in the other pool, but literally you're starting to feel that come all the way down, and you know, it gives me goosebumps to think that this is what wasn't possible when Kate started, and they'll be able to come as a group, as a league even. They could all come together. I'm going to be making sure as a mum on the sideline, be like, we're not going to play that. You know, it's obviously not going to play that night. You're coming straight from school, you're coming to Old Trafford, because like you say, this is what they should be able to aspire to be able to do on a regular basis, regardless of who's touring.
Well, by comparison, when I was 11, I was the only girl playing at a boys' club, and my local team was in Sheffield, the closest women's team that I could play for. So even in that short, I mean, it is a long amount of time, but in the grand scheme of things, and yeah, it's a short amount of time, and things have changed so quickly. And that's just so exciting that those girls can come and watch female athletes, because again, I was watching Andrew Flintoff down here and Jimmy Anderson and people ball. Like I was never able to watch females do what we do now. So I think it's going to be so great. And the tagline with women's sport is always that you can't be what you can't see. And if you're not exposing young girls to cricket or to netball or to whatever sport it might be, then they're never going to have the opportunity to know if they even want to give it a go. So, you know, this stadium is here to have people in it. It shouldn't matter whether it's men, women, disabilities, whoever should, you know, you should be able to get people watching sport here. And that's what, hopefully, when we break that record, come whatever date it is, I don't know, I should have probably checked that. But
what's the date?
July the 9th.
July the 9th. Come July the 9th. Then
10,000 people we want to get, right?
We want more than that.
We want more than 10,000.
Yeah, because we want to break the record. I think the record's just around 9,000-10,000. So, but this stadium holds 20,000 people, so we shouldn't just limit ourselves to 10,000 people because that's the record.
So you want to sell it out, yeah. Completely sell it out.
Yeah, and set the standard for what women's sport should look like.
Exactly.
And this goes back to 13 years ago. We'd never had sold-out crowds. Like, I'd never competed in front of a sold-out crowd at home until the games in London. So we do sport over here. Like we used to talk about the Australians, and I competed in front of 17,000 people in a swimming pool in the games in Sydney, and that was like a goosebump moment. I was really glad I'd gone to the pool the day before my first race because I needed to see it, because I could never have imagined it. I was 22 or 23, I think, and it was just like, wow, this many people in a swimming pool, that's insane. And that's what we need to become the norm, that those full houses are not seen as something that you might or you might not get. It's just something that's there because people enjoy watching great sport, enjoy watching great cricket.
I know we spoke about this a little bit earlier about women's sport finally getting the recognition it deserves. And with it getting the recognition it deserves, do you think there's still a long way to go with where we're at now?
Well, unfortunately, we still don't get the level of coverage. So globally, sport is worth X trillion, but the percentage of that that's allocated to women's sport is still the same percentage. So it's all grown, and women's sport's got more, but percentage-wise, it's not any different. And that's the problem. And some sports have moved on further than others, but when you put them all together, it's not increased sufficiently. So there's a lot of work to do. That's why we are promoting the way we are for the Lancashire team here now, the Tier 1 system that we have in England, now that we have the international game here on the 9th of July. That's why it's so important that in cricket we do what we do. That's why it's so important that we do what we do in Olympic and Paralympic sport. That's what's happening over at the other side of Old Trafford with the women's team. That's why each of us who own a little part of it, it's our role to make sure that we continue to lift, because column inches still isn't there, and the amount of airtime still isn't there. And this is a pivotal moment, like every opportunity that we get to promote women's sport, especially in cricket, because it's going to be in the Olympics in 2028. That's so crucial. And I think Paris was the first time the Olympic Games had a 50-50 male-female split, which was crazy to think it got to 2024 before that was the case. But that's one of the measures that shows us that we're still not quite there. And also, there were no females in the top 100 earners in the world last year, which is another example of why we're not quite where we need to be. So it has improved, and the opportunities are absolutely there. When you zoom out and look at it from a global perspective, we still need to keep doing what we're doing and keep working really hard. And we need those male allies as well. And we know the names of them, and we need to have way more of them to be able to help bring our daughters and our nieces with us on this journey.
Yeah, I mean, I can't really add much more to that, to be fair, but I also think that it's people's perceptions of women's sport that's changing. So I think 20 years ago, you probably wouldn't have got people watching women's cricket or women's rugby or whatever it might have been, but now, I mean, I'm saying this on the back of actually just hearing what happened in Australia with the guy on the radio. I don't know if you heard it, but there was a really misogynistic comment about one of the guys on Triple M talking about the Matildas and saying that it was like watching year 10 girls play football and stuff like. It was just, it almost felt like you'd gone back 30 years. And yeah,
you'll always get those one or two people.
Yeah, and you will, and it is thankfully now becoming the minority. But what happens is those comments are still getting people feeding them. So there's still perceptions there that, in my opinion, need to change quite drastically. But you're only going to get that by having the right visibility, having the right columns, having the right split at Olympics, etc. So there is still a long way to go, but if you look at how far it has shifted in the last 15 years, then it has shifted significantly. So it's almost knowing what fires to fight, and I think that's something that I've learned as well throughout my career, is knowing what you can change and what small part of your corner of the world you can change, but actually some bigger pictures are really difficult to make.
It's a marginal gains
on.
approach,
Yeah.
isn't it? If we all do our little bit, when we add it together, it'll make that significant difference. And sometimes when you're at the coalface as we are, you don't notice the changes year to year, but then, like Kate says, when you zoom out, you do notice that we have made significant strides. We just need to keep that momentum up. I think it's too easy for people to say, oh, haven't we done a great job? And we're doing a great job. I think that's the difference. We haven't done it yet, we're doing it, and we're all still committed to keep, pushing that dial and making it, more possible, so that more girls can be following in our footsteps and in an even easier way.
I think when we get to a point where we've got a women's game here and we don't have to have this conversation about how do we break a record, that's when you know you've nailed it, but we're still having those conversations. Things are happening for the first time, or for the first time in 13 years, or whatever it might be. So there's still, things that you kind of want to push it along and boot it down the road quicker, but like I said, you have to know which fires to fight and when to do it.
So, both careers, very successful women in sport. If you could relive one of your moments in your career again, one of the moments that you would deem to be like, that was just such a success, what moment would it be?
Can I pick it all?
That's a great career. If you're picking it all, that's great.
I'd love to pick. So as a swimmer, I really enjoyed, I think back to being 14-year-old in Barcelona. I'd probably redo the jump onto the podium so I didn't nearly knock over the Queen of Spain. That would be a good day to redo, but kind of edit. I'd love to be able to do something before I had kids and relive like that opportunity in London in a home crowd. But then Paris, where Louisa and Charlie were both there together, and I beat a 19-year-old, that final sprint in the road race, I do relive that regularly, because I just still pinch myself to think that last year went the way it went. So I've chosen 3 because I'm
That's
greedy.
right, let's do 3. Go on.
Oh, I'm not
1 to 3. 1 to 3,
I
Kate
can't
Cross.
have 3. I've not got kids, so I don't need to take any kids back or bring my age up or whatever. I think one of them would be my test debut, which was back in 2014. And I only say that because it wasn't really covered. It was on a live stream, so it wasn't really televised. I don't really have much footage from it. There's a couple of photos, but I wish I could kind of relive those 4 days, because I at that time was pretty much an amateur athlete. We'd just gone into professionalisation, I think, a month or 2 after that series. So how I got through 4 days of cricket, having never played more than 1 day of cricket before, was quite interesting. My body was quite sore after it.
Imagine.
But then I'm probably going to say the Ashes in 2023 as well, and when I batted at Bristol. So it's very, very, very rare that I get to win a game of cricket for my country with a bat in hand. And I wish I could just bottle up how I felt that day, because it was just unbelievable. I've had a lot of scars from Australian games in the past, and to be able to walk off that pitch triumphant with bat in hand was pretty cool. So I wish I could relive that.
Okay, so what would you say is, in sport, in women's sport, is a common misconception that you wish could be like dispelled?
There's a sense that women need to do less. So if it's based on time, so the reason the distance is less is because you're going to take about the same amount of time. But in the swimming pool, the women don't do 90 metres front crawl because it's roughly the same amount of time as when the men do 100. So I really struggle with why other races have to be different. And we've started to address this in cycling. They're still addressing this. So they've finally moved the time trial on the track up to 1 kilometre to be the same as the men. But up until I stopped racing the track 3 years ago, we were still doing a 500 metre time trial to the men's kilometre. At the Paralympics last year, my time trial was 14 kilometres, the men was 28 kilometres. So we still have that issue that the women need to be doing less. And it isn't based on time, because some of the men that were doing 28 kilometres were riding half as quickly as me. So that isn't a reason. That isn't the reason. So for me, it's that idea that women need to be doing less for some reason. We're not capable of doing the same.
Who's making those decisions there?
It's
just men.
It's archaic. It's just been there. That's what it's been like. If you think that women weren't allowed to do the marathon till, was it 1984? They weren't doing the steeplechase on the track and field track until 1992. There's other events. I mean, they still do the heptathlon instead of the decathlon. Don't know whether that needs to change. That's something for the track and field athletes to kind of dig into. I know the women in tennis attempted to increase their sets to 5 they play 3 sets. But it's a regular issue that the women's race or the women's event is less. And I think that's something that needs to be addressed, because it's not because they're not capable of racing at the same amount of time. And I was part of a campaign to bring back the Women's Tour de France. It's still at 8 days. The women used to race alongside the men for 3 weeks back until 1986, I think it was. So in lots of different sports, it's been dialed back at the convenience of men's sport, and we haven't quite shifted the dial to reclaim our space.
And the argument with that is now there's money in the women's side of sport that they can fully concentrate on being an athlete, can't they? I imagine 20, 30 years ago, you're juggling a job, you're juggling motherhood, you're juggling all sorts, and still trying to perform as an athlete. Whereas now, you can have a job that is a professional sports person. So I feel like we had a few arguments like that, you know, women were having to take time off work to go and do an Ashes series, so that's why it could never be a 5-test match series like the men's is. But now we're fully professional athletes all the time, so we have that time in the calendar to go and do that. So I think tradition often is a really wonderful thing, but you still need to move with the sport, and I think that's sometimes what doesn't happen, especially with how quickly the women's game has moved. I think sometimes you don't catch, we're playing catch up, rather than actually being proactive with everything. And the other misconception that I think is spoken about a lot and used against us quite a lot is the whole, they're asking for equal pay. I don't think I've ever met a female athlete who has ever asked for equal pay to a man, but all I've ever asked for is an equal opportunity to what a male counterpart would get. So if that is training here at Old Trafford the same amount of hours that the men get, then why shouldn't the women have that? And I think we are very lucky here that we've promoted that brilliantly, and you know, Lancashire worked really hard to make sure that women's cricket is at the forefront here. So that's just always been my argument, is that it's never been about equal pay, but it's all about the opportunity. And just because you're born male versus female shouldn't mean that you get more opportunities than who you sit next to in class who's a female. So that's always been one of my big arguments.
I think part of that opportunity is the resource. So resource then takes care of all of the other parts, which salary is part of, prize money is another part, and then the other opportunities that come with the role of being a professional athlete. And it's not about one thing. And I think one of the dangers is that organisers of events have focused on, we've provided equal prize money, and therefore we're providing the same event or opportunity to the women as we are to the men. But that it's not just about the finance, it's about everything else behind it. So if the race is less safe, it's over fewer days, it's over a shorter distance, then the money side of it is just one small thing. And if you don't have the opportunity, you can't prove yourself to be, you shouldn't have to prove yourself, but you can't promote yourself in the same way, because you're not getting that chance to, with eyeballs on you in the stadium like this.
It's not just one tick box, there's a lot of things you've got to do. It's not just the money. So what are some of the challenges that you faced as a woman in sport that might be surprising to people listening to this or watching this today?
I don't think mine would surprise anyone, but it's just the fact that I've had to wear male clothes for a lot of my career in cricket. Male
clothes?
Yeah, like everything was male fit kit. It's only probably been in the last 5 or 6 years that our sponsor brands have started making female fit kit. Even like cricket pads, gloves, they're small men's sizes.
Boots
like
as well,
boots, yeah, there's not really any female specifically.
And some of them are not small enough.
Not small, yeah, because
there
our
are girls
feet are
sticking
naturally
tissues in cricket boots to make them smaller.
And it's 2025, and you think cricket is big enough and sports are big enough that you would think that we had our own. I know of a few companies that are in the market now, but yeah, for a lot of my career I've worn men's clothes, and like I look back to some of my debut outfits and the training kit I wore, and I was like drowned, and I'm representing my country, and I was like, gosh, I look a shambles. So yeah, I don't know whether that would surprise anyone actually, but that's, I mean,
it is surprising.
It's
I didn't realise.
Still going on now.
Well, I think the other thing that kind of follows on from that is that we got women's fit in cycling, but I opted for men's fit because women's fit meant it was shorter shorts, it was a shorter jersey, it didn't account for what an athlete body was, like it was just one shape. So I wanted something that was narrower, that was longer in the leg because it's more aero, didn't need it to be super short. I wanted the jersey not to ride up to above my belly button because I have a long body. So for us in cycling, whilst it was an attempt to create a women's fit, for me just going for the extra small men's was the better way of doing it. And I think it goes to show that all shapes and sizes do sport. So what we need is to have that breadth of range. We don't need to have just this sort of fit. Like if jeans can do it, you can have different. You can go into a shop and be completely confused by the different styles of jeans. Yes. The short, the boyfriend, the this, the that, the skinny, the not skinny, the bell bottom, whatever they are. Why can't we do that in sports kit? And so I've tried to go female fit, but it's not for this female. Yeah. One of the things I didn't anticipate when I became a mum was just how often babies would need feeding.
Even I know that.
No, but like literally, you finish feeding them, you'll get one effort in, you'll need to feed them again. Like that effort was less than a minute. You're hungry again. So I basically had either of them in the other end of the track centre away from the GB pet area where Barney was with them playing, and I'd go and breastfeed in between efforts to make sure that A, there was not anyone screaming the velodrome down, but B, to make sure that then I could concentrate on what I was going to do. So having a settled and fed baby, however frequent that feeding was the best way for me to handle that early few months of motherhood before they went on to solids and mixed feeding. But yeah, it's just like, okay, so we're going to have you in the track centre and I'm just going to feed you after every effort. That'll be the way we do it. And that surprised me. I didn't expect. Yeah. But I also didn't expect how it was possible to juggle. And obviously I was lucky that Barney was able to come with me and do everything, or my mum was able to come with me and help support that. And it certainly meant that I came back quicker from each of my pregnancies. But yeah, it was the lengths that you go to, and you can turn anything into a breastfeeding sports bra if you need to.
Absolutely. One thing that's not necessarily been a challenge for myself personally, but I think something that still surprises me in 2025 is how little research is done around women and periods and athletes and sport and stuff like that. Because I feel like a lot of our blueprints are taken from the men's side of sport, and actually, it happens once a month to every single female around the world. So there should be so much more research and a lot more training that is tailored towards women, I think, than
there is actually a lot of opportunity. But the challenge we have, so I work with Manchester Met Uni, is that a lot of athletes don't want to contribute their data. And so we have a role as older athletes. I'm working with MMU on studies into perimenopause and menopause, so that athletes, as they get older, there's still opportunity. Because if you look at the female population in age group sport, then there's a huge field for the men, and then there's a very small number of women competing. If you look at triathlons or cycling, or even in running as well. Running's perhaps closer to being 50-50, but we still have a challenge. Ultra running is where female athletes seem to go really well, because they do get better with age, and the gap between male and female in ultra distance is actually a lot less. But they really struggle to get the cohorts together to be able to do the studies. And I think it's really important that if there are women out there who are struggling, young athletes that are struggling, that they are willing to contribute their data and what they're finding, because there are a lot of myths as well around cycles and training to your cycle, but you've got to manage your symptoms and train like everyone else, because not everyone has those problems. So what we need to do is try and give them that confidence that it's not going to compromise them as an athlete. If they let out those secrets, it's not going to make them judged. Because I think a lot of women feel, or a lot of young athletes say, if I admit this feels like it's a weakness, and if I admit that I'm struggling with cramps or pain or debilitating symptoms, then I'll be judged, and that'll be part of my selection for something. And that's absolutely not the case, but I think that's one of the reasons why we have fewer athletes contributing to the studies that are out there. And most of the studies are done on sub-elite, and that obviously doesn't necessarily work when you've got athletes who are full-time. So amateurs, so they're sort of regional and national aspiring athletes, or they are older in a sense that they are in their 30s, they're not in their teens and 20s. And there's lots of reasons for wanting to study at all ages of the menstrual age, sort of child-rearing age, because you need to see where bone density usually peaks at around 19, 20, 21 years of age. and the menstrual cycle has an impact. So a healthy menstrual cycle and laying down good bone density will help mean that it tails off less as you get older. When you lose estrogen and progesterone, then in your 40s, that's where bone density can really plummet. So all of those things are kind of interlinked, and trying to make sure that we have enough for those younger athletes. But it goes back to that challenge, is if you can't see it, you can't be it. They're not coming into the sport in the first place. There isn't enough of them to be able to study either. And then they have that, oh gosh, what if I'm judged kind of feeling. So there's lots of challenges.
Yeah, it's the taboo though, isn't it? It's still the taboo within the country of that periods are just things to be quiet about and not to, talk about.
And if you're having trouble, there's absolutely lots of support that can be provided to make sure those symptoms don't impact your ability to train, because there's lots of people who have no symptoms at all and are being really successful, and that shouldn't be the case. And I've got friends in cycling who have, and also in canoeing, who have come back from really debilitating endometriosis and won gold medals, and they were told, oh, you'd never be able to do this, you'll never be able to do that. And I think there's a difference between kind of primary care medicine through the NHS route and then sports medicine, and the support that we can give people with more challenging conditions around the menstrual cycle to mean that that doesn't impact on their ability to perform as an athlete.
Welcome back to Emirates Old Trafford, day 4, fourth and final day. 2 sessions to go. Where's your money on? 78 for 1, Derbyshire, with a target of 329 to win, so a further 251 runs. Lancashire needing to prize out 9 more wickets, or are we heading towards a draw?
It's James Anderson from his own end here at Old Trafford, bowling to David Lloyd, who defends the first ball up to mid-on. It's welcome to the Laurel and Hardy show. Or, what was it? Big old dog and excitable rabbit?
Pup.
I thought there was a rabbit in there.
The rabbit was a different one.
Oh, was it?
This is from the Guardian live blog, isn't it?
So it's staggering. Anyway, you're all welcome, whether you're insulting us or not. I don't think it was an insult, actually.
You took it as an insult.
I did initially, yeah. Here's Anderson, and again, balls to Lloyd, who defends that one up on his toes, back towards the bowler.
I don't know where the rabbit came in.
The rabbit was definitely mentioned.
Was it?
But I couldn't work out.
It's on the Guardian blog, apparently.
Yeah.
Which is a lovely blog, great blog.
Mm.
Lots of very good blogs.
Many other blogs are available,
there are.
I would imagine.
There's lots of
course,
others.
they're doing a similar kind of thing on the BBC Sport website, so we perhaps shouldn't direct them away from that.
No, you're probably right.
Yeah, I think that's the one we should be promoting.
All equally good. Everyone doing a fabulous job.
Oh, yeah. Anderson in again, balls to Lloyd, who turns that into the leg side. He's got a couple of mid-wickets in there now. I imagine it's Bohannon and Bell. It generally is.
Yes.
No slip, but a leg slip. That's Keaton Jennings. There's a man out on the mid-wicket boundary. There's an orthodox cover who's reasonably deep. And a mid-on and a mid-off. Oh, yeah, there he is, down there at third man. Is there a long leg as well? There is. Lots of people. In comes Anderson again and bowls to Lloyd. Is trapped in front and gone. First over after lunch. Jimmy Anderson strikes. He was in no position to play a shot there, really, David Lloyd. And having gotten through the morning session without too much drama, he has gone, as we welcome listeners to Sports Extra with the news that David Lloyd is out and Jimmy Anderson has struck in his first over after lunch. In fact, it's taken him, 4 deliveries after the interval. Lloyd goes for 30. Derbyshire are 78 for 2 now and still need a further 251.
Yeah, Lloyd was a really patient knock, that wasn't it, in the morning session for David Lloyd, setting things up for later in the day. He just gets one to nip back in towards him from Jimmy Anderson, and goes for 30. Perfect start to the afternoon session for Lancashire. Oh, it may just kept a little bit.
He made it look like it kept low.
He did, yeah. Maybe just the way he played it, yeah. Slightly awkwardly getting down to it. Good start for the session for Lancashire, though. Yeah, Lloyd was a real patient knock in that morning session. I thought they batted really well this morning,
Yeah,
Derbyshire.
I did. It was Derbyshire's morning, really.
Yeah.
Given when the declaration came, and the fact that they only lost the wicket of Caleb Jewell just after midday for 12. Now it's the turn of the skipper, Wayne Madsen. Somebody just asked me if it was high. I don't think it was high. It might have been low.
Well, he certainly came back in, didn't he? But the way he played it, I'm not sure about the height being an issue.
I don't think so.
Maybe there's another look back, maybe. But
it'll be one of his 5 wickets that are shown on a loop.
Yes.
For the rest of for perpetuity. Or in perpetuity.
Yeah, 3 in the first innings, isn't he? 3. 2 for 17 in this innings.
Yeah, he's only in his 7th over, so still plenty in the tank. You would have thought for Anderson, who's coming in to bowl to the Derbyshire skipper Madsen, who defends that onto the leg side. The average age of the players out on the field is just a shot up in this match, with the inclusion of Anderson to join 42, I think, Wayne.
Oh, they're both 42 then.
He might be 41. I might be doing him a disservice. Although I'd love to be either 41 or 42, so not that much of a disservice. He's defended the first ball that he's faced. He's got one more ball from Anderson to survive as Madsen. Oh, that's down the leg side. He tries to flick it away. It's well taken by Matty Hurst, tumbling away to his left-hand side. Jimmy Anderson opens with a wicket maiden. After lunch, if Lancashire did have a team talk and a reset, that's pretty much what they would have asked for, I would suggest.
Jimmy Anderson, LBW.
James Anderson, wicket maiden, first up after lunch.
That would have been pretty ideal.
Yeah.
Yeah, probably right.
We're not going to see spin immediately after lunch either.
No, George Balderson didn't bowl, did he, in the morning session?
No.
We had Tom Hartley, Luke Wells and Josh Bohannon all bowling from this Statham end in the morning. But, Balderson gets the chance first up after lunch. Well, you got downstairs at lunchtime to enjoy the lovely fish goujons.
Is that what they were? I thought they were fish fingers.
Well, yeah. I suppose what
they were nice.
They were. And you ask around for what does everyone think, and you hear basically everyone's got a different view as to how this game's going to unfold, which is lovely. Nobody could really agree on an outcome to the match. 78 for 2, so Harry Kane's on strike. George Balderson picking up a couple of wickets in the first innings. In fact, both his wickets came in the same over, didn't they? It was a double wicket maiden for Balderson in the first innings. Here he is, bowls to Kane. That's punched up towards mid-on where Wells fields, and there is no addition to the score, which is 78 for 2. Harry Kane on 30, Wayne Madsen, Derbyshire skipper, the new batter. Balderson's had a pretty decent year so far, as he did last year with the ball. And he comes into this on the back of runs as well for the first time this season. In and balls to Kane, that's a forward defensive again, there's no run. Gathered by Luke Wells, who's at mid-on. Josh Bohannon spotted something, he wants to have a word with Jimmy Anderson. Or maybe it's the other way around, maybe Jimmy's called Josh over to relay a message back. And Jimmy Anderson's at first slip, Bohannon's at short mid-wicket. Bell just behind square on the leg side, Jennings at square leg. Fine leg, backward point, cover mid-off. Mid-on as well, forward Gus came and defends to Marcus Harris at mid-off. Oh yeah, the message has made its way back.
Yeah.
So Harris fields the ball, and Bohannon, he's passing on a message from James Anderson here.
Probably want to tell the bowler, don't you? I don't know.
Now Marcus Harris is having a chat to the bowler.
It's all about chains of command here.
Yes, absolutely about the chain of command.
Send 3 and 4pence, we're going to a dance. What? Just do it.
Can't bypass the chain, can you? Jimmy to Josh, Josh to Marcus, and now George has got it in his ear. And here he is, in and bowling. Fallen wide and driven away underneath the reach of Anderson Phillip for 4 runs.
What they told him.
Kane moves to 34, and the score moves on to 82 for 2.
Whatever you do, bowl him up, half volley outside the off stump. Oh, okay, boss. That message is going to have to be relayed. I don't think they've got it right there.
No. Maybe it's that one where you kind of pass it down the line, and by the time it reaches the last person, it's a completely different message, isn't it?
It's the send reinforcements, we're going to advance, becomes send 3 and 4pence, we're going to a dance.
That's the one, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah. Like George Balderson was going to a dance there rather than advancing.
Came to 34, 82 for 2. Balderson over the wicket, in defended by Kane. Again, the way he defended it gives you the impression that maybe that just didn't quite get up as high as he was expecting. Or maybe that's just something I'm imagining. 22 for 2.
Of course, there could have been a message about Wayne Madsen, who's at the non-strikers end. Just come out. You'd think the bowlers would know about Wayne Madsen. I know that Derbyshire and Lancashire don't play each other a lot, but he'll have played a few times.
Balderson to Kane again. Turns it out towards the leg side where Bohannon fields at mid-wicket, and there is no run. End of the over. 4 coming off it, which was that lovely cover drive from a ball that was short and wide and hammered away for 4. To Kane 34. Madsen has only faced a couple of deliveries. He's still on 0. And Derbyshire 82 for 2. With 3:29, their target to win the game. But Jimmy starting up straight after lunch.
He's only 41, Madsen.
Oh, is he? Young pup?
Yeah. Like the old dog.
Not impressed with that, are you?
If it's meant affectionately, it's fine. Here's Anderson bowling to Madsen, who just pushes the ball square on the offside. If it isn't, I want words. He takes a single, gets off. Yeah, gets off the mark. 83.
Would it have been better if it was like the wise old dog? Would that have been better?
Was it a cuddly old dog?
I think it was just an old dog.
I'm trying to have a pleasant bit to it, really.
We can imagine it was.
I'm not sure wise it fits, though. I would never claim.
It's too generous.
Yeah. I'd take cuddly.
Cuddly old dog.
Yeah. Here's Anderson bowls to Kane, who just turns that one slightly hurriedly into the leg side, where it's fielded by George Bell. No longer has the fielding pads on, so we're not going to expect to see any spin for a while, it would seem.
Is it better than or worse than Lauren and Hardy being referred to as a...
Well, you see, I may have taken the Laurel and Hardy out of context. Well, that's what Kevin's trying to tell me.
Right.
And I don't mind Laurel and Hardy because there is a vague similarity, actually. As Anderson bowls and Kane pushes that one up towards mid-on. Kevin Hells, who's here today, he's joined the bandwagon. He's doing a funny walk.
Well, I was made to watch a video of Lauren and Hardy this morning, and I didn't realise that's what they did. They just did funny dances and things.
Well, there was a bit more to them than that. Yeah, there was some very good wordplay as well.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, but there was a lot of catchphrases, I think. It's another fine mess you've got me into as Anderson bowls, and it's clipped away nicely by Kane. He's only going to get one, I think. Yeah, he is. Anderson Phillip does the fielding up deep backward square leg. He overshoots the keeper. Actually, he undershoots the keeper because it hit the ground and then just dribbled along the floor, but it was well backed up there by Luke Wells. And they go through for another single. Kane moves to 35, 84 for 2. 23rd over. As I was saying earlier off air, when I was growing up, which is a long time ago, in comes. That one keeps slow. It's going down the leg side, according to the umpire. It's going to be 4 leg byes. It Did keep low, though. That sort of hit him on about shin height, didn't it? I think. That's the impression I've got. He's got his back to me, but have a look at it from front on. Madsen was troubled by that a touch. Well, nah, just below the knee roll, actually, but still didn't get up as much as you might have expected it to. I think was going down leg side, that one. Was when I was growing up to see black and white films, which is what Laurel and Hardy are. I'm sure some have been colorised, but it wasn't unusual on television to see programmes in black and white. And seriously, as in comes Anderson again, and that was driven by Madsen. It's half stopped by Balderson, who's filling at that very straight mid-on, and he ran right across the pitch. Well done to get his hand to the ball, and the over comes to an end. In total, 6 runs from it, only 2 will be charged to Anderson, who has 2 for 19. 88 for 2 with Madsen on 1 and Kame on 35. And they used to be on regularly, Laurel and Hardy,
right,
in the morning. There was no children's television
they just used
like
to play
there is
that
nowadays. Kevin doing a perfect example of...
What's he doing? Was he scratching his head?
That's Stan Laurel. He used to do a funny thing like that. When I'm still on the commentator cam as well. If that goes out as a meme now, I'm in all sorts of trouble. I must remember to sit still when commentator cam's on. I'm going to build a little wall here. Oh dear.
88 for 2. Balderson to Kame. Let's turn to the leg side, and there is no run. Madsen 1, Kame on 35. Derbyshire 88 for 2. Oh, David Griffin, yeah, he played me a YouTube video of Lauren and Hardy. They're just doing a little dance.
They did do dances.
Yep, okay. I wonder which one Kevin thought we were. Who was Laurel and who was Hardy in this combination?
I'd be staggered if I wasn't Hardy.
You're Hardy, are you? Right, okay.
He was about 3 times the size of Laurel.
Oh, right, fair enough. Balderson 2 Kame, clipped away off the pads and towards flying leg for a single. Takes him to 36, 89 for 2.
Thank you for asking, though.
Sorry.
Yes, he was a big fella.
Right.
Stan Laurel was from Ulverston in Cumbria, Cumberland as it would have been. I'm fairly sure that Oliver Hardy was... All right, we don't need to prove that I'm 3 times the size of on the commentator cam. I'm sure that Laurel Hardy was American.
Madsen off the back foot, trying to force the ball away. One bounce and gathered by Anderson Phillip at cover, and there's no run. 89 for 2.
Oliver Hardy was from Harlem in Georgia, and I'm 100% certain that there's a statue to Stan Laurel up in Ulverston. Yeah, Ulverston in 1890.
Balderson to Madsen. And he defends to mid-wicket, and there's no run.
That's who Kevin thinks you are. That's who Kevin thinks you are. You're not happy with that?
I'm never happy with Kevin, really. It's a bit harsh, isn't it? 89 for 2. Need further 240 to win. I think I'd rather be, what was it, the affectionate puppy or something, wasn't it? Balderson over the wicket to Madsen. Forward, defends, pushing up towards mid-off, thinking of one. But Harris is there straight away to field, and there is no run.
So that's them together. Stan Laurel on the left, Oliver Hardy on the right. I don't know if they can get a quick picture of that to show any. I'm sure most people know who they are.
Yeah.
But one is considerably larger than the other. I don't think they were like Ent and Deck. I think they swapped sides. I don't think it was Laurel and Hardy, but they are, in that picture, definitely Laurel and Hardy.
Final ball for Balderson into Madsen. Angled right on towards his pads, and he defends to mid-on where Luke Wells fields, and there is no run. End of the over. Just a single coming off it. 89 for 2. With Madsen on 1 and Kame on 36 not out.
Yes, Nick's just suggesting this. Could this become another fine mess? Yeah, it might. It might not. You did exceptionally well, by the way, to commentate on that over. I couldn't tell you a single ball that went down there. I was too busy looking at Laurel and Hardy photographs. Had a big hit in the 70s with the Blue Ridge Mountains of Virginia, which I won't be singing.
No, probably for the best.
Oh yeah, absolutely, for obvious reasons. But, I'm not sure I'll get to the end of this James Anderson over either. Here he comes from the Anderson end, bowling to Harry Kane. That's an inside edge, a defensive shot into the onside, fielded by Bell. Pleasant enough afternoon. It's quite a stiff breeze coming from the west. No, the east. It's coming from the east. It has been coming from the east for most of the time, towards the west, therefore. Judging by the 4 flags we can see flying proudly on the far side of the ground. And Anderson's in again. That's down the leg side. I'm not entirely sure what there was an ooh about there, but it was well taken by Hurst behind the stumps, moving to his left. I think he would have got something on it. It would have raced away. There is quite a wide fine leg, so it's more of a long leg for me. Down below us, there is no third man for Anderson.
Oh, it's a leg gully, isn't there, as well? 2 short mid wickets. In fact, there's 3 catches close in on the leg side now.
Yes. And Anderson bowls. That's driven out into the offside, but not timed by Harry Kane. Wells fields. I've done well to get halfway through this, actually. I don't think I've got this far. I don't like turning up late for the timed bulletins. It's just not fair on the newsreader, really, with a 20-second.
Is that what you've got, 20 seconds?
Cricket-sized hole at the end of the bulletin to suddenly read the world's longest weather forecast. As Anderson is in once again, and Kane just dabs it out to the offside. They go through for a single. It's far enough away from Wells for them to get through comfortably. Harry Kane moves on to 37, 90 for 2 in the 25th over. They're all replying now.
You off?
Yes, if you don't mind.
No,
Thank you very much.
You've got to do your 20 seconds. 90 for 2. 2 balls left of Anderson's 9th over. Madsen on 1. Here comes Anderson to Madsen. Flicked away off the pads down to Hartley at fine leg for a single. Doubles his score, moves on to 2. And the score 91 for 2. Brings Harry Kane back on strikes. They're still going with this leg gully, the fine leg. There's a deep mid wicket. There's 2 short mid wickets, and then George Balderson, who stood at a short straight mid on, his left boot almost touching the pitch we're playing on. Mid on, mid off, and a cover as well. Anderson for Lancashire into Kane. Nudged away off his pads out towards the leg side. Madsen fancied a single, but George Bell's quickly across the ground to his right from mid wicket to field, and there is no run. It's the end of the over. So 91 for 2. Now 20 minutes into the afternoon session. Where's this game developing? Where's it heading? 238 further runs for Derbyshire to try and find. 1 wicket since the lunch break, so 8 more required for Lancashire. Will be Balderson. Almost pretty much a mirror image of the field that was set for when Anderson was bowling. Madsen's on strike. Here is Balderson to Madsen. Just off the back foot, it hops back into his crease and strikes the ball up towards straight mid-on for no run. They've got 3 catches close in on the leg side. Bohannon, Jennings and Bell. Anderson at leg gully.
And a fine leg, backward point, cover, mid-off and mid-on. Balderson for Lancashire into Madsen, clipped away into the onside, bouncing just in front of Bohannon. There's no addition to the score. At 91 for 2, Derbyshire require a further 238 runs to win. Wayne Madsen's on 2, Harry Kane's on 37. 1 wicket since the lunch breakers. That's defended away by Madsen. The dismissal of David Lloyd, LBW, off the bowling of Jimmy Anderson for 30. Derbyshire 91 for 2, set 329 to win.
Nicely done.
I think I exceeded the 20 seconds.
Well, you were talking when I came in. That was a minute ago. Are yours timed?
No. Balderson to Madsen. That's whipped away to the leg side. Wells at mid-on. Goes hurrying after it. Fields the ball. There's no run. Good stop.
As you can hear the trepidation in the newsreader's voice when I'm doing it, because he has a 20-second slot. The key is not to go over. Second under and you're all right, but don't go over.
Balderson, who is over the wicket. Forward goes, Madsen defends. Off the front foot, solid looking front foot push to mid-off where Marcus Harris fields, and again there's no run.
Some broadcasting royalty earlier in the game, didn't we? We had David Lloyd with us. A little step down, but I think we might get Kevin Howells at some point. I think he's going
to do a bit.
Just said he might do a little bit later on. Just keep his hand in. But he's giving me a look now.
1 ball left. The over Balderson to Madsen, clipped out towards the leg side, and that's that ring of 3 fielders close in on the leg side. And he's picked out the central one of the 3, which is the taller of the 3, Keaton Jennings. And there's no run, but tidy stuff from Balderson, tidy stuff by Lancashire since the resumption after lunch. It was 78 for 1 at lunch. It's 91 for 2. 25 minutes into the afternoon session, with Balderson and Anderson in tandem here for Lancashire.
Is that something else that hadn't really occurred to me, but it's fairly obvious, isn't it? What Derbyshire need 238 from 62 overs. So that required rate's 3.8, which is pretty much what it's been there or thereabouts. And it might have gone up just a touch. But if they can bowl 10 overs where they don't score any runs, as Anderson begins a new over down the leg side to Harry Kane, taken by Hurst, when that run rate climbs, it makes it much, much harder for Derbyshire, and they can start to attack a bit more, or even more if you like. They can really put a couple of slips in, get some close fielders in, and all the rest of it. So the first hour, I don't know, well, perhaps just less, but that kind of period after lunch is about suppressing the run rate, which is currently at 3.5. And as I say, they need 3.8. That's neither here nor there. But if it suddenly became they needed 4.5 or 5, it's going to be very tricky for Derbyshire. So Anderson is in, bowls to Kane, who defends that out into the onside. Of course, during that spell, the key for Derbyshire is not to lose any wickets. So if they do fancy a little dart and to try to get that run rate required down a bit, they can make 1 or 2 or have 1 or 2 more risky shots. Take 1 or 2 more risks. That's what I'm trying to say. So it's a fascinating. It will go down to the wire, I think. If Lancashire can't bowl Derbyshire out, it's going to be tight. And Anderson trying his best, bowls to Kane, who gets an inside edge on that, down to Keaton Jennings, who's fielding it like slip, like gully kind of area. He's not. It's a bit wider, a second or even third slip on the leg side. Has a chat with Matty Hurst. Harris waving, wants a drink. No. Jimmy Anderson wants a drink, everybody. Get the silver salver out. Oh, my word. Sir James needs a drink. Come out with a little towel. The 12th man come out with a little towel over his arm. He should do that anyway. Here's Anderson bowling to Harry Kane, who clips that into the leg side. It was uppish. But Hannon does well to dive to his left, to take the ball on the bounce. If I was 12th man and confident enough,
yeah,
that's what I'd do. I'm neither, so I shan't be doing it, but just to cheer everybody up, you know.
Yeah.
Bit of levity in a tense situation.
Lighten the mood.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely. All worth it.
Caleb Jules going for a wander away to our right as Anderson bowls to Kane and just kills that one straight to the ground. Ball eventually reaches Anderson, who picks up and starts polishing it. It's like Caleb Jules and Ben Smith away to our right, just walking in front of David Griffin, who's in his usual spot. Soaking up the sun, shoes off. You won't want to be near him. I've never met a cleaner man. Anderson in again, and that one is pushed back towards the stumps at the far end, and it is another maiden over from James Anderson. 10 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 21 now. And Derbyshire remain 91 for 2, 2 to Madsen, 37 to Kame. They now require 238 off 61 overs. And it's sort of becoming less and less likely the longer these overs without boundaries go on.
Well, at the minute it is, isn't it? Definitely, because they're just having to kind of just take a step back and allow the bowlers to be on top for a bit, because they are. I suppose if you try and force it here, you're going to get yourself into a bit of bother, aren't you? And kind of hope that when they get through Jimmy and it gets a bit later in the day, you can potentially catch up a little bit.
No boundaries since the 4th ball of the 22nd over.
It's been very, very accurate type bowling, hasn't it, by Lancs? They've obviously got a plan set, both the Balderson and for Anderson with this field. Balderson comes in, 2 Madsen clipped away to the leg side, and there's one of the 3 close fielders on the leg side. Got the leg gully, they've got the fine leg. They've got Balderson bowling over the wicket, Jimmy's bowling over the wicket, angling it in, and not a lot there, really, for the batters to work with, to try and find gaps, to try and keep the scoreboard ticking over. So at the minute the pressure being applied, Balderson to Madsen. Gets this one away, just off his hip, down towards the fine leg boundary where Bailey fields. Madsen moves to 3, 92 for 2. Brings Kame on strike. Wicket coming in the first over after the lunch break. Wicket maiden kind of set the bar really for Lancashire in this half an hour or so since we got back underway. Balderson to Kame, a little bit fuller and driven to Wells, who's at mid-on. There is no run. Pretty accurate Balderson. This type of strategy, this type of plan is kind of right up his street, really. Going to move one of those 3 fielders close in on the leg side. Pretty well, absolutely straight. It's Josh Bohannon who's in that position. Nudged away to Jennings by Kane, and there's no run. Really good accurate stuff this by Lancashire, but Derbyshire will feel they can't bowl like this for another 40 overs or whatever. At some point the pressure will be eased, and it will get a little easier if they can get through this period. At the minute the bowlers are on top. 37 to Kame. Here comes Balderson from the Brian Statham end over the wicket, in turn to the leg side. This time it's Bell, one of the 3 close in on the leg side fields, and there is no run.
I was looking at Harry Kame's season, a couple of half-centuries, one against Middlesex, one against Gloucestershire. 124 balls for his 83 against Gloucestershire, and then 27 not out of 58. He's now faced 58 balls, he's got 37 here. 58 balls for an 8. Second innings against Leicestershire, so he doesn't mind batting.
He waits for Balderson and plays a forward defensive to Bohannon, who's at short straight mid-on.
Which is a good job because he's a batter, but I didn't mean he doesn't mind batting. He doesn't mind batting for a long time. He got 27 off 69 against Northamptonshire's second time around. 193 balls for his 73 against Middlesex. So he is more than capable of batting and facing a lot of deliveries and not necessarily getting as antsy as some batters do. When they're not scoring, they start to bring the shots out, don't they? Well, I don't think it's going to worry Harry too much. And Wayne Madsen at the other end. Well, there aren't many more experienced county cricketers out there who've basically not played for their country. England qualified. Wayne Madsen has been for a number of years now, but just that one season in Division 1 has probably ensured that he would never play for England. He's now an Italy international in T20 cricket.
Nice.
Yeah.
Ideal, actually.
Yeah, not bad.
If you can maybe select one, that's probably right up there.
Yeah, an Italy international. There are a couple playing. Stewart down at Kent. He's the captain, I think, of Italy. Changes bowling as Madsen defends the first ball from Tom Bailey.
Yes, James Anderson's afternoon spell was 4 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 4. But he has now bowled 10 overs in this innings, and he only bowled 12 in the first innings.
Derbyshire, the thick end of 100 overs, wasn't it? 97 overs, something like that?
Yep.
Derbyshire first innings took. As Bailey's in again, radar gone, way down the leg side, and Madsen couldn't get anywhere near it. The disappearance of Anderson from the bowling attack could be the cue for Kevin. I think I'm fairly sure.
They're leaving us.
I'm fairly sure they were going to leave us as soon as James Anderson had stopped bowling.
Right.
Not that that's what they're obsessed with, but they're obsessed with it. And yeah, we're only on Sports Extra 2 now, which is a shame. As Bailey bowls and Madsen just clips that nicely off his hip. There should be no, there is a field roll. He's coming back for the second. He might have to get a bit of a move on. In fact, it goes to the non-striker's end. The throw from Tom Hartley. So they do get through for a couple. Madsen moves on to 5, 94 for 2.
There's a run chase on for Gloucestershire in the other Division 2 game. So Kent at 253 all out. Gloucestershire set 162 to win.
Oh, they'll do that, won't they? Derbyshire will remain second no matter what happens here. The 3 bonus points, is it? Yeah, 3. As this one is defended by Madsen, enough to take them back up above Glamorgan, who suddenly have shot up to second in the table.
What's going on with that?
2 wins and you're second in the table. I mean, that's how tight it is. That's how important wins are, and why Leicestershire are doing so well. But Glamorgan, having been hopeless and indeed hapless in the first 4 matches, lost 2 of them, drew the other 2, suddenly won 2 in a row, and they're second in the table. That's how tight Division 2 is going to be, I think, throughout the course of the season. As Bailey bowls and Madsen drives up to mid-off. There is a shot at the stumps. Madsen gets there, just reaches out at the last moment. No dive. It was Harris with the throw. Madsen moves on to 6, 95 for 2.
I mean, there appeared to be some kind of meltdown after Lancashire lost last Sunday at Northamptonshire, but they came into this game 1 win away from pretty much being second. Or level on points for the team currently.
They would get 21 points, so they'd move up to 71, which would put them in 4th place.
And there's a meltdown after a defeat.
Yeah, no, it's too early in the season to be melting down.
Yeah, don't melt down.
Bailey bowls, short delivery, left alone by Kame, who then plays the shot that he might have played, but almost certainly wouldn't have. A little uppercut allows it to go through to the keeper. 3 off that over, 95 for 2. 234 required now of 59. Madsen has 6, Kame has 37.
Going to be a good division though, isn't it?
I think so. Yeah, I think so. Derbyshire have got Kent next. Lancashire go to Grace Road.
Table toppers.
So you've played the top 2 in successive matches. There are no easy games in... oh no, don't say that.
Is that a Lauren Harley phrase?
I wish. But Derbyshire in their last 2 matches have gone into the matches against the side who at that stage were bottom of the table. Glamorgan were bottom of the table when Derbyshire played them 2 weeks ago.
Here's Balderson. Sets off again. Off the back foot, Madsen just hopping back into the crease and punching to mid-off, where Marcus Harris fields and there's no run.
And with that comes the expectation, well, at the bottom of the table you should win, but it's not quite as easy as that, is it? It's not quite as easy as that. The only concern I have is that if Leicestershire, and this is where Lancashire come in next week, is that if Leicestershire just carry on winning and winning, they'll have won the title before we get to September.
Balderson to Madsen. Defends to mid-on, and there's no run.
That's not because I don't want Leicestershire to win the title. I think that would be fantastic, because they've had a lean time of it in recent seasons. But just to have one promotion spot, if indeed anybody is going to be promoted, up for grabs going into September, would not be anywhere near as exciting as if they were both up for grabs. And some good games there. Derbyshire certainly go to Kent and Middlesex in the last month.
Balderson to Madsen. Defends to mid-on, and there's no run.
Now that's the kind of joke Laurel and Hardy would have done.
Okay,
yeah, they would have done that joke.
Because last season no one pulled away, did they, in Division 2? Yorkshire, Sussex, Middlesex were 3 towards the back end of the season that still had a chance.
Yeah, I can't remember.
Yeah, I think they were. But I don't think anyone kind of ran away with it last season.
We were all very delighted when Yorkshire got promoted anyway. That's all you need to know.
Might come back down, yeah.
I was disappointed that Sussex did. I love it down there.
Balderson to Madsen, plays off the front foot, pushing away to cover. There's no run. 95 for 2. With the added jeopardy of nobody quite knows what they're playing for.
No, indeed. Yeah. Well, perhaps there's a man behind us who could shed some light on that.
I doubt it.
No, I wouldn't have thought so. I wouldn't have thought so.
2 balls left of the over. There's Balderson. Shimmers his way in, balls again. Madsen dropping it into the offside, and Colin came through for a single. That's a good piece of running. Moves to 7, 96 for 2. With 1 ball left of the over. Requiring 233 to win. The run chase is underway in the women's match, meanwhile. This is taking place in sunny Blackpool. Mahika Gore is bowling for the Lancashire women. They're taking on Durham. And they're 4 for 1. Durham in the 3rd over, target 240 to win. Balderson to Kame, that's defended into the onside. And there is no run, it's the end of the over. Just a single coming off it. 96 for 2.
Go on, Scott, you make way. Well, I'm not forcing you. I didn't. That made it sound like I was forcing you out, and it's your broadcast. But it's going to be a delight to welcome the doyen of cricket commentary, the man who champions the county championship. Ladies and gentlemen, he needs to get here quickly now. The one and only Kevin Howells. Any moment now. There he is. Kevin, how are you?
Excited. Unbelievably. Look at the beautiful weather again.
Isn't it just? Yeah. Bailey from the Anderson involves a short delivery that Madsen ducks underneath and allows it to go through to Hurst behind the stumps. So it's a sort of period of consolidation, this Derbyshire losing that wicket early in the afternoon session. What Lancashire need to do is to make sure that the run rate gets out of hand as far as Derbyshire are concerned. What Derbyshire needs to do is keep wickets intact. So it feels like not a lot's happening, but it's sort of a game within a game at the moment.
100% agree with you. Certainly has a feel of let's get to TC where we are.
Yeah, yeah, I think so. As Bailey is it, Madsen goes back and pushes it into the onside where Bohannon fields. We had a thriller last time Derbyshire were in action. That was down at Sophia Gardens a fortnight ago. Game went to the last ball of the match.
We covered it on Sports Extra, my friend. Yeah. It was full of heightened excitement.
Derbyshire's last.
Crowded round, everybody
crowded round, and with a runner, Lewis Rees at the time. That's where he pulled his hamstring. Athletic at the other end, and he may require a runner himself. Who knows? As Bailey bowls to Madsen, he just turns that nicely into the leg side for a single. In off the boundary comes Will Williams, so good they named him twice. Derbyshire moved to 97 for 2. He's on as a 12th man for somebody.
Well, they named him twice, but I think I heard them call him Billy.
They did call him Billy, didn't they? Yeah. Ruining the whole illusion. 3 balls left of the Bailey over. 232 required from 57.5 overs. It's starting to rise a little bit, the required rate. As Bailey's in, that's pulled around the corner by Harry Kane again. Billy Fields. Williams with the accurate throw to Matty Hurst. But Division 2 is fascinating. You've got it there. I didn't realise you had it there, but it is fascinating, isn't it?
Well, it is fascinating that Glamorgan, when you were playing them, were still bottom of the table.
Yes, they were.
Now they're up to, well, actually, I think in the live table they would still be third. I think Derbyshire on bonus points would be ahead of them.
Bailey Bowles, short delivery. Madsen, well, he didn't have to duck as it goes through to the keeper.
That's looking, I mean, it's a gap between Leicestershire and the rest at the top because they won 4. Derbyshire only with that 1 win, but unbeaten. So a win really would be pretty sensational stuff in terms of the table.
On many fronts.
Yeah, well, exactly. I was looking at it thinking, okay, well, the draw, you get the draw, and that's still going to be very useful.
No,
You'll be second and everything.
More than useful. Bailey Bowles to Madsen again. That's short and it bounces over his head. And the last 2 balls were never meant to be either played at or scored off. 98 for 2 at the end of the over. Madsen 8 came 38, 231 to win off 57.
Because looking at that table, I'm looking at it and thinking that on current form, Middlesex, Northants, Kent, Gloucestershire, and let's forget the Lancashire elements at the bottom of the moment, but even those teams immediately beneath yourself and Glamorgan, they can't get any run of anything together.
No.
Glamorgan now have got 2 wins on the spin.
Bit of momentum.
So Derbyshire keep up that. Excuse me, at least. Oh dear.
No, Kevin's.
I've come all over.
He's having a moment.
Yes, I have. But thankfully the moment has passed, as often is the case. It didn't last long. We carry on. Yeah, so the momentum, at least of Derbyshire and that unbeaten sequence, just keeps them just ahead of that little pack of 2 or 3 behind Leicestershire.
Yeah, no, it's important.
But Leicestershire at the moment, God, how well are they doing? Balderson in and bowls and defended. Back up to the bowler and the run. I'm surprised they're not turned to spin again here.
Yeah.
I wasn't surprised by Anderson and whatever immediately after lunch. We know the dangers of coming back out to bat following an interval. Extremely vulnerable. And if there is any vulnerability of trying to get yourself back in again, I reckon that Jimmy Anderson is probably one of the best to make the most of that, as Balderson bowls and turns again onto the onside, half fielded, and therefore they will go through for 1, and there is the very man himself, Anderson. But I would have thought they might have turned to spin a bit quicker here now.
They turned to it early, didn't they? Before lunch, it was 10 overs in, and that has been the pattern of the previous 2 innings as well. We saw Hartley bowl after 10 overs or so of the first Derbyshire innings, and then the Rochdale Richards came on, Jack Morley, to bowl early in Lancashire's 2nd innings after his magnificent 41 as a night watchman.
They still obviously fancy that ball just swinging in.
Yeah.
Here to Madsen with those 3 fielders catching position there on the onside. You've got a late gully as well. So let's see what he can do with this one. Balderson in bowls to Madsen. Madsen does play it on the onside, but keeps it down. A few oohs and ahs. I thought he had that pretty much under control. He's on 8 from 34 deliveries so far, though, for the very experienced Madsen. He is definitely in the category of now, as goes for most of us, Fletch, to be honest. Is he still going?
Yes. That's Wayne Madsen. I remember him. No,
terrific stuff, Robin.
41.
Yeah, terrific stuff. The next ball bowled. Oh, outside edge, out of the grasp, only just of the keeper. Oh, that was a terrific delivery. And, well, the keeper would have, I mean, if he had taken that, it would have been absolute worldie. It really would. 103 brought up, the 100 brought up, just out of his grasp. He was looking back, so worried was Madsen then. He thought he was a goner.
That's straight into the hands of a first slip. There isn't a first slip. Because at the moment, Lancashire intent it seems, on trying to push that required rate up, which is an understandable tactic.
Madsen moves to 12, 103 for 2. Still need another 226. This is good battle here. Balderson in again, punched along the ground this time to Wells doing the fielding at mid-on. Words of encouragement here. Well, that's why they're not turning to spin at the moment.
Yeah.
Gosh, I mean, the keeper just looking up to the heavens there, but Owen have been to get across to that.
Well, he had no chance, did he? No chance. He did well to react.
Last ball of the over, Balderson bowls, and again punch into the offside, and 3 weights, 3 of them from Madsen to Kane. 103 for 2, 226 off the target. Looking forward to that battle again. I always like it at the end of the over when you think to yourself, oh, I can't wait for those two to get back together again.
Well, I was slightly disappointed at George Balderson's nickname as they were all shouting at him now. That was quite disparaging. Quite disparaging.
They're very disparaging. Unlike Laurel and Hardy. The problem with Laurel and Hardy for Reed is the fact that he doesn't get, and I think you do because of our generation, the fact that any comparison with those two is done through such warmth and warm, cosy feelings of as younger men watching the telly. And anyway, if he's offended, he's offended.
Bailey begins a new over to Harry Kame, who has got that one through down towards third man. I'm not sure he's going to have the legs to go all the way, is it? It's being chased down by the wicket-keeper Hurst, and it does just about have the legs to get there. So a couple of boundaries in recent times. Very helpful to the Derbyshire cause. They move up to 107 for 2. It means they only need 222 now. It would be a sensational result if Derbyshire crossed the line here as winners. As Bailey's in again, and Kame just defends this one up towards mid-off. And I think what Kevin was saying, it's get to tea, which, as we know, is an hour and 10 minutes away. See where they are, see how many overs are left, of course. There'll be a fair few. We've still got 55 and a half. Take 16 off that. Bring the one down, push it across. It'll be about 40 overs this evening.
I think it's very important to show your workings.
Start these sentences knowing that should never. Oh, and he's gone after that one now, Harry Kame. It was a short ball from Bailey, and he has tried the uppercut. It's been signalled wide. Yeah. I don't disagree with that necessarily. I wouldn't have been surprised if it had not been given as a wide. He did everything he could to try and touch it. Whereas in the previous over from Bailey, when he banged in one short, and that's one for the over there that's wasted, really. He pulled out of an attempted shot down over the keeper as Bailey's in again, and Kane defends this one out into the offside. So that's 5 runs off this over already. No need to take any chances from here on in. Because the over from Josh Bohannon before lunch helped enormously Derbyshire's cause. 17 runs coming off it as they just tried to change Tom Hartley to the from the Statham end to the Anderson end. May well have regretted that almost immediately as Bailey bowls, and that's another short delivery. He controls it nicely as he pulls it into the leg side. Harry came out towards Tom Hartley, and they go through for a single. Harry came up to 44, 109 for 2. 2 balls left of the 33rd over. All very exciting. I think after tea it's going to be sensational.
What is, I'm not sure it's very exciting, but intriguing. These field settings, loving the work from Harris, the captain.
Yes, yes. I always think that the 2 mid-wickets is a bit of a giveaway that there's not much in the pitch, as Bailey bowls and Madsen defends it up to mid-on, where it's fielded by Wells.
Well, I think it's a tricky one for the batters, because you're just worried about just not quite getting it right. It comes back into you, and you just do a little bit working away. You feel like it's a lovely shot there through mid-wicket, and it pops up. And
yes, yeah. Well, I mean, it's sort of indicative of a pitch which isn't easy to score on.
Mm-hmm. Look out! Where's Jimmy off?
He's going to go and stand somewhere. He's going into that straight mid-on.
There's another one in a catching position out there.
He's decided there's no point in him being at leg slip because nothing's happening for him there. Wants to be at the heart of the action. Wants to be in Wayne Madsen's eye line, and he certainly is where he's standing. His left foot will be right on the edge of the cut strip as he stands next to Harry Kane. Bailey bowls to Madsen, strikes him in the pad. Big appeal, not out.
How on earth is that not out?
I don't know. But not out is the decision of umpire Simon Widdop.
Caught back deep in the crease.
Bailey can't believe it, can he?
Have a look at this again, Fletch. What do you think?
I'm thinking.
All going down.
Yeah, do you think it's
close?
Close,
well, when I saw it live, I thought it was close. I can see, so here I look at the umpire and think, well, why haven't you given it? And I think he's done. He thinks he's done
umpire
too much.
Widdop actually did gesture with his right hand.
Oh, I see. Okay.
To suggest that he thought it was going down leg. So,
and I can see why he might have thought that.
Okay.
Okay. Umpire's call on the old DRS. Umpire's call.
That nonsense. 109 for 2, end of the over. 12 to Madsen off 39 deliveries. 44 off 68 for Harry Kane. Derbyshire 220 to win off 55.
Well, we've been speculating, and other commentaries I've been involved in over the weekend, about giving the umpires microphones. As Balderson bowls and drilled. Beautiful from Kane. That's going to be 4 runs in the offside. Wide of mid-off. And he moves up to 48.
Yeah.
And the score to 113 for 2.
To replace us?
No.
Oh, right.
No. So they're all mic'd up, and umpire would have gone not out, and with the arm signal as well, going down.
Oh.
I think that worked really well.
Yeah.
Balderson in bowls, worked away again to those 2 catching positions out there on the right-hand side of the pair. I don't know why they're doing a bit of that now in the old football, aren't they?
They have done, yes. Yeah.
I thought it was laughable.
But their decisions still take 10 minutes.
Well, yeah. And of course, it happens in American sports where you get to hear the umpires and the refs. Balderson bowls in and again, this is why those fielders there, but it falls short of Keaton Jennings. All those 2 fielders in that onside position, mid-wicket, short mid-wicket, and that's why they're there. It's only going to take just the slightest error. And Kane survives. He's on 48, 113 for 2. 216 still required. And again, Balderson back to his mark. He's still got a fielder also on that leg side. Worked away very square this time, and I think that should be 4 runs. It is. That's really nicely played for Kane to bring up a half century. Could be a very important one, this, for Kane. He's 52 not out of 72 balls. That's 10 fours now, that 4 there. To bring up the 50, 117 for 2 for Harry Kane. 117 for 2 on their way, they hope, towards a victory, which will keep them pretty much in touch with Leicestershire. The draw, just a little bit adrift, but still in that second spot. Balderson back to his mark. He's conceded 2 boundaries so far in this over. That one is back in this crease, came and defended. No run.
Yes, 3rd half century of the season for Harry Kane, and the 15th of his career. He's only gone on to make 3 figures twice. High score of 141 not out, and I should remember who it was against because I almost certainly saw it, but I can't. And he's more than capable of batting a long time, as I was explaining before. Crease occupation is something that Harry Kane does pretty well.
They like that fielding position though. Where's the other one gone though? They've moved somebody out. They're left with 1 person on that onside for a moment.
Oh, he's there.
And that has been stopped just on the edge of the strip.
He's hiding behind Wayne Madsen.
So we missed, and that's Josh.
Josh Bohannon, yeah.
Josh the Bosch. Looking after things there. 117 for 2. Madsen on 12. Came on 52.
It's not so much Laurel and Hardy as the Fast Show when you're on with Kevin, is it?
Well, that's a bit harsh. I was saying you missed, Reedmeister, you missed the fact that people of our generation, that's me and the boy Fletch, to talk of Laurel and Hardy is such one of the most warm, cosy things you could ever do. Okay, I did go through a few comedy duos to think of before I did the announcement.
Hinge and Bracket.
It did, yeah. it cannon and ball.
I'd have preferred hinge and bracket, I think.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Yeah, Mike and Bernie Winters.
Crankies.
Oof. Bailey begins a new over where Madsen goes for an expansive looking drive, but the ball ends up in the hands of one of the three. Oh, no, three mid wickets, I suppose. Well, 2 mid wickets and Jimmy Anderson, it isn't Jimmy Anderson anymore, is it? Who's that fielding in the, is it? Oh dear.
What were you talking about?
The one who's very straight. Is that Jimmy? Where's his?
Yeah, that's Jimmy.
Well, where's his wristbands?
I swear that's Jimmy.
Yeah,
No?
I think you might be right. Madsen's next delivery is turned, or Bailey's next delivery is turned by Madsen down to fine leg.
It's Will Williams, it's Billy.
It's Williams. It's so good they named him twice Williams.
Billy.
Well done, Bill. Is he allowed to field there as a substitute? Is that not? Anyway.
Yeah, it's a specialist fielding position, is that?
Yeah,
Isn't it?
I think so. My favourite quote about Mike and Bernie Winters, asked Eric Morecambe, if you hadn't been a comedian, what would you have been? And he said, Mike and Bernie Winters. Oh, he tries to uppercut that one. Harry came and misses. He's tried that twice in the last couple, and that's been given wide as well. It's a bit harsh, isn't it?
But consistent.
I didn't think that one was quite as high, but anyway, Bailey thought it was harsh too. Whatever Tom thinks, I generally think. He's pointing now. What's he pointing to? He wants somebody to move.
I can't say too much in support of the Bale dog anymore because it's become a bit of an embarrassment.
Is it?
My support for him.
Really?
I don't think it's been appreciated. Has he got that record yet?
He's coming into bowl now. Bowls 2K, who goes up on his toes and forces the ball out into the offside. It's fielded by Keaton Jennings, and there's no run. He's fielding in the covers. He's having a word with Paul Baldwin, the umpire at our end, at the Brian Statham end. Simon Widdop is the umpire at the James Anderson end. I'm not sure that Anderson is still out there at the moment. That might be who Williams has replaced, as Bailey is in and bowls. That's turned into the leg side. Straight to George Bell.
Not so much a record as a milestone.
Excellent.
400. He hasn't got there, and it still needs another 3. Oh yeah. 397 wickets, first-class wickets.
Do they include his first innings ones, though?
Well, they should do, because they're normally updated.
Well, I'm only asking.
Well, you do right to ask. We'll double check.
Did he get 3 in the first innings?
Well, that was 400. Did you miss that?
Here comes Bailey and bowls. That one's down the leg side, and you can't get anywhere near it. Can't.
That's why I looked.
I think he got 3 in the first innings, did he?
No, in the first innings.
Yeah, that's the second innings.
Yeah, all right.
No, he didn't get any.
No, so that's why he's still on 397. Now, thanks for confusing the issue there. Still 3-3 for his 400.
What a glorious way to go to it with the last wicket of the match in the final over.
With me commentating.
I wouldn't be anywhere near it. Bailey's in and bowls. That one's clipped away off his toes by Harry Kame. I think there's only going to be one out. He's going to come back for the second as well. He might have to hurry, but he's done really well there, Harry Kame. It was well fielded by Tom Hartley. There was nothing wrong with the pickup and the throw. Kame was just too quick. 4 runs come off the over, 3 off the bat and 1 from the wide.
Here we go.
121 for 2 at the end of the over. Madsen 13, Kame has 54. And Derbyshire now need 208 from 53 overs.
Helmets at the ready. Got the
Bit of spin.
Yes.
It's what you would have wanted.
Bit of spin. You may be listening to us right now on a very exciting, brand new Sports Extra 2.
Well, we've been promoted because we were on 3 on Friday.
Well, it's debatable as to whether,
Well, on Friday we thought the
better than
higher
3.
the number, the better the station. But today I'm going with the closer to 1.
Sports Extra 2. Over on Sports Extra right now are Durham versus Nottinghamshire. And Nottinghamshire have lost a 5th wicket. They only trail by 9 runs, though. 248 for 5. Joe Clark's on 64. Haynes is out for 24. Obviously, you want to stay with us, but that is one of the other games going on. You can follow that if you're listening on the BBC, on BBC Sound, on Sports extra.
74 from Ben Slater, the Chesterfield boy, former Derbyshire man.
We're going to see spin here in the meantime. Gloucestershire, also in Division 2, 19 for 2, need just another 143 to win, having bowled Kent out for 253. Hartley around the wicket, in bowls, driven hard, firm, and then fielded eventually by Luke Wells. Initially there was a tumbling attempt from Balderson to stop that one on the leg side.
I can't remember when you came on, Kev.
Too long ago, I'm sure, for many people. Hartley in bowls and swept very nicely, but it's gone out there on the deep, of which Williams gets to it again quickly. So it's just one run. Good running. Gloucestershire have not won in Bristol since September of 2022.
Really?
I knew you'd be interested in that.
Sounds like, no, it's not. Sounds a bit like Derbyshire's run at Derby, though, until they beat Gloucestershire at the start of the season.
Forward short leg in. But a short, fine leg.
They don't play at an outground. No, oh, they play at Cheltenham, of course they do.
Bring in a man on the offside who was deep out there in the covers, now into extra cover. Hartley. Over the wicket, in the bowls. Well, he looks to sweep that, and I don't think it did come off the top edge into his face, or did it?
I thought it had, but the umpires seem unconcerned.
Well, they do.
That's what it felt like to me.
Came on 54 not out. Hartley in bowls. Whipped away on the onside for Wells. Very pleased to see Luke getting some runs at the top of the order.
First time he batted at the top of the order this season.
Yeah. Well, he should be there. And I get the impression he might be for a little while now.
Yeah, I think so. 141 in the first inning.
Yeah.
Got Susie Bates batting at Blackpool.
Yes.
For Durham.
For Durham, yeah. 123 for 2 here. 206 still needed.
30 for 1 there, Durham. They need 240.
Bailey is sent out deeper there. That's third. The Hartley coming over the wicket with his spin in, gets down to sweep that again. This time it's direct to Williams. So they'll still get one. So it doesn't matter whether they hit it to him directly or whether he has to sprint and get to it. He's still saving the boundaries out there. Yeah.
Madsen loves a sweep shot.
124 for 2. Madsen moves to 15 off 44 balls. Hartley again. Bowls, use of the feet. Oh my gosh. He was very lucky that felt just to the right hand side. He being being lucky. Of the man at forward short leg. There are a few ooh moments for Derbyshire.
Yeah,
and there's going to be all the way through.
I said very early on that Derbyshire are going to need a bit of luck. That's a homage to Eric Morecambe.
I was very much looking for some instruction from the boss, and you can't do that when you're on screen, David.
No, indeed. I said early on that if Derbyshire are to chase this down, they're going to need a fair old slice of luck, and they've had a few bits of luck, inside edges and that kind of thing.
Yeah.
So I'll do one more over, and then Scott could come back.
Do you want this seat though, Scott? You're not bothered with seats.
He couldn't care less. No. Scott doesn't matter where
he gives that impression.
Yeah,
but I think
I think he doesn't give that impression at all. As Bailey bowls a short delivery now, is that a wide? No, that's one for the over. You see, that's not as consistent as it might have been, and it remains at 125 for 2. Although the television screen says 124 for 2, and so does my eyes come off because they thought that was going to be wide. I think.
Based on that had gone before.
Well, maybe. I think so.
Yeah.
But they're very quick on the trigger in the scorebox. As Bailey's in again, Madsen cuts away for 4. That's a really nice shot from Wayne Madsen. He's not going to miss out there. 4 and over will do Derbyshire. And there's 1 in 1 shot. Wayne Madsen, really nicely done. He moves on to 19. The 50 partnership between Madsen and Kame off 94 balls. It's taken them 4 minutes over the hour. Bailey's on his way in once again. Bowls down the leg side. Oh, he's been caught. He's got a little feather on that one, Wayne Madsen, and he goes for 19. It's a big breakthrough for Lancashire. Madsen, the Derbyshire skipper's gone. They have their 3rd wicket, the home side. They're 128 for 3 now. They still need another 201 runs. Madsen goes for 19.
Just about to say, following that shot earlier, just how sensibly they were keeping their options open for those attacking shots, to show some intent, to make sure that they didn't get too far behind, and then they get strangled down the leg side like that, and you could see the look of frustration, thinking, what on earth have I done there? They will say that's a very unlucky dismissal, don't they? But
they say that. But I'm not sure.
However, Lancashire will be delighted with it, and Bailey moves to within 2 of his 400 now. Good dive across from Hurst to take that, and look at the look on his face. Oh, by gum, he's pumped up.
That's one of the first innings heroes, Brooke Guest. Top scored with 70 something, 77.
Yeah.
He's come out to join Harry Kane, who's already passed the first milestone of at least 2 that he hopes to get to, having reached his half century a little earlier off 72 balls. He's on to 55 now, but 201 to win off 51 and a half overs. You can pretty much work out yourselves that it's just a touch under 4.
I prefer the fact you did it for me.
The required rate. The current run rate is 3.5, which is around about the average for the entire match. So wickets in hand are going to be crucial for Derbyshire, and that chipping away is massively important for Lancashire.
I see somebody's just viewed my profile on LinkedIn. It's always at those moments.
Have they?
It's always those moments. I think, I wonder if it's a big money signing.
Yeah, it could be, couldn't it?
And over the last, I don't know, 6-7 years, it's never happened. They've looked. But that's the end of it. Yeah.
They've left.
Yeah.
I don't pay for it, so if you don't pay, they don't tell
No,
you.
well, I don't pay.
Oh, right, okay.
No. If you don't pay, you never find out who it is.
No. They're sort of blurred out, aren't they?
Yeah.
Yeah. Somebody from a large pharmaceutical company has been looking at your profile. Send us your money and we'll tell you who it was.
Yeah. Anyway, you were going to step... Oh, no, is it still your...
I am going to step away,
Okay.
but I could have stepped away halfway through the over there, couldn't I, really? That would have saved all this nonsense that we're talking now.
Do you think Bailey could get to it with a hat-trick?
If he gets another wicket with this ball, you can do the last 2 and I'll go. Bailey into Brooke Guest, and he pushes that one into the onside where Wells does the fielding.
As I say, it's a sad truth that I have to face, that I'd be the last person he'd want commentating on his 400th first-class wicket. It pains me to say so. But we get Scott in for that, wouldn't we? Big moment like that. Could happen. Maybe a little fortunate in getting rid of Madsen there, but...
Bit of movement in the field. It's a backward point now, rather than a deep gully. As Bailey is in, and Brooke Guest pushes it up to the straighter of the 4 fielders, catching on the leg side. No, there's only 3. One of them's Harry Kane, look. Should wear different colours in cricket. Should that make it a lot easier? If anybody's ever thought of that?
Sounds to ever so wide out, isn't it, to keep out
Yeah,
of the way.
yeah. Well, he'll now be running on some very fresh grass, won't he? So he's got to be careful of that.
Not to slip and slide.
Mm.
Another field change. I love the work of the captain, actually. Inventive.
One of them's
looking for opportunities.
One's been taken out and pushed out onto the square leg boundary now. I think that's George Bell, who's out there. Final ball of the over. Bailey bowls, and he's taken it on, and it goes out to Bell, but it's a single because it hits the deck quite quickly. Guest off the mark then, although he hasn't been given the run for some reason on the board. They're having a shocker. There was definitely a run off that ball, wasn't there?
There is, but I'd ask you politely not to have a go at the scoreboard, people, because I believe that... Oh, we're on again. Because of the simple fact that they are one of the best in the country.
They might be, but they've got that wrong. 129 for 3, Derbyshire.
Well, they've got it right there.
Derbyshire need exactly 200, and the board needs to sort itself out.
Can you do that? Can you do that sort of little trick where you can point to the... Oh, look at that. Look, they've got the run there. Oh, hey, I've got this off to a tee here now. I'm very excited about that. Yeah. Oh, hello. 128 for 3. 37 overs gone. Guest is off the mark. He's got one, or at least we believe he has. Came on 55. Hello, Scott.
Hello.
Mondays in Manchester.
Yes, you like your Mondays in Manchester.
I do like my Mondays in Manchester, yeah. It's Monday, it must be Manchester.
Lovely place to spend it.
Wow, I can't think of anywhere finer.
No.
Hartley. Into Guest, in and bowls, and looking to sweep into the pads there of Kane, who's sitting on 55 at the moment. Didn't need me getting up at 3 o'clock this morning.
Oh, that sounds...
Well, yes,
grim.
It felt grim until the very fine moment not long after I began my journey, which made me feel an awful lot better. I was coming out of London Village. Hartley in, bowls, goes back, punched away, one for Wells to try and get hold of, and he should do quite easily, so they get a single. Derbyshire moves to 129 for 3. That little moment where you think, oh really, what am I doing here? It's 3:30 in the morning, I'm driving along, and that little message, that little voice says, in 200 metres, bare left. And Hartley is in, bowls and goes back, turned away for no run. Yes, so it's yards, isn't it? In 200 yards, please bear left and follow the signs to the north. And all of a sudden it felt so the right thing to do.
You're heading
I'm going home. I'm going home.
Head.
But it was still 3:30 in the morning. Hartley. Oh, that's sort of come off the outside edge of the bat. A little bit of a turn there and almost had the better of Kane. Good contest again between these two.
What time did you go to bed last night? Till up at 3:30 in the morning? Well, actually, if you were leaving at 3:30 in the morning.
Yeah, I just went straight through, mate.
Pulled an all-nighter.
Yeah.
It's the way you live, isn't it? Rock and roll.
Came on 55. The thing was about 9:30.
You'd be goose later.
Hartley in, bowls, goes back and worked away for a single behind square on the leg side. Gets a single. Well, you say that. The score, more importantly, moves to 131 for 3. By setting off so early, what I factor in, if the traffic's not too bad, is a couple of snoozes.
Oh, you did a snooze en route?
I did two snoozes. Next ball, goes back. Oh, that's got through everything, racing down towards the boundary. A little bit of lift away, and it's been pulled in just inside the boundary by Bohannon. Signalled as leg byes. Was that signalled as a 4? No.
No, leg byes.
Just one. Two leg byes to finish the over. 133 for 3. Guest on 2. Came on 56. Now, so I set off early just in case, something unwelcome happens on the roads and there's a delay. But if there isn't, factor in a couple of
snoozes.
Do
you have a regular snooze stop?
Well, no, because
do you have a regular place where you go to snooze?
Well,
I know I'm
the
going
service
there.
station. It's not
But any particular service station?
No,
just anyone.
Just the one that turns up after about a couple of hours.
Got you, okay.
Pull on the side.
Yeah.
20 minutes. Off they go. And you wake up and you'd be surprised. I don't know if anybody else does this, but 20 minutes is just optimum time.
Little boost to the energy.
You wake up and you think, wow, let's go again. I didn't really need the second snooze, but I still took it because of the essential. Anyway, and here I am, and looking forward to a good finish, which it still might well be in this game. Only 3 down here, Derbyshire, 133 for 3.
Yes, Madsen felt like a particularly wicket, didn't it?
It did, because he looked as if he was just getting a bit of an intent.
There's Bailey in, ball short to Harry Kane, through to Matthew Hurst, and there's no run. Well, both these batters came in this innings with his 56, and Brooke Guest in the first. He made 77, batted very nicely in the first innings. 196 more required for Derbyshire. Bailey He's got one so far. Sets off again from the Anderson end. He's over the wicket and bowls. Again, going back, clipping the ball away off his pads. That got Lancashire interested. He takes a single, moves to 57, 134 for 3. Brings Brooke Guest on strike. He's unbeaten on 2. But still, I think it's still a pretty good effort. Is that from you, Als? 3:30 in the morning departure. I mean, that is commitment to be in Manchester on a Monday morning, is that? That shows a lot of commitment.
Washed, shaved, everything. 3 o'clock this morning.
Fantastic. Superb. Bailey into Guest. Just drops it into the offside. And there's no run. That's Will Williams who's fielding cover. Anderson isn't on the field. Derbyshire might be thinking that they might not be facing Jimmy again. He bowled 12 overs in the first innings. He's bowled 10 in the second. Bailey to Guest, short down the leg side, taken by Hurst. No run. Lancashire like that short ball to Brooke Guest. And 34 for 3. So we'll see whether Jimmy will be used again. Oh, he's on the balcony there. I can see him on Lancs TV.
Stretches.
Doing a few stretches. Top work.
He doesn't look pained while stretching.
No, it was just that they only used him in 2 5-over bursts. Punched away towards mid-off by Brooke Guest, and there's no run in the first innings. He came back right at the end of the innings to take the second new ball much later on. They didn't go to him with the second new ball to begin with. I think they used at least 3, if not 4 bowlers before him to try and wrap up the innings in Derbyshire's first innings. But because they were struggling to get them out before the follow-on target, they went back to Jimmy for 2 more overs. But he did only bowled 5 overs and then came back and bowled another 5 in the first innings. He's bowled 10 so far in the second innings. So how much more will Derbyshire have to face of Jimmy?
If I'm right in thinking there will be just a few overs of a new ball should be needed, like right at the end.
Yes, Bailey's in. That's driven firmly by Brooke Guest to Jennings. And there's no run. It's the end of the over. 134 for 3. We've had 39 overs of the second innings. 49 remaining in the day.
There'll just be a handful, and I would suggest that you might be calling on the big man for that. And I would be calling on the big man again. I know it's a bit cliched and maybe a bit predictable, but I think could be profitable. On again immediately after the break again at tea.
Well,
you've got to get yourself back in, you see.
Well, it just depends how many overs that.
It's not England, remember now. They can do their own thing.
Well,
just
they can, but
off.
I think Lancashire have held him back.
They've got to be sensible.
And this is it, you see. Yeah.
But equally, these are big games.
And he's a big game player.
Seriously. Well, you don't need me to tell you. Everybody knows there's big games at the moment for Lancashire, for the obvious reasons of where they look in the table. But obviously, he's not. If he doesn't feel right, that would be stupidity. But as long as he feels he can just maybe do a few overs. Hartley in bowls, goes back. Oh, goes back and it sort of sits up, spins into him. And this is Kame, who's still finding life tricky, difficult, but it's supposed to be. And he's going to face the battle and hopefully come out on top from Derbyshire's point of view. On 57, just turned again out of the reach of the man at forward short leg. George Bell looking after things there under the helmet. He's got a slip in as well. Tall figure of Tom Hartley back at his mark. Going from the Statham end. In now, and that's pushed away. Not cleanly stopped, so they'll certainly be able to come back for 2. How far has that gone? Is it going to get to the boundary? They'll come back for 3. Luke Wells finally gets to it. So that's 3 more to the total. 137 for 3. So Marcus Harris, was it, who couldn't quite feel that cleanly? Or was he swung? He's maybe swapped. But the fielder has not quite got down as sharp as he would have liked to have done. That's into the pads of Brooke Guest, who's on 2, not out at the moment, 137 for 3. So his mark again is Hartley. Looking to sweep. Oh, bowled him, gone round behind his legs. Guest has gone for 2. Hartley strikes again, it's 4 down. Derbyshire 137 for 4. Lancashire need the wickets, taking the wickets at the moment. And still at this stage, Derbyshire 192 off the required target. And Lancashire will feel they really are opening up a few doors here to a possible victory. Guest is out for 2. He faced 12 deliveries, out there for a quarter of an hour, just the 15 minutes. And he's been bowled by Tom Hartley, getting down to sweep. Behind the legs, into the stumps. And Guest is on his way. And the pressure now upon Derbyshire. And Lancashire feeling all the more optimistic. It's just gone 3 o'clock on the final day. We talk about Mondays in Manchester. They can often be the most awkward and frustrating and annoying for Lancashire. They want that to look and feel different today. Well, the way things are going, it's shaping up that way. But still work to do for both teams.
There is, yes. It's shaping up to be quite an interesting finish, though.
It is. But Lancashire with the tails up at the moment.
The tails are up. They've not been up much this season.
No.
They've been droopy tails.
They have. Floppy.
Floppy
tails. Floppy.
But they're a bit more perky now.
Fair.
But a lot can change between now and the end of the day.
Been a lot of Andersons in this game, haven't there?
Yeah, loads of them. Which is great. We love an Anderson.
Me too. Me too.
Got naught in the first innings, did Martin. He was a victim of George Bodson, who picked up 2 wickets in an over. Dismissing Martin Anderson for naught, LBW.
We'll have to quickly draw your attention to Bristol, where Gloucestershire are 39 for 3.
Goodness.
Need another 123 to beat Kent. Not one in Bristol since 2022.
Really?
Maybe that's weighing heavy on them.
Gloucestershire not won at home in 2020.
Well, at Bristol.
Oh, at Bristol, right. Okay.
As opposed to Cheltenham.
Got you. Yep.
Glad you keep it up there.
Just about.
1 ball left of this over. It's Hartley's 7th over. His figures are 1 for 16. Bit of a delay, but that's because we've got the helmet coming out for Josh Bohannon. We're going to crowd around Anderson. You've got a slip, you've got a forward short leg, and you've got a silly point right there in front of him. So Hartley now in the bowls, looking for another wicket. Worked away through the mid-wicket area. As Harris will go chasing that. I don't think he's going to get the better of it. No, it's a 4. 4 to finish off the over, but still the wicket was taken. 141 for 4. Anderson is on 4. Game is on 60. I'm here to give a break to our good friend, Mr. Fletch, but he's pacing.
He's pacing.
I think maybe he needs to come on because he's got a lot of nervous energy.
Yeah,
in those knees. He told me last night that he was going to put on his posh shorts today. Clearly he forgot. But already it created a picture in my mind where I'm thinking, really, 3 o'clock in the morning, is that really worth getting up at 3 o'clock in the morning to see that? I think we all know the answer.
$141 for 4. There's Bailey in the balls to Kane. Clipped away off the pads out towards Anderson Phillip, who's at deep square leg for a single. 142 for 4. So we've got just over half an hour left, haven't we, of the afternoon session. Went down into the final over, didn't it, of the game between Glamorgan and Derbyshire a couple of weeks ago?
It very much did. Very much.
A bit of drama at the end there.
In fact, in all seriousness, there have been quite a few games that have gone down to 1 wicket. Generally, up and down the country.
Bailey into Anderson, short ball, which he leaves. Yeah, well, it's got the makings of something similar, hasn't it? There's only been really one game that's been of final day kind of dramatic drama, which was the first game, actually, the Middlesex Lancashire game at Lords for Lancashire. That went down to the final few deliveries of the match, but the others really haven't had that sense of jeopardy going into the last day. Bailey over the wicket, balls. Anderson defends to Anderson, and there is no run. Martin the batter, and James is fielding again, as Lancashire have done now pretty much through the course of this innings, with these 3 fielders on the leg side, 3 short mid wickets, deep square, long leg, and Bailey bowling over the wicket and just angling the ball in and taking out really any scoring options. Short again by Bailey, crouching underneath it. Is Martin Anderson through to Matty Hurst, and there's no run.
His body language of Anderson suggests he's not liking this very much, and why would you? How would you? Again, more changing. He likes to mix it about. There's the old captain here, doesn't he?
He does, doesn't he? Yeah, he's not shy of that. Bowling changes, fielding changes.
Puts Keaton at leg slip here. Was out on the offside. Now Anderson holds him up, saying, "Well, hold on, mate. You've just changed your field here. I need a moment or two."
Bailey has to go back, circles round, and sets off again into Anderson, clipped away down towards the fine leg fielder Tom Hartley for a single. He's had runs this season, Martin Anderson, a couple of centuries to his name, pushing up towards 400 runs. Yeah, twice he's got to 3 figures this season for Derbyshire.
This is a tricky game for Lancashire. I mean, Derbyshire are up there towards the top of the table, they're in the 2nd division. They're there for a reason. Therefore, this is not over yet. You're right.
Bailey to Kame, short, pulled towards the leg side where Anderson Phillip fields, and Harry Kame gets 1 run. He keeps the strike as well, so he's on 62 and 144 for 4. Derbyshire's 2nd innings score, so a further 185 needed to win. 6 wickets required for Lancashire.
Oh, getting the Sarnies out there. I wonder what they've held back until now at 3 o'clock. What's coming out? Oh, they can't get it out. We'll never find out. What do you think it would have been?
Ham and cheese.
What sandwich? You wouldn't hold on to a sandwich till this time of the day, surely.
Ham and cheese sandwich.
It'd be savoury. It'd be savoury. It would be a scone.
Oh, scone. Okay.
Oh,
yeah.
A scone, I'd give it. Well, she's taking it easy there, isn't she? Yeah. I love to look at the old spectators. Out and about. Yeah, he wants to be on his own today. He's keen. Yeah.
Got a lovely pink jacket, hasn't he?
Yeah. What's he doing? Oh, he's always putting his jacket away. It's that warm now. Don't need that. Jacket goes in the bag. Yeah. Kame. 62. Hartley bowls to him. Ball pops up. Oh my gosh. There was noises from the back of the box there. I can only presume he was Fletch. Am I right? I can't look at him. I think he thought that was going into the hands of Torch there in a moment. Oh, it's good stuff, though. This is entertaining cricket. Josh goes in again. Josh the Bosch, he goes in, wants his helmet. I'm not surprised. He goes in very close. It's all very tentative at the moment for Kame, although he's 62 off 92 balls. Goes back. Oh, well taken by the keeper standing up down the leg side. Oh, a wide. Going down the leg side, and that's why he's giving it. Well, there we are. Derbyshire won't complain. Score 145 for 4 now. Goes back and turns it away to the right-hand side of Bell. Comes up off the boundary. Noel Williams. He's got a pigeon down there for company. Makes his way back to the boundary rope. Pigeon stays where it is. Hartley. Balls goes back into the pads. Ooh. It's got me nervous. This is good stuff. What a wonderful little contest we've got going on here right now. This is Hartley to Anderson. Anderson on 5. Coming over the wicket. Plenty of close fielders in. Go into the pads. Well, where's that gone? Maybe they thought they came off a bit of bat as well, because no chance the keeper could have got down to that. He goes to his right, then to his left. Maybe if he'd been able to follow it, but it's just so difficult. Hartley's doing all sorts out here at the moment. That's the 3rd dot ball. And he's back in again. Gotta make sure you get a good, firm, assertive punch on that ball with the bat. Anything tentative, anything that you're not too sure about, it's just going to pop up for any of those fielders there. And Bohallen's going through it now. Look at him. This is what could happen to the left, to the right. Hartley in again, a little quicker. Does get that one away though to Williams. They're on the boundary, and it's one more run to finish off the over. 147 for 4. Target 329. Anderson on 6, came on 63. Tom Bailey sitting on 398 first-class wickets.
Yes, I have to wait, isn't he, for any more. There's going to be a bowling change by the looks of things. George Balderson.
There should be a commentary change as well, but once again they've got the old cam.
You can just go.
No, not with the waist the size I've got. I need to keep it below the strap of the score line there for as long as possible. I can't get up and let everybody see that now.
You could just shimmy away to the right.
No. I'm probably thinking, look, how slim does he look?
Who?
Me. There. You can't tell on that shot, look.
Well, you're near the camera. It's very unforgiving for you.
Yeah, I thought I was quite good. How dare you?
No, I mean it's an unforgiving position to be in.
Oh,
when
I
you're
see,
so close to the camera. You
anyway,
look lovely.
When they've switched that off, I'll move and Fletch will be in.
Excellent. Thank you, Kevin. Balderson then from the Anderson end with you know who on strike. And Martin Anderson defends to mid-wicket. And there is no run. I was going to tell Kevin to help himself to a salted caramel chocolate finger, but he's already left the commentary box. Courtesy of Matthew, who's operating the scoreboard today.
Doing a fine job. Yep. I won't hear any of anything said against him.
Yeah, and he's provided chocolate fingers for us.
Yeah.
You were having to go at the scoreboard, aren't you?
I was.
Here comes Balderson into Martin Anderson. That's defended to Jimmy Anderson, and there's no run.
What's happening here? Oh, no, it's all gone wrong.
Your laptop, your thing's not working.
We're back to normal again.
I think we're far from being normal.
Well, yes, you might be right. It was a blow losing guest. A real blow. 10 runs ago.
It's Balderson. Back in. Worked away off the pads. That's probably going to be well before, yeah. I think Fine Leg's going to get round to cut that off. Nice piece of timing from Martin Anderson. Just clipped away off the pads for 4. He moves to 10. 1-5-1 for 4.
He's been in good form this season, Martin Anderson. That duck yesterday was very out of character. Pressure's on at the moment. He scored a few down at Sophia Gardens. 70 odd.
In comes Balderson to Anderson. That's defended to the leg side. There's no run. Yeah, I was just having a look at his scores. I was saying to Kevin, he's got 2 centuries, hasn't he? He's not far away from 400 runs this season. He's having a pretty good year then with the bat.
Made 78 in the second innings down at Sophia Gardens in that ultimately unsuccessful run chase, putting on 97 with Guest. crease this time.
Balderson to Anderson, short and ignored. Short and a little down the leg side, and the umpire taps the shoulder. And for the over. 51 for 4. It's in the odd short ball, haven't we, from...
Bailey bowled quite a lot. And I mean, it's a legitimate run-restricting tactic, isn't it? Which is what Lancashire are still trying to do. Let's not forget.
Here comes Balderson to Anderson. And that's defended, and again there's no run. Yeah, which has been the ploy, hasn't it, through the course of the innings, with the field settings that they've had and the way that they've bowled, the line that they've bowled to the field that they've set, to try and just stop and prevent the scoring opportunities, and then I guess you kind of hope wickets follow as a result of that, with the batsmen maybe trying to play shots they wouldn't really want to play shots, or hit it into areas they don't want to hit it in. Build pressure by slowing the scoring rate down, and they've been chipping away nicely. They've got 4 of the 10 that they needed.
Kevin's right, that close-up when he's sitting in this chair is very unforgiving. 3.95 and over now, the required rate for Derbyshire. It started off at 3.73. It's got up a touch as Hartley will come over the wicket to Harry Kane, who's on 63, and he's been caught at short leg. He just stretched forward, it hit the bat and looped into the arms of short leg. George Bell in there. He's been waiting patiently for a catch, and he finally gets one, and Harry Kane's fairly lengthy vigil, 94 balls, comes to an end. Ball outside of stump, but he scooped it, left-handed as well, one-handed catch. I'm not sure why Harry Kane didn't think it was. It felt like it was, unless he's just disappointed.
Yeah.
And he goes, and Derbyshire, well, 2 all-rounders will be together now, Martin Anderson and Anuj Dell, as Harry Kane goes for 63. 151 for 5 now. Harry Kane dismissed for 63. Let's have a look close up. A little inside edge onto his pad then is what it was. I thought it had gone straight off the bat, which didn't seem possible, but yeah.
Well, he's been searching for that dismissal, hasn't he, Tom Hartley? Because he's bowling over the wicket, and there's a lot there potentially if he doesn't get right, where the batter can just kick it away. But he's been looking for that type of delivery that just brings him forward and gets a little inside edge either onto the pad or just turns it straight to short leg. It's the tactic that Hartley and the approach that Hartley's been looking for. I guess he's a dangerous. I mean, he's been called. He's been wided a couple of times because he's bowling over the wicket.
Yeah, it's the negative bowling.
Yeah,
it isn't negative at all. He's just missed his mark a bit.
Yeah,
but
yeah. You're kind of running the risk of that, aren't you? The batter can just kick it away, or you might get called wide. But also with that, if you can get it right and get the batter lunging forward, you bring in that short leg into play. So he's been working for that, Hartley, and he's got his reward.
It is Anuj Dell who does pad that one away. First ball. Not really been in sparkling form. Dell 143.6 Norton 34 this season. Going into this game, as this next delivery is also padded away. There'll be a lot of that coming up in the next wee while. He got 19 in the first innings, so he's due. Anuj Dell, he's due. If such a thing exists. Hartley again back into his crease he goes, and he just about gets him bat on that one, turns it down a fine leg where Philip Fields. Interesting to see. I think that's Blair Tickner having a walk around the boundary, which is good news. Is it him or is it the S&C? I think it might be the S&C actually. I can't see any tattoos. Next delivery is padded away by Anuj Dell. My eyes are so bad I've got to put the binoculars on it. Welcome back to listeners to Sports Extra, where we're just about to see the end of the 44th over of Derbyshire's second innings. It padded away by Anuj Dell once again. Derbyshire most recently losing Harry Kane for 63. They were 151 for 5. They remain 151 for 5. Lancashire 5 more wickets for their first win of the season. Derbyshire, well, they still need 178 runs from 44 overs. If they're to win this one, it's looking less and less likely as the required rate climbs over 4 runs and over.
Yes, yeah. It's potentially developing into a situation where it might be a lot of batting to do in the final session to try and not
yes, and I'm not
lose
sure,
the match.
with my hand on my heart, whether they have the batters necessarily to do that.
You're describing the situation at Cardiff a couple of weeks ago. There were 5 down going into the final session, is that right?
Yes.
Needing
they basically need to run a ball in the last hour.
Alderson's into Anderson. That's run down to third man. It'll be 4 runs for Martin Anderson. He moves on to 14. Score to 155 for 5.
They needed 98 off 96 going into the last hour. They lost 4 wickets and were clinging on for the last 28 balls, but they had Lewis Rees batting with a runner coming in at number 10, who has opened the batting in recent times, more recently has been at 6. The all-rounder.
Balderson to Anderson. That's defended to Jimmy Anderson. And there's no run. 155 for 5.
Yeah, it's the S&C. It's not Blattick. I thought it was perhaps asking a bit much for Blattick, who seems to have some kind of leg issue to do a lap of the ground. But
well, you mentioned a runner for Lewis Rees. He might require something like that.
Could need one.
Balderson to Anderson, forward and defending. Ball bouncing up towards Marcus Harris. He's at mid-off. There is no run.
Crucial, these 2 batters now, from a Derbyshire perspective, are still there at tea in 15 minutes' time.
Yeah.
I mean, crucial beyond belief.
Balderson to Martin Anderson. Short, he just helps it around the corner down to Tom Hartley at fine leg for a single. 156 for 5.
Yes, he never got a century. He didn't have a century to his name in first-class cricket before he joined Derbyshire. I don't think that's a coincidence. 28 years of age, Martin Anderson got 101 at Leicester and 107 against Middlesex at Derby. He also got a half-century, that 78 I was talking about, down at Sophia Gardens in the 2nd innings.
Balderson to Anish Dar. He's on the front foot and defending, and there's no run.
So he's in a bit of nick this season. It's good to see. But did make a duck in the first innings here. Will that make him doubly determined, I wonder? Over 8+7. That's the heavy roller.
156 for 5. Balderson turns, sets off again into Dar, who's tapping the ball away into the offside off the front foot. Flicked up with the right boot of Tom Bailey. Catches the ball and lobs it to his captain, Marcus Harris. End of the over.
Tom Hartley can't get in quick enough, can he?
No. Well, as you say, they cut him in one more before tea. 5 is a lot to get in a session, isn't it?
It is.
4 doesn't.
4 lower order batters would be a lot more comfortable than we have to get one of these 2 all-rounders out and then. Yeah, absolutely. Sun has disappeared for the time being. There's blue sky up above. I'm just trying to get the director to focus on the sky rather than me. I'm too close to this camera. Harris having a lengthy chat there with Hartley.
There's periods of the first game when Lancashire played at Middlesex.
Hartley bowls and Darrell pads it away.
I'm just thinking about what might develop after tea in terms of a run chase where we kind of written it off, it's not going to happen, and it slowly just bubbled up, and it's thinking, oh, maybe actually, because there's a good partnership together, and maybe it's back on again. Then Lancashire lost a couple of wickets, and they were hanging on for a draw. And
it's what you want, though, isn't it?
Yeah.
Interest all the way through to the close. Anderson just steps away momentarily. Hartley comes in and bowls to it, and that one is whipped away for 4 runs out to the right of Harris, out towards the long on boundary. Nice wristy shot from Martin Anderson. It moves on to 19 and Derbyshire to 160 for 5.
Just noticed on the screen to my left that Sophie Eccleston's bowling for Lancashire. This is against Durham in the Metrobank One Day Cup. Sophie, of course, not in that England squad.
She's been injured, hasn't she?
She has, yeah. So she's on her way back to full fitness, but she's bowling at the minute. 83 for 3 Durham, chasing 240.
Hartley in, padded away by Anderson. Yeah, I saw her come out to bat, and the next time I turned around she'd gone, so she didn't have a good time. Lancashire were batting as they made 239. Next delivery from Hartley is defended by Anderson. Straight back to the bowler, starts polishing it.
Distracted by Kate Cross, who's absolutely in hysterics at first slip in that game. I don't know what's going on, but Kate's finding it very funny.
Here is this next delivery from Hartley. It's the pads of Martin Anderson. Hit the pads very high and pitched outside leg stump. It was going to be okay. Last ball of the Hartley over, his 10th. That's padded away by Anderson. The ball is then rolled back towards the stumps and actually dislodges the bails by George Bell. He hasn't left his ground though. Martin Anderson, fortunately, he's on 19. Anisdale's it to get off the mark. Derbyshire 160 for 5 off 46 overs. Then he'd 169 for 4 off the remaining 42. That's pretty much the equation here.
Yeah, it's actually worked out quite nicely, hasn't it, to set the set it up for the evening session. Need fewer runs, but more runs, but 1 fewer wicket.
That would do it.
That'll do it nicely.
That would do it.
Balderson into Dahl. That's glanced away off the pads down to fine leg for a single. Gets his first run, and his Dahl 161 for 5. Gloucestershire have lost a 4th wicket in the run chase. So they're 57 for 4, Gloucestershire. Target of 162 to win, but 57 for 4 now. Miles Hammond, the man out. Here in Manchester, it's Balderson to Martin Anderson, who defends to the leg side, and there is no run. 61 for 5 to tea in 10 minutes. And we're quite a chunky final session, aren't we?
Yeah.
We've got 41 overs left after this, so it'll be quite a lengthy final session. A lot of batting to do, either to score runs or to save the match. Balderson to Anderson, forward and defending, and there's no run.
Yeah, well, we might get 3 overs in here, might we? So it might be down to, what, 39 overs in the final session. 16 at the start of the final hour. So if they've got spin at one end, they might get more than 16 in.
Yeah, Hartley settled into another very nice spell, hasn't he? From the Brian Statham end. Balderson in, it's short. And it's a good short ball by Balderson. I'd say particularly would be kind of an aspect of his bowling that you would see too often. But he dug the old one in pretty nicely. 161 for 5. On the bat from Martin Anderson. Marcus Harris having a conversation with George Balderson, and the conclusion is, well, he's going to wear the helmet, so he's going somewhere close. He's going to go short leg. It's George Bell. So we have the 3 kind of catching fielders in a little arc on the onside. Now got 1 short mid wicket. Anderson at short straight mid on, and Bell at forward short leg. foolish ball by Balderson, which is defended by Anderson to mid-off, where Marcus Harris fields, and there's no run. Stuck to this tactic Lancashire throughout the innings. The field's been set, strong on the leg side, catches close in at mid-wicket, bowling straight. Not giving Derbyshire much to work with. Forward again goes Anderson, defends back to Balderson. There's the end of the over, just the single coming off it. 161 for 5. Martin Anderson is on 19, Anuj Dal is on 1, and 168 further runs required for Derbyshire. 5 wickets for Lancashire. Hartley's going to continue. He's almost sprinted up to hand his cap to the umpire. He's bowled 10 overs, 2 for 27.
Real test for Derbyshire, this, of their newfound resilience. Yet to lose a game of cricket this season. But staring down the barrel right now with 41 overs left and still 168 runs required. And of course, because it's +7 on the board, they can stop and have a chat and find out what they're going to do at the close of play. Get it off the board. So the chat there was between Luke Wells, Marcus Harris and Tom Hartley. Then Wells disappeared. He's gone into leg slip. Marcus Harris then had a further chat with Hartley, and we're about to start the over. He bowls to Anuj Dal, who kicks it away. First ball. And it looks as though Anuj Dal has worked this out as being his tactic to combat the left arm over the wicket. Just got to be careful with the one that pitches on the stumps, as he goes back and defends one that does exactly that. Pushes it back towards Hartley. And his 11th over, 7th of this spell. 2 for 19 since he returned. He's in once again, and Dal goes back and manages to play that into the ground off a glove, I think. Did well to keep it down. Has easily ballooned into the arms of the waiting George Bell at short leg. Bohannon's at silly mid-off. This next delivery is padded away by Anuj Dal, who's not showing any aggression at all at the moment, intent on getting through to tea in 5 minutes' time, I'm sure. And then see where they are, as they say. I think we know where they are. It's quite deep. There's this one. Oh, he goes back. There's an appeal for leg before wicket from just about everybody on the field, including Anderson Phillip, who's standing at short fine leg and couldn't possibly have had a view of that. The same way that we haven't either. Pitched outside leg. Can't be out. Oh, Hartley loses his run. Perhaps he doesn't want another over before tea himself. We'll definitely get one more at least, and he's in now. Closer to the stumps he bowled that one, but again he pitched it outside leg stump and it was kicked away by Anuj Dal once again. It's keeping the scoring rate down. It's basically saying to Derbyshire, well, you're not going to score any runs. It's a bit dull though, isn't it? 161 for 5 after 48 overs. Derbyshire need 168 to win. I understand why they're doing it, but you know, you've got two batters, one who's in no sort of form at all, one who got a duck in the first innings. Anyway,
I actually think they bowled really well. I think it's been excellent.
Oh no, I entirely understand the tactic, but it's not much of a spectacle at the moment. It's the right thing to do because it means that Derbyshire's the required rate's going up and up and up, and they're never going to be able to score at that particular rate.
Here's Balderson to Martin Anderson. Defender back to him, and there's no run. I think on Tom Hartley, he's had a lot of bowling this season. 11 overs here in this innings, 2 for 27. He's bowled a lot here at Emirates Old Trafford this season. And going back to that point I made the other day about his economy rate. Balderson's into Anderson. That's pulled away. That's going to be 4. That'll just help. Just ease a little bit of some pressure that's being built. Rare boundary. Not seen too many of those, but Martin Anderson does manage to swap that out towards backward square leg for 4.
That's what they need. 4.2 it's gone up to now. Required rate.
165 for 5. But yeah, just on Hartley, I think there's only Balderson that's bowled more than Tom Hartley this season for Lancashire. But Balderson's in, forward and defending is Anderson. There's no run. He's picked up 10 wickets, Tom Hartley. But for me, the impressive thing has been the way he's bowled here on pretty flat pitches with not a lot of help. And he's barely got a 3 and over. And he's bowled 160 overs this season.
No, it's decent, isn't it? He's going at less than 3s in his second innings as well.
Balderson to Martin Anderson off the back foot, trying to find a way into the offside. And through the offside. Any kind of gap in the offside? The answer is no. It's gone straight to Bailey. And there's no run. This will be the last over before the tea break. Yep, and as you said, Fletch will be 39 to go in the evening session. 164 is the runs required. It's driven by Martin Anderson to James Anderson, and there's no run.
Yes, there's going to be some tension. Be some nerves. Not sure how much big hitting there'll be. You never know.
No,
I saw Aitchison striking the ball quite well. 39. Just looking, they will get a new ball.
Off the back foot, because Anderson defends back to Balderson. They've done a job there, Martin Anderson and Ajuzdar. They've got Derbyshire to tea, I think. Oh, it might be time for one more. Yeah, it's going to be. It's just ticked over to 22. So do we have time for one more? No, just goes to 22. So that will be tea. Yeah, there's not been a lot of run scoring there because I think Lancashire have bowled very well to a plan. But Martin Anderson and Ajuzdar have got Derbyshire to tea with 5 wickets remaining to get 164 more runs to win. And if that doesn't work out, they've got 5 wickets to play with, trying to get through that final session. I think that's a pretty decent effort by Anderson and by Dahl, because there wasn't much there for them to try and work with.
No, there wasn't. And, well, I said it's going to be tense. A lot rests on these two, clearly. Zach Chappell, potentially next, then Ben Aitchison. And then the Rochdale Richards, Jack Bowley, and Blair Tickner potentially with a runner. That's what's left to come for Derbyshire. 2 wickets for Hartley, 2 wickets for Anderson, 1 for Bailey. 63 from Harry Kane, the best effort from Derbyshire. 30 from David Lloyd as well. Just confirmation on Lancs TV of those bowling figures. 2 for Anderson, 2 for Hartley, and 1 for Bailey. But the striking thing there, Anderson going at 2.1 runs and over, and Hartley going at 2.45 runs and over, and Derbyshire are going to need in excess of 4 overs. A couple of half-century partnerships, but fortunately, one between Madsen and Kame and one between Lloyd and Kame. Unfortunately, they've lost wickets since then, and that's why at tea Derbyshire are 165 for 5 and still need a further 164 to win.
Two names rich in history. Barton's, our family-run business with over 100 years of experience in drinks distribution, and Lancashire Cricket, a club drenched in tradition, heritage and globally recognised moments. Since 1917, Barton's has been supplying the finest wines, soft drinks and premium beverages across the UK, partnering with world-class brands to bring unforgettable experiences to every occasion. Now, we're excited to announce we will be bringing that same passion to cricket fans at Emirates Old Trafford. As the official wine, spirits and soft drinks partner of Lancashire Cricket, we're elevating matchday experiences, hospitality and celebrations across the next 3 years. From the first ball to the final cheers, Barton's is here to make every moment one to savour. Keep an eye out for some familiar brands such as Guinness, Celavino, VK Hooch and Britvic. Barton's and Lancashire Cricket, partnership built on passion, unforgettable moments and history.
L is for the way you look at me. O is for the only one I see. V is very, very extraordinary.
Welcome to the opening day. Oh, that is a wonderful shot.
This is a call for hungry dreamers and hard-working self-believers. Success is down to more than just luck and talent. It's striving to be the best, breaking the boundaries and never giving up. Are you ready to become your best self? Are you ready to unlock your greatness? So what are you waiting for? This is Education Evolved. This is UA 92.
When I was a kid, there was no professional women's cricket. I didn't even think that women could be professional sports people.
Especially early on, it just didn't really seem like there was a career in it.
To support myself around cricket, I had to work at the petrol garage.
I was the only girl, so I stood out.
I'd love for young girls to be able to dream about being an athlete and it to be achievable.
Thanks to the Hilton funding my contract, it's allowed me to play the game that I love all day, every day.
We're like an engine and we need to be fueled with the right gas.
Without funding, we can't be visible. You can't be what you can't see.
As a team, it feels like we're breaking boundaries.
Thunder and Lancashire always want to put women's cricket at the forefront, and now I think that's really shining through.
It's mad to think that without the Hilton funding, like, we wouldn't be playing cricket every day, training.
Well, we could be, but we wouldn't have any money.
We wouldn't, yeah, true.
Two names rich in history, Barton's, our family-run business with over 100 years of experience in drinks distribution, and Lancashire Cricket, a club drenched in tradition, heritage and globally recognised moments. Since 1917, Barton's has been supplying the finest wines, soft drinks and premium beverages across the UK, partnering with world-class brands to bring unforgettable experiences to every occasion. Now, we're excited to announce we will be bringing that same passion to cricket fans at Emirates Old Trafford. As the official wine, spirits and soft drinks partner of Lancashire Cricket, we're elevating matchday experiences, hospitality and celebrations across the next 3 years. From the first ball to the final cheers, Barton's is here to make every moment one to savour. Keep an eye out for some familiar brands such as Guinness, Celavino, VK Hooch and Britvic. Barton's and Lancashire Cricket, partnership built on passion, unforgettable moments and history.
L is for the way you look at me. O is for the only one I see. V is very, very extraordinary.
Welcome to the opening day. Oh, that is a wonderful shot.
This is a call for hungry dreamers and hard-working self-believers. Success is down to more than just luck and talent. It's striving to be the best, breaking the boundaries and never giving up. Are you ready to become your best self? Are you ready to unlock your greatness? So what are you waiting for? This is Education Evolved. This is UA 92.
When I was a kid, there was no professional women's cricket. I didn't even think that women could be professional sports people.
Especially early on, it just didn't really seem like there was a career in it.
To support myself around cricket, I had to work at the petrol garage.
I was the only girl, so I stood out.
I'd love for young girls to be able to dream about being an athlete and it to be achievable.
Thanks to the Hilton funding my contract, it's allowed me to play the game that I love all day, every day.
We're like an engine and we need to be fuelled with the right gas.
Without funding, we can't be visible. You can't be what you can't see.
As a team, it feels like we're breaking boundaries.
Thunder and Lancashire always want to put women's cricket at the forefront, and now I think that's really shining through.
It's mad to think that without the Hilton funding, like, we wouldn't be playing cricket every day, training.
Well, we could be, but we wouldn't have any money.
We wouldn't, yeah, true.
Two names rich in history, Barton's, our family-run business with over 100 years of experience in drinks distribution, and Lancashire Cricket, a club drenched in tradition, heritage and globally recognised moments. Since 1917, Barton's has been supplying the finest wines, soft drinks and premium beverages across the UK, partnering with world-class brands to bring unforgettable experiences to every occasion. Now, we're excited to announce we will be bringing that same passion to cricket fans at Emirates Old Trafford. As the official wine, spirits and soft drinks partner of Lancashire Cricket, we're elevating matchday experiences, hospitality and celebrations across the next 3 years. From the first ball to the final cheers, Barton's is here to make every moment one to savour. Keep an eye out for some familiar brands such as Guinness, Celavino, VK Hooch and Britvic. Barton's and Lancashire Cricket, partnership built on passion, unforgettable moments and history.
L is for the way you look at me. O is for the only one I see. V is very, very extraordinary.
Welcome to the opening day. Oh, that is a wonderful shot.
This is a call for hungry dreamers and hard-working self-believers. Success is down to more than just luck and talent. It's striving to be the best, breaking the boundaries and never giving up. Are you ready to become your best self? Are you ready to unlock your greatness? So what are you waiting for? This is Education Evolved. This is UA 92.
When I was a kid, there was no professional women's cricket. I didn't even think that women could be professional sports people.
Especially early on, it just didn't really seem like there was a career in it.
To support myself around cricket, I had to work at the petrol garage.
I was the only girl, so I stood out.
I'd love for young girls to be able to dream about being an athlete and it to be achievable.
Thanks to the Hilton funding my contract, it's allowed me to play the game that I love all day, every day.
We're like an engine and we need to be fueled with the right gas.
Without funding, we can't be visible. You can't be what you can't see.
As a team, it feels like we're breaking boundaries.
Thunder and Lancashire always want to put women's cricket at the forefront, and now I think that's really shining through.
It's mad to think that without the Hilton funding, like, we wouldn't be playing cricket every day, training.
Well, we could be, but we wouldn't have any money.
We wouldn't, yeah, true.
Two names rich in history: Barton's, our family-run business with over 100 years of experience in drinks distribution, and Lancashire Cricket, a club drenched in tradition, heritage and globally recognised moments. Since 1917, Barton's has been supplying the finest wines, soft drinks and premium beverages across the UK, partnering with world-class brands to bring unforgettable experiences to every occasion. Now, we're excited to announce we will be bringing that same passion to cricket fans at Emirates Old Trafford. As the official wine, spirits and soft drinks partner of Lancashire Cricket, we're elevating matchday experiences, hospitality and celebrations across the next 3 years. From the first ball to the final cheers, Barton's is here to make every moment one to savour. Keep an eye out for some familiar brands such as Guinness, Celavino, VK Hooch and Britvic. Barton's and Lancashire Cricket, partnership built on passion, unforgettable moments and history.
L is for the way you look at me. O is for the only one I see. V is very, very extraordinary.
Welcome to the opening day. Oh, that is a wonderful shot.
This is a call for hungry dreamers and hard-working self-believers. Success is down to more than just luck and talent. It's striving to be the best, breaking the boundaries and never giving up. Are you ready to become your best self? Are you ready to unlock your greatness? So what are you waiting for? This is Education Evolved. This is UA 92.
When I was a kid, there was no professional women's cricket. I didn't even think that women could be professional sports people.
Especially early on, it just didn't really seem like there was a career in it.
To support myself around cricket, I had to work at the petrol garage.
I was the only girl, so I stood out.
I'd love for young girls to be able to dream about being an athlete and it to be achievable.
Thanks to the Hilton funding my contract, it's allowed me to play the game that I love all day, every day.
We're like an engine and we need to be fueled with the right gas.
Without funding, we can't be visible. You can't be what you can't see.
As a team, it feels like we're breaking boundaries.
Thunder and Lancashire always want to put women's cricket at the forefront, and now I think that's really shining through.
It's mad to think that without the Hilton funding, like, we wouldn't be playing cricket every day, training.
Well, we could be, but we wouldn't have any money.
Yeah, true.
Two names rich in history, Barton's, our family-run business with over 100 years of experience in drinks distribution, and Lancashire Cricket, a club drenched in tradition, heritage and globally recognised moments. Since 1917, Barton's has been supplying the finest wines, soft drinks and premium beverages across the UK, partnering with world-class brands to bring unforgettable experiences to every occasion. Now, we're excited to announce we will be bringing that same passion to cricket fans at Emirates Old Trafford. As the official wine, spirits and soft drinks partner of Lancashire Cricket, we're elevating matchday experiences, hospitality and celebrations across the next 3 years. From the first ball to the final cheers, Barton's is here to make every moment one to savour. Keep an eye out for some familiar brands such as Guinness, Celavino, VK Hooch and Britvic. Barton's and Lancashire Cricket, partnership built on passion, unforgettable moments and history.
Welcome to the opening day. Oh, that is a wonderful shot.
So here we go, the final session of the game with how many overs? 39 overs remaining in the day, and 164 more runs required for Derbyshire. 5 more wickets needed for Lancashire. We shall see how the evening unfolds. Anuj Dal and Martin Anderson got Derbyshire to tee, making sure no further damage was done, because the dismissal of Harry Kane was potentially another one of those many significant moments, but Derbyshire could have been rocking a little bit. Anderson has been in good form this season for Derbyshire with the bat, and he and Dahl got Derbyshire to tee with 5 wickets to play with. Here is Tom Hartley with his left arm spin to get us back underway in the evening. That's driven back towards Tom Hartley, who fields off his own bowling, and there is no run. 165 for 5 then. 4 catches all crouching around the bat. Hartley in and bowls. Back goes Dahl and defends. And there is again no addition to the score. .65 for 5. Hartley's left arm over bowls and turned away into the onside by Anuj Dal, and there is again no run. 2 for 27 for Tom Hartley. In again. And he's just thrusted the pad forward. They're asking about the LBW. He's not offered a shot. But I say he's not out. Yeah, Hartley's got the wickets of Harry Kame and Brooke Guest. Into Dahl again, just thrusts his front pad at that, and there's no run. 165 for 5. 1 ball remaining of the over. Into Dahl again. Happy just to pad that away or kick that away, and there is no run. So we've got the first over of the evening session underway. Tom Hartley starts with a maiden. Anderson's on 23, Dahl's on 1. And well, nothing's really changed apart from the fact there's 1 fewer over.
James Anderson's going to bowl from his own end, which is not surprising. He's going to come back and see if he can fire out a couple more here. That's his job, to strike terror into the Derbyshire middle and lower orders. And why wouldn't he? You get the feeling that this spell from Anderson, he might come back for another one later on, you don't know, but this spell from Anderson is the one. No slips. It's that kind of pitch. He's got a man down at long leg. Has he got a fine leg? No, he hasn't. Third man, rather, he hasn't. He's got 3 men catching on the leg side in front. Backward point cover, mid-off, mid-on, backward square leg. Anderson's in to bowl to Anderson, who pushes this one out into the offside, and there's no run. The Anderson batting's got an extra S, if that helps you while you're listening. I don't know if you could hear the extra S there in that little sequence of commentary.
I could, yeah.
Thank you.
As ever, top work from you, isn't it?
Just going to linger a little on the S to make sure it gets across. From James Anderson to Martin Anderson. And this one is, again, played off the back foot by Martin Anderson, out into the offside, straight to Bailey, who does the fielding. He's at cover. Big Bohannon and Bell, I imagine, as the 2 square in mid-wickets. There's a man standing very straight at mid-on, just this side of the crease, forcing Dahl to go out a bit wider as Jimmy Anderson bowls a thick inside edge down towards the boundary, and it reaches the boundary, and that's the kind of luck Derbyshire are going to require should they get anywhere close to this target. 4 more to Anderson, who moves on to 27, but he knew little about that shot. He moves to 27, as I say. Dahl has 169 for 5 now. 160 to win. When it gets to double figures, it might be interesting if these 2 are still there. They're not forced to still be there, but yet again, Derbyshire take a game into the final session. And they had 1 final day off, and that was because it rained. James Anderson is in again. Martin Anderson pushes it out into the offside. I might drop this in a minute and just say Anderson to Anderson. You know which one's which. James Anderson's bowling and Martin Anderson's batting. It's slightly irritating. But these things happen. Over 8 remains +7. That's good. Lots of people inspecting the pitch during the tea interval. I'd love to know what they thought of it. There's Anderson is in, and that one is defended into the offside by Martin Anderson. I said I'd like to just grab 5 of them, say, that'll do. Just get 5 and say, well, what do you think? Because I wouldn't have the first idea.
No.
There might be some experts out there. I mean, there might be some people who look after pitches at club level and that kind of thing, just looking for any hints and tips they can pick up, but I think they were stretching their legs as much as...
Why not?
I don't think they were out there saying, oh yes, I think it'll turn. Jimmy Anderson bowls again, and that's defended again by Martin Anderson. That's the man at straight mid-on. The over comes to an end, 4 from it. That'll do, of course. 4 and over, but they didn't get any from the first over, so it's 2 and over since tea. 169 for 5. Anderson has 27. Dahl has 1. 37 overs minimum left. 160 for Derbyshire. 5 wickets for Lancashire. It's bubbling nicely. I think it's bubbling in Lancashire's favour more than it's bubbling in Derbyshire's favour, but some big hitters to come in. Of course, they've got to hit it. But Aitchison saw how far he can hit the ball. Chappell can hit the ball a long way.
As you say, I suppose the first thing is trying to get you to double figures, isn't it?
Yeah.
There's Hartley in and bowling. Dahl going back carefully, cautiously defending. Bahan under the helmet at silly point. And there's no run. There's a short square leg, silly point and a slip. Tom Hartley in and bowls. It's kicked away by Dahl.
There's a woman of Derbyshire on my screen. Bess Heath from Chesterfield, playing for Durham. 137 for 4, chasing 240 to win. Nipper.
Forward goes Dahl and defends towards the leg side. There's no run.
That's at Blackpool, of course, against Lancashire. They require 5.7 and over. The current rate is 4.2, so a little bit of a difference between the two. But Susie Bates and Bess Heath in the middle. I fancy their chances. Sun's gone in Blackpool. It's here in Manchester now.
Hartley over the wicket balls. Again, Dahl forward in defence and there's no run. Every time I look at the screen, the pictures from Blackpool, and it does look, it's sunny all day, hasn't it? And then they cut to the commentary team and they've got their big winter jackets on.
They do look very cold, bless them. Yeah.
Hartley over the wicket bowling. Oh, he's got right back there, Dahl playing it late, defending into the onside, no run. 1 not out, 25 deliveries faced for Dahl. Extra capturing again now, leg slip. Hartley in, again going back, right back onto his stumps and defending with the full face of the bat. And no addition to the score, 169 for 5.
Yeah, back-to-back maidens for Hartley since tea. Nicely done by him.
Yeah, it's a testament to their accuracy that they've operating with this particular tactic. And there's been not really many balls that have been not on the money. It's been pretty much in the main a really well put together plan, hasn't it?
Yeah.
Whether it's going to be good enough to take 5 more wickets remains to be seen, or indeed deny Derbyshire scoring 160 runs. Worked pretty well so far.
James Anderson to continue bowling to Martin Anderson, who the ball up a fair distance from his body, sort of swats at it and it goes out into the offside. It's fielded by Bailey. No run. Not for the first time. Oh, my pixels back down. Can't pick up the Wi-Fi.
Switch it off and switch it back on again.
That's a good shout. Yeah, I'm going to do that. I've done it once today.
Oh, no.
That was for a different reason, though.
Oh, right, okay.
Yeah. There's Anderson again. Strikes the pad of Martin Anderson. He wants it. He desperately wants it. He's not going to get it. And the ball is going to run away and reach the boundary, being chased down by Matty Hurst. He couldn't quite get there. He's hindered by the wicket-keeping pads, of course. And Martin Anderson survives. And the reason he survives is going down leg side.
Presume so.
Actually went down to a very fine third man in the end. Bless him, Hurst has...
It's a good effort, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Chasing after it and flicked it back, but the ball spun back over the rope anyway.
It's taken him a wee while to get back into position, but he's there now as James Anderson is in on his driven up towards mid-off. Fielded by Harris. No run. 173 for 5. 156 the requirement now.
Yeah, maybe a bit leg side that LBW appeal. Maybe a little high as well. Maybe a couple of reasons maybe where the umpire's not or wasn't keen on giving that one out.
Anderson and Dahl were the two together at the start of the last hour of Glamorgan. As Martin Anderson defends this next, Anderson delivery back to him. Zach Chappell went for the first ball duck. Not ideal. Alex Thompson an 8-ball 8. And then when Alex Dahl went for 34, that was it. Thank you and good night. They shut up shop. But these two experience of batting together in this kind of situation. Slight alteration to the field now. The short legs going back in, which means that the man who was at point has come over to maintain the 2 mid-wicket situation. And that ball is driven by Martin Anderson once again up to Marcus Harris, who's fielding at mid-off. I think we might be for a prolonged spell of sunshine here, which is good news.
Managed to dodge a shower, haven't we? There was a suggestion this morning on the weather.
Oh, was there?
Yeah, that just might just bubble up, maybe a shower or two in the afternoon, but all good.
Absolutely. Nobody wants that. There's James Anderson again, balls to Martin Anderson, who plays rather across that one up to mid-on. It went in between 2 of the mid-wickets. It wasn't the most convincing of shots, it's fair to say.
Yeah, definitely inner half of the bat, wasn't it?
Yes, not a big fan of that.
It's pretty stubborn effort, this, isn't it, by Anderson and by Dahl, doing at the minute just about trying to bat and survive. Dahl 26 deliveries for his 1. Anderson 27 not out, 48 balls faced. Will be Dahl on strike. Hartley putting Dahl under pressure in that last over. He's in again, going back again and defending to Jennings, who's at forward short leg. And there's no run. 5 catches around the bat. Hartley to Dahl, clipped out to the onside. It hits the shin guards, I think, there of Jennings. He's the straighter of the 2 short leg fielders. Bell under the helmet as well, just to his right. Captain Harris is at leg slip. Wells at slip. Bohannon in front of the batter. Just happy to kick that one away. Picked up by Bohannon, who lobs it back to Tom Hartley. 173 for 5. And again, balls. Defends again. With plenty of excitement from those close catches. Back with Tom Hartley. In balls. That's an outside leg stump by some distance, and Dahl goes back and just allows that one to spin back onto his pad and deflects into the offside.
A lot of that.
Yep, so much so that Tom Hartley is going to have a change here. He bowled over the wicket a lot to Dahl. He's going to bowl around the wicket instead.
Well, this is a different proposition.
173 for 5. Hartley in and bowling. Forward goes Dahl and defends. And there's no run. End of the over. 173 for 5. A maiden from Tom Hartley. Dahl remains on 1. And the runs required also remain the same. 156 more for Derbyshire.
That might be 3 maidens in a row, is it? Tom Hartley. Have you commentated on a run since tea? Feels like it.
Tea time score was 165.
Yeah. He's bowled 3 overs, hasn't he, since tea?
Yeah, and he's bowled.
Yeah, 3 maidens.
3 maidens, yeah. 3 maidens, yeah.
Conversation there between James Anderson and Marcus Harris. About what? I know not. Looks like Bess Heath's out. Which is good news for Lancashire. Not such good news for those of people at Chesterfield.
Bowled. He could go caught by Kate Cross.
Here's James Anderson bowling to Martin Anderson, who defends the first ball of the new over. Straight back to the bowler. Suggesting that Derbyshire have given up yet, but they're not able to get the required runs at the moment. They're perfectly entitled to give up at this point, if they wish. It's a long way to go. 33 overs and 5 balls just to defend. Martin Anderson waits and drives that one into the ground. Anderson gets both hands to it initially and then is unable to hold the ball in, and I'm not sure he's going to do anything about it, but umpire Widdop is just checking where James Anderson is following through. That would be sensational. Sorry, you can't bowl anymore. Off you go. What? Don't think that's going to happen, if I'm entirely honest with you. He bowls this next delivery that's defended into the onside, fielded by Keaton Jennings, who's the straighter of all those fielders in front of the bat on the leg side. Remains 173 for 5. Good news is my Wi-Fi is, I've sorted myself out.
Excellent.
Yeah, had to switch both of the devices on and off.
Right, okay. Right.
But we got there. Anderson's in once again, and that one is clipped into the leg side. It's not fielded cleanly by George Balderson, but it matters little because he got enough of it. It was whipped into the leg side, might have been in the air briefly, but not very high in the air for a moment or two. Balderson moving to his left smartly, getting hands to it. And the required rate continues to climb as the current rate goes down. Anderson bowls to Anderson. Turned into the leg side again. Hands on, heads out there. The last 5 overs, just 8 runs have been scored. That's how many they've scored since tea. Still need 156 from 33. Newsreader introduced me for the 4 o'clockers, and Derbyshire are on thin ice. Wow. Okay, justify that in 20 seconds. As Anderson bowls to Martin Anderson, that's turned again into the leg side. When you never quite know what they're going to say, it's difficult to react and be coherent. A maiden over from James Anderson. The 5th of his 13 overs. He has 2 for 25. Hartley has 2 for 27. Anderson 27. Dal 173 for 5. We have 33 overs left for Lancashire to get the 5 wickets they need, or for Derbyshire to hold on, because I don't think the 156 runs is as is particularly on at the moment.
It's a lot of overs to bat, but probably take heart from the fact that when Lancashire have been put under pressure here in the 3 previous home games to try and bat and save matches, in the end it's been pretty straightforward. It's been hard work for the bowling side, but still a long way to go and a lot of batting to do. Hartley's going to continue with this slight change-up, bowling around the wicket to Anus Dal. It's pushed away into the offside. There's no run. For the time being, at least, a little bit fed up of being just kicked away We've been bowling over the wicket. Short leg slip and a leg slip. Hartley in. Forward goes Dahl and defends. Smothers the ball away into the offside and there's no run.
Slim enough goes in. One away.
Hartley creeps in past the umpire. Balls, Dahl defends. And there's no run.
That applause you can hear, I'm fairly certain, is coming from the Derbyshire balcony. Every ball that is kept out.
One not out from 35. He's going back and playing it late, but playing it well enough to keep the ball out. Jams the ball into the onside. And there's no run. It's quite a good contest between Hartley and Dahl. You just can't find a run off Hartley at the minute. It hasn't done so far since tea. In the balls, forward this time and defends. Bouncing back to Hartley off his own bowling. And there's no run. On the brink of another maiden over for Tom Hartley. Into Dahl. Just for a fuller ball, which Dahl brings the bat down and keeps it out. 4 maidens on the spin for Tom Hartley. And Dahl is 1 not out from 38 balls. Derbyshire 173 for 5. And James Anderson's spell, which was 3 overs after the tea break, comes to an end.
Yeah, 3 overs, 2 maidens, 0 for 4. And that 4 was off an inside edge. Was it inside edge, wasn't it? No, it was leg byes.
Leg byes.
It was
yeah.
leg byes. Beg your pardon. It was leg byes. Anderson Phillip, 0 for 15 off 3 overs, is back. Dun, dun, dun. Derbyshire in their first innings, when they were 5 down, had got to 182, so they're slightly worse off. That was when Jack Morley was out, and that was this morning, wasn't it? No, no, it was yesterday morning. Yeah, it was yesterday. Of course, it was. I spoke to Jack last night. You fool. Even the days merge, don't they, after a while? They do.
Quite right. I do make daily notes, as most people do, don't they? Because otherwise you just cannot.
I couldn't remember
what happened on day 2 or day 1. I've no idea.
What happened before the tea? That's a major issue. So Anderson, it gets slightly easier. There's still 2 Andersons involved, but I can call one of them Philip. It only runs since tea, 4 leg byes. Remarkable. No, Anderson's got a boundary, hasn't he? Because he's moved up to 27. In comes Philip then and bowls down the leg side. There's a cry of catch it, as there often is. Bounced a long way in front of Matty Hurst. Made a tumbling stop to his left. The 3 fielding helmets lined up in a row behind him. Saw one hit this morning.
We did.
That was magnificent. 7 off the last ball of the Lancashire innings before they declared. 2 runs and 5 penalties. Superb. Highlight of the day so far for me as Anderson, Philip bowls to Martin Anderson, and it strikes him on the pad. Ball dribbles out into the offside.
What was that message that Griff sent us about the 7s?
Yes, well, we said, well, we've never seen a 7. I'd certainly never seen the 7. Back in the day.
Oh, yeah, 20th of May, 1900.
Yeah.
Bill Storer. He's got 175 not out for Derbyshire against the MCC at Lords. His innings included 7 4s, 5 5s, 5 6s and 2 7s.
5 5s is great, isn't it? I'd love to see 5 5s. Philip bowls, Anderson pushes out into the offside. There is no run. 5 5s. Derbyshire, and I can't remember the number now, and Griff will crucify me for not remembering it, but Derbyshire have the record for the highest number of runs off 1 ball. And it's something ludicrous like 18. because there was a season, and not every game had it, but there was a season where they put a net around the boundary in certain parts, and if you hit the net, you got extra runs. And the Derbyshire batter, as Philip is on his way in, and bowls to Anderson, who cuts this one away but doesn't really make good contact with it. And it's another dot ball. He hit the net, but then the fielder who went to get the ball out of the net got caught up in the net, and they just carried on running.
Chaos.
Yeah, it sounded carnage. It was a short-lived experiment to try and make. I think it was to try to make players play straight.
Right.
So the nets, presumably at Lord's, would have been at either end.
Sounds like one of your wild, wacky dreams.
It could have been, actually. Now I think about it.
No, too much cheese the night before.
It's definitely true. This next delivery is turned into the leg side by Anderson. I think it might just have hit George Bell's foot there.
Do you have a 4:30 update?
No.
Oh, I'll bring Kevin in to join you for a bit.
Oh, okay. I should have said yes. Just at the top of the hour these days. They have sport in the 4:30 bulletin, but they tend, well, they don't want me, basically, because they have to pre-record it. Apparently. No, they don't. Yes, they do. Here's Philip in again, bowling to Anderson, who drives, and he's unfortunate there. It's hit the stumps at the far end, and as a result, there's no run. And it's another maiden, and it's just maiden after maiden after maiden. I think we can safely say Derbyshire have stopped chasing this, which is probably sensible, because it's a pitch, as we've said many times, on which if you try to score quickly, if you try to take risks, you are going to get out, as Lancashire proved in their second innings earlier on today. Dismissed 4. Well, they weren't dismissed, whether they declared on 184 for 7, but having played very sensibly in the first innings, especially Luke Wells for his 141, batted beautifully. Pitch it's not conducive to quick scoring, Kev.
No, it isn't, David.
Thank you. More from Kevin Hells later.
Hartley around the wicket. That's into the offside for a single, and the run chase is back on.
Very good. Yes, I'm not sure. It's the first time the two batters have actually changed ends since tea.
Well, there we are, you see, showing far more intent
yes.
than purpose. Settled in. Always a dangerous, vulnerable period for the batter when they come back out.
Yes, yeah, before they go off, when they come back, in the middle.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, you say that. Anderson's on 27, Hartley. Over the wicket, punch back to him. How many has he got round there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, including the keeper, all crowded round.
I like it. I like it. Now that they've got the scoring rate or the required rate up beyond 5, they can really attack, can't they?
And Hartley is doing just that. Down on his knees, sweeping is Anderson. He's just found the fielder there, so there'll be no run.
Just wanted to pop that sweep away. Keep it for the next match. Back at Derby.
I don't think he's going to do that, Fletcher. I think he's going to keep on playing it. Keep it interesting. Hartley in bowls, goes back straight into the bats. Nothing doing there. So bonus points. Derbyshire picked up 1 for their bowling.
Yeah, 3-5 it was, or 5-3 to Lancashire.
Derbyshire 3 bonus points. And Hartley in bowls. Oh, LBW appeal into the pads. Everybody's jumping up and down. I do love a good appeal. And that was a fairly good one.
That was decent, yeah.
Nearly all of them. 6. Oh, and then that, just for that 5, 6, 7, 8 seconds after, the keeper there with his gloves on his helmet. How on earth did we not get that? Anyway, it's not out.
Anderson Philip at backward point. He joined in.
He did. 174 for 5. In again. Ooh, bite on that. Into the ground, up and taken there by Keaton Jennings. End of the over. Eventful over, but we're going to get some eventful cricket, I think, in the next hour or so. So that's 3 plus the possible 8. That will make 11.
Yes, correct.
Thank you very much. That will make 75, 85. Puts you 10 points above Glamorgan in second. And that's quite the gap still, isn't it? 15 and 15, 30 points behind Leicestershire at the top. 30 points.
A game and a half almost, isn't it?
So it is Leicestershire and then the rest at the moment, isn't it?
Very much so. Yeah.
This is the end of the first block. All sorts can happen.
Derbyshire's draw at Grace Road early on in the season. Second game looks a good draw now. Here's Anderson Phillip on his way in from the Sir James Anderson end, bowling to Honest Dowell for a change. And that one is pushed up to mid-on.
And as I'm sure a very fine colleague has already made the point, it's Lancashire, Leicestershire next up.
It is indeed, yes.
Grace Road.
Yeah, you'll be there for that, will you? If Jimmy's playing.
Reid and Ray. Ray and Reid. Commentary pair.
Ren and Stimpy, I don't know. You'll think of something, I'm sure.
And who
Matt Cole's coming up to
Kent.
Kent? Yeah. I've had communication with him today.
Oh.
It was good to hear from him. Phillip bowls down the leg side. Dal has nothing to do with it. Goes through to Hurst.
Well, I think
because there's excitement at Derby.
There always is.
Well,
Frisian.
Yes. The new IP ports are being put in on this week.
Oh, I wish you'd warned me you were going to tell me that.
So,
tell me more.
So next time you come, what you're going to need is
IP.
Your IP.
Oh, your IP.
Yeah, I'm going to send a message out on Friday to everybody.
Okay. What, everybody listening and watching?
Yes. Yeah. Select all. I think I do. I'm not sure. This next delivery is short and it's pulled away in front of square by Anajdal. He's going to get runs here. He's going to get 2 of them. He might even get 4 of them as the ball just races to the boundary ahead of Luke Wells there. And Anajdal picks up a boundary. 6 now to Dal. 178 for 5. Derbyshire need 151, although they're not going to get them.
You shouldn't really talk about things behind the scenes that the viewers and the listeners should have no interest or cause to concern themselves. But I'm sure they will, because we're almost lifelong friends with our viewers and listeners.
Yes. Not some of them, as Phillip is in and defended by Dal.
And they will feel our pain, because most of them will guess that we're pretty hopeless when it comes to technology.
Oh, well, I've just had to switch all my gadgets off just to get connected to the internet.
So they will feel the pain of us saying, it's all change. Having had 25 years of a certain system of broadcasting and a way to do it.
Beautifully.
What's wrong with it? Do you know that question you always ask? Why?
Why colour televisions? Why? The black and white ones were just fine.
So we can leave it at that, I think, as to what the detail of what's going to happen. But big changes.
Big changes. Phillip is in, bowls to Dal, who just guides that into the offside, backward of square, where it's fielded by Josh Bohannon, and there's no run. And
as always, the kids are telling me, and the kids now are anybody under the age of 50.
Yes.
The kids are telling me that it's all super duper, and things have never sounded as good.
Yeah.
They clearly haven't been listening to you and me. But it's supposed to have a real depth and quality to the sound as well.
Yes.
So I hope that the listeners and the viewers will get in touch with us, telling us how much they notice that.
Yes, well, listen out on Friday, because I think that's what we're going to, as Phillip bowls and Dal pushes out into the offside. It's fielded by Bailey. Cover, it's the end of the over. 4 from it. Yeah, 4 from it. 178 for 5. We now have 29 overs left. Derbyshire need 151. They're not going to get those. But Lancashire still require 5 wickets.
So Durham in Blackpool in the women's game, in the one-day game.
That's quite a thriller.
58 off 66 for Durham to beat Lancashire. But they've only got 3 wickets in hand there. And it looks like 2 relatively...
Careful.
Yeah, I'm on. I always get a bit nervous.
I know you do.
Do you know when you're watching
the
sport?
You're right
to. Well, yeah. It's harsh, but also fair.
I hate them.
Yeah.
There's a number of people who've sent me pictures of
Hartley comes in, bowls. Oh, now he's whipped that away and almost whipped it straight onto his stumps. This is not looking particularly safe and certain out there at the moment, is it?
No, it's not.
I'm loving Hartley's bowling today.
Yeah. He's bowled nicely throughout the game.
Right.
In fact, the left arm spinners have bowled from this end for what seems like about a fortnight now.
Well, he's doing a good job. He certainly holds a big threat here. That one's padded away by Anderson.
Morley bowled from the Statham end exclusively, I think, with his left arm spin. Yeah. The Rochdale Richards.
Tall, lean figure of Tom Hartley. First saw him in the COVID year of 2020. Next ball bowl, leans back, whipped away in between two close fielders on the onside. Tom Bailey, neat footwork, stops the ball. Anderson with a single moves to 28, 179 for 5. Midway through this over. I was going to say, when you're watching the old sport on the telly and the camera pans to them, the crowd and everything, I think, why do you look so self-conscious? Now I understand.
We should start waving every time it comes on.
Well, I've been pulling apparently silly faces, but actually that's my natural look. Around the wicket, in and bowls and onto the onside. Do you know what troubles me mostly about when they switch the old commentator cam on for us? Is I think at that point they might be expecting some words of wisdom from us. Oh, let's turn to the commentators now. They've got something interesting to say and defend it back up to Hartley. And quite clearly I haven't, and I feel that pressure upon me. Hence I instead just pull a silly face. Well, another helmet being put on Josh here. Josh Bohannon. He's been standing a little deeper there for Anderson, but it's Dahl who's facing now. He's faced 47 balls for his 6. Hartley in again. Pad to that. Completes the over. Whipping through these overs. Now 179 for 5. Anderson 25. Dahl on 6. 329 was the target. But it's obviously got a look of survival about it. But 5 wickets, I mean,
it's a lot of
to
wickets.
Be honest, I was going to say, if you're Derbyshire in this situation, you've got to be saying to yourself, you should get there. I mean, how many overs remain? 28. You should be backing yourself, but they won't allow themselves to think it, but we can. Sorry, but we've seen it happen. We've seen, for any team, those 5 wickets can go really quickly.
In a flash.
A bit of panic.
Yeah. Jonathan Case in Michigan has been on.
Yep.
To back me up, I'm not going mad.
Well.
Here is Anderson Phillip in and bowls to Martin Anderson, who pushes this one out into the offside, and there's no run. The year was 1900. Settle down. Settle in for
a story.
The highest recorded first-class cricket runs off a ball is 10. By Samuel Hill-Wood from the famous Hill-Wood family, went on to buy Arsenal.
Very, yes.
From Glossop off Cuthbert Burnup for Derbyshire against the MCC at Lord's.
Can you run that name past me again?
Cuthbert Burnup. That's a great name, isn't it? Good afternoon to the Burnups. Philip bowls, and that one is a short delivery that Anderson ducks underneath. There was a peculiar, this is a report from the time, I think, well, not quite the time, a peculiar trial scoring system in some matches at Lord's that year, whereby a net was stretched around the boundary and the batsmen had to run for all their hits unless they hit it over the net, which was worth 3. 3 arbitrary. You got a bonus of 2 if you hit the net. Hillwood hit the ball to some remote part of Lord's. One of the fielders got tangled up in it. This is magnificent. As Phillip is in and bowls, and that one is turned into the leg side by Anderson. Wisden called the idea clumsy, and it was abandoned after a few matches, although the net stayed around the Lord's boundary all season.
That's a good word, though. That is one of my favourite words.
Clumsy. Yeah, just a bit clumsy. Clumsy idea, chaps. I think we should do away with that.
Sophie Morris has taken 5 wickets, I'll have you know. 5 for 31 in 7.1 overs, and now Durham only have 2 wickets left. 53 needed from 59 balls.
It's going to be a Lancashire win, that, by the look of it, isn't it? Feels like a Lancashire win. Anderson Phillip in again, bowls to Martin Anderson, who turns it into the leg side. It's nicely fielded by George Bell, who then just makes sure, keeps Martin Anderson honest, as they say. Thank you to Stephen as well. Said it was Hillwood. Bungalow Billy on Blue Sky said in 1984, a match between Victoria and a scratch 11 from Western Australia. 1984, he says. He might be wrong. Two batters ran 286 runs. Something funny's going on there. So that ball is short and left alone by Martin Anderson to go through to the keeper. If you can get that many runs off a single delivery, it must have jumped into a train or something, surely. That's what I'm going for.
I only picked up that bit at the end. It sounded very dramatic and very dark, David. What did you say? Something?
No. I've got a message from Bungalow Billy. He doesn't say how they managed to run 286 runs.
I think he might have made it.
As Anderson fell it. Final ball of his over. You'll be delighted to hear as that one's turned into the leg side by Martin Anderson. And there is no run. He says 1984. I'm going 1884. There's no way in the world in 1984 a team representing Victoria played a scratch 11 from Western Australia.
No, it's a typo. We all do it. However, I'm delighted to hear somebody on Blue Sky. It's the place to be, David.
Well,
it is the place to be. Well, it's the place to be if you're a kind, generous, warm-hearted person.
Well, I'm on it.
Well, speaking for the majority of us, then.
The exception that proves the rule.
It is a nice place. It's a lovely place for your social media, and I'm on there. And every now and then, I pop up with a few wise words of wisdom.
Oh, yeah. I hadn't realised that you actually posted as well.
Yeah, so...
just an observer.
Yeah.
Nothing today? No.
Yes, I did, actually. This one has worked well. I told people to listen to you on Sports Extra 2 today.
Thank you very much.
Driven one away and fielded by Marcus Harris there. Score moves into 180 for 5. And also just quickly reflected upon yesterday, which was quite a chaotic day in the championship, you know.
Was it?
Well, loads of games finished really quickly in the end.
Yes. It was like
a mad and crazy last day.
But
actually, which of course
around.
It was, but it was just day 3 and not 4. Oh, lots of dashing around, yeah.
Good, I like that.
Started off with you two, entertaining the nation for 45 minutes or so. It set up the day, especially a Sunday, set up Sunday beautifully for us, I felt. And then we went round the country. We were here, we were there, we were everywhere.
Yeah.
Good day. Now, talking of here, there, everywhere, Lancashire fielders. Martin Anderson right now, Hartley in again, and bowls and pads that away. Most of us, he's doing that a couple of times, and then he'll try and turn it, and that's where we get a little bit heated if you're a Derbyshire supporter, because there's a very good chance they just pop up into the hands of those fielders close in, like he does there. Whips it away, but he keeps it down. That's okay. So what you've got 2 slips. You've got a leg slip. You've got 2 close-in catching positions there on the onside. Forward short leg and to his left, and at silly point as well. All around him. And sent back across the right-hander. And not only do we like the big appeals with the arms outstretched, we like a lot of noise. We like the oohs, the ahs.
Do you?
Keeping. Yeah, I do actually. In this situation, I do. Keeping the talked about keeping Anderson honest, keeping the umpire honest, keeping him on his toes. He fires it in, pound it away. But you're right, in a serious point, I'm not too sure as the umpires take to it too kindly if they think it's just for the sake of it. A 9th wicket has gone down at Blackpool. 193 for 9. Cross has taken that wicket. So it looks like a lanky win there. Tom Hartley in bowl, looking for a victory for the men here over Derbyshire. And that was certainly one of those oohs and ahs where you think, well, really? Yeah. 180 for 5. Anderson on 28. Dahl on 7. We forget the target, 329. It's about these 5 wickets, and it's also about overs remaining, which is down to 26, which is quite a lot of cricket.
We've had 13 overs since tea, so a third of the final session has passed us by. And Derbyshire have managed to score 15 runs. So take it from us, this is about survival for everybody.
Story of our lives, Fletch. The stories of our lives playing out in front of us for the next 90 minutes.
Yeah, we're going to see some
Can
leg.
I just make the point?
Leg spin.
Just make the point that Sports Extra, 5 Sports Extra.
Yeah.
currently carrying Durham versus Nottinghamshire. Nottinghamshire the top of Division 1. They're 334 for 8, a lead of 77 runs.
2 quick wickets there is interesting, isn't it?
I would say so, David. I'm glad you agree with that.
Yeah, I would say so.
Clark is not out, though, 112, so they need to get rid of him.
Here on Sports Extra 2, as well as the BBC Sport website and app, thanks to Radio Lancashire and Radio Derby, we have potentially exciting Climax, and now there are just 2 results possible: a draw or a Lancashire win. But Lancashire still need 5 wickets, as they did 13 overs ago at tea. Because Derbyshire need 149 of 26, which is 6 and over by my calculations, or thereabouts. We're going to see some leg spin from Luke Wells with a short leg, a silly mid-off, a slip and a leg slip, crowding around Anuj Dal. And Wells bowls, and that one is guided out into the offside for a single by Dal. Into the far distance in front of the new part of the hotel. How long it will remain that? Well, until they build another one, I suppose. 181 for 5. As Wells is in again, and Anderson defends. Cross from silly mid-off comes Josh Bohannon to do the fielding. And George Bell could have done it, really. He chose not to. James Anderson at leg slip. Keaton Jennings at slip. Wells bowls. Back into his crease goes Martin Anderson. Dangerous, dangerous. Appeal. Nothing doing. It was stifled pretty quickly. Derbyshire survive that delivery. There's Wells again in and bowls it. Drags that one down a little bit as leg spinners can, and they scamper through for a quick single. He might have to be quick there, Anderson. He was quick. The ball didn't hit the stumps from Balderson's throw. He was fortunate. Very fortunate that the ball didn't hit the stumps, because he might have been in a little bit of trouble there. But the bail's been dislodged. 182 for 5. 2 balls left of Luke Wells' first over. That looked like the flipper. I've no idea, really. It certainly kept a bit low, it seemed to me, suggesting he might have flipped it. Anyway, Dahl kept it out. I'm talking as though I might be able to pick Luke Wells, and I can't. That one is down the leg side. I saw that. And it's left alone by Anuj Dal. The over comes to an end, 2 runs from it. 25 overs to go now. So 9 overs until the last hour begins. It's going to be a late one. It's going to be a late one, everybody. Stick with us. There's nothing else on. Apart from on Sports Extra, where you can hear Durham against Nottinghamshire, of course, there's nothing else on. I don't think.
IPL. Don't say anything. IPL on Sports Extra 3. Okay.
Yeah, no. Yeah, I think we can hear Ed Seaborn on that, can't you?
Yeah.
That's exciting.
Meanwhile, Gloucestershire are 116 for 4, require 46 runs.
He'll be a bit gutted he's missed that, won't he?
Well, I know that he is.
Yeah. Well, you know, you make your
Well,
bed, don't
well,
you? Make
yeah,
your bed. You make your bed.
First win in Bristol since 2022.
Will he not be welcome back, will he?
I think he will, because it's Ed Seaborn, and he is one of the
isn't he just?
Yeah, best blokes you can. So there we
no
go.
question.
Hartley in the bowls and defended.
I meant red ball. I meant red ball wise. I meant red ball wise, but there is that online as well, obviously.
What IPL?
Gloucestershire.
Oh, Gloucestershire. Yeah, that's online.
Yeah,
that is online. BBC Sport website and app. Yeah. And this one, quicker ball from Hartley. Was fizzes past Anderson, who was sitting there on 29. And also smart speaker.
Well, only some of them.
You can say to your smart speaker, ask BBC Sounds to play Gloucestershire versus Kent. And
not mine, you can't.
And Next ball is bowled and is swept away very nicely. You asked for Anderson not to play, but he's played that with some conviction and safety.
On again.
And he finds the boundary. Takes them up to 186 for 5.
This is a public service broadcasting at its finest as well. If you are a Derby County fan and a Derbyshire supporter, can I point you in the direction at 6 o'clock on Radio Derby when Stephen Pearce has been interviewed by Dominic Dietrich, the Derby County Chief Executive.
Next ball for Hartley, again on the leg stump, played in exactly the same spot. It's successive fours for Anderson. Plays it beautifully. And he takes his score to 37. Well, if he keeps this up, we might be adjusting our thoughts of the game, but I'm not too sure as Tom Hartley will keep on bowling to him there.
No, I don't think I would if I was Hartley.
Anderson to 37 and Derbyshire to 190 for 5. Got 2 balls left. All this Hartley over in the bowls and pads that one away. A little quicker, trying to vary it a little bit, pace and length, but he's still aiming, of course, no doubt into that certain area, looking for a bit of help and assistance from the surface. In bowls and straight at LBW appeal. Looks the umpire not out. Well, that was a lot straighter, and it was more about middle stump really. Umpire Baldwin remains cool and calm, and eyes don't meet because they're both wearing shades out there. So the umpire they can look at each other, but neither too sure what the other's thinking. 190 for 5. Anderson on 37. Dahl on 8. 24 overs left. Oh, well, that's that was a nice plug. That 6 o'clock tonight.
Yeah.
And of course nowadays you don't have. This is the beauty. You don't have to be actually in the area. Do you remember when you and I were boys? You couldn't listen to Radio Derby unless you're actually in Derbyshire. And now wherever you are,
anywhere in the world.
I know commentaries obviously sometimes are barred. You can't listen to all those if you're not in the patch. But that sort of incisive.
That will be available on Sound. Of course, if you want to stay with the cricket and then go and listen to that later on in the evening, you can do that on BBC Sounds as well. It's remarkable what you can do these days. Here's Luke Wells from the James Anderson end, bowling to Dahl, who just dabs it backward of square on the offside for a single. He moves to 10, 190. No, he moves to 9 because it's already on the board. 190 for 5.
And that's because they're good on that board.
Too quick.
They're not too quick. They set the standard here, I'm telling you now.
Do they?
Well, what's happened here now? Somebody's just standing there on the phone, having a gas. They don't realise they're the people that are causing the trouble. Get back in. Oh, Luke. Oh, yeah, ducked out of the way now. No, just, close the door. That's the problem. No, sitting down. Oh, well, make up your mind. Either it was to do with the door or just sitting down, anyway.
Do something. Don't just stand there and point at yourself. Here is Wells again. That was a full toss, and it's beaten away for 4 runs by Martin Anderson out towards the point boundary. He moves up to 41, 195 for 5. I'm in communication with the sports editor at the moment.
Are you? I'm sorry.
No.
I thought it was a bit harsh to sack you mid-season.
No, it's not that.
Oh.
Not yet. That will come at some point, I'm sure, as Wells is in and bowls to Anderson, who defends. I couldn't understand what he was talking about.
You don't say that about your sports editor.
Well, no, and I've asked him a question. He says, ignore me. I'm making no sense. I thought it was just me. He's a top man, Dom. But it wasn't making a lot of sense.
No. Oh.
Here comes Wells. That's off the pad of Martin Anderson. Goes backward square on the leg side. They have no intention of running. Anderson and Dahl.
I've had a communication on Blue Sky.
Have you?
Yeah.
Excellent.
One of the chosen flock. Rob Wood. Wise man.
Yeah.
He's on the Blue Sky.
I imagine he is wise.
Yeah.
And yet he still follows you. Here is Wells. That's turned into the leg side this time, and they will go through for a single. Martin Anderson to Anderson Phillip. And Martin Anderson moves to 42, 196 for 5 with 1 ball of the 65th over to go, and after this there will be 23 overs left. Sorry, Kev.
Well, no, this is...
You're going to hold it for your over. Hold it for your over. Is it long enough to get all the way through your over?
Oh, there's not much to say, really.
Next delivery is down the leg side from Wells and taken by Hurst. Dahl doesn't leave his crease. And I believe Lancashire have just beaten Durham by 35 runs at Blackpool.
I do love a winning smile.
Yes, yeah.
That's definitely a winning smile.
Catch taken out in the deep.
Yeah.
And Lancashire win their Metro Bank 50 over game.
Always love that shot that people are seeing on the...
It is beautiful, and I think this ground is superb. The way they've developed it is superb. Josh Bohannon is back to bowl. That didn't go well before lunch.
Oh.
It's a good catch, actually, the one to finish the game at Blackpool. Ow, juggle twice.
3, 4, 5 times.
There we go. It was a good catch in the end. Well done to all concerned there. Well, from a Lancashire perspective, for another win.
Katie Mack.
Katie Mack.
Katie Mack taking the catch. Terrific stuff.
All
Rob says
Jimmy's brother, I would have thought.
Very good. I mean, again, that's, you know, there's no chance you and I are going to remain relevant if we keep on talking about Tamla Motown songs. That's sort of gone through everything. On into Anderson. So Bohannon first up with his first delivery.
I'm disgusted at that comment, Kevin, and as a result, I'm off.
Asking questions. 196 for 5.
Keep that blue sky post. You might need it in the next 5 minutes.
Next ball is driven. Ball on the full. Keaton Jennings looking after things. Bohannon comes on with his spin, although the field is set out here now. Well, there are some close, slip and forward short leg, but everybody else is spread out a little deeper. Tom Bailey being one of those who's out there at mid-wicket. So Bohannon, sun shining here at Manchester. Can Lancashire force a win? Without one yet, that was almost leading edge, but he got more bat on it than perhaps Lancashire thought he was going to. That's Martin Anderson, 42 not out. Bohannon, barely a run-up, it's just 3 or 4 strides in. Bowls quickly. That one came back into him, back in. Took his hand off the bat. These are quick deliveries from Bohannon. If they do turn, and maybe a little extra bounce as well, they're going to cause the batter problems. And the batter right now is Anderson. And that's outside edge? No, the sound was the bat thumping into the ground, and it didn't fool the umpire. 196 for 5, Anderson 42, Dahl on 9. Bohannon's bowled 2 overs. That was a maiden. 14 runs came from his first, so much better second time around. But Rob says he's very much enjoying listening, which is lovely to hear. And thank you for taking the time and trouble to get in touch, Rob. Kevin Hull's blue sky. Come on the red rose, he said. He's a Lancashire supporter. Somebody else earlier sent in a very nice message about my colleague Scott Reed as well. And I might leave that until Reed comes on. Although really, I have to question Tom, who sent in the message. We will do that in a second. Luke Wells, meantime, in and bowls, goes back deep to his crease. Dahl to defend that one. And words of encouragement are those little moments, and Lancashire have had them where they thought they're really getting on top, and they are causing trouble and problems out there, but can they cause enough to bowl Derbyshire out here? That's the question. And of course, as every over goes by, you start to doubt that a little bit more. But there's still 21 overs at the end of this one, so there is still time for both these teams. Lancashire women 35 runs victory over Durham then at Blackpool. He scores in the other 2 women's matches in a moment. Wells bowls. that one is driven in the offside for no run. Harris doing the fielding. Looks like Hampshire are going to beat Warwickshire at Arundel. 12 needed from 3 overs with 4 wickets standing. And it looks like Essex are going to beat Surrey at Chelmsford. Wells bowling, turned around the corner by Dahl. He'll get a single, and he moves his score to 10. Takes the team score to 197 for 5. Still got a couple of balls left in this over. Essex needs 15 to win against Surrey with 3.5 overs. Oh, but only 1 wicket, sorry. That is a little closer than I thought. Sorry, the 1 wicket remaining there for Essex. So a tight, very tight finish at Chelmsford. Sorry. It'll teach me just cast half an eye on the score. Worked away behind square leg side by Anderson. He moves to 43, takes the score here to 198 for 5. For those matches taking place in the Metro Bank One Day Cup. And it's all getting just a little bit edgy between Gloucestershire and Kent as well. Down at Bristol, I'll give you that score in a second or two. Next ball bowled, goes deep into his crease. There's Dahl to defend that one. 198 for 5. And Wells has bowled 4 overs, conceded 12 runs. Looking for another 5 wickets. Nottinghamshire, oh, this is a close one. That's going to be a good finish. Clark is still there, not out on 118, but Nottinghamshire, 346 for 9, a lead of 89 runs. So I have to just have a look at another page just to confirm. 22 overs remaining in that game.
A lot of cricket.
And Nottinghamshire, of course, they were top of the table. They are still top of the table. This one's driven and caught. A wicket here. Anderson's gone for 48. Caught by Keaton Jennings. Next recover. A wicket for Bohannon, and it's 6 down now. So it's Lancashire also sniffing a possible victory. They need 4 more wickets. And 198 for 6. Anderson's gone. He's faced exactly 100 balls, 121 minutes, 9 fours. But he's been caught by Jennings off the bowling of Bohannon. Drove it straight at Jennings. Sharp catch. But it was taken. And the pressure continues to build upon Derbyshire now.
Yes, aggressive shots get you out on this pitch. Put them away if you want to draw the game, is pretty much the message that I'm getting here. Because it was a little bit aggressive, that from Martin Anderson, who hasn't been massively aggressive previously. And now they are down to the lower order batters. Next in is Zach Chappell. Batted nicely in the first innings. Is he a man for a crisis? Is he a man to block? I'm not sure. He can block. There's any doubt about that. And why wouldn't he be able to? But the pendulum swings further in Lancashire's favour. As we say thank you to Kevin Howells, who will return to Sports Extra duty, I have no doubt. Anuj Dal looking a long way up to speak to Zach Chappell. Quite the difference in height between the pair of them as they have a chat. Zach Chappell will be given the pep talk, but he is a lower order batter. He would probably try to convince you that he was an all-rounder. I'm sure I could find a compelling argument to suggest that he isn't quite. He's a capable bat, but these are pressure situations, and this is a pressure situation that he is coming out into.
Yeah, and it's from nowhere, that wasn't it, really? There's not a great deal happening, but maybe that idea of cranking up the pressure. Lancashire have bowled really disciplined bowling all day. But going for an expansive looking shot, punched it straight to Jennings. Bohannon gets his 2nd wicket of the match. And bowling to Chappell, that's turned out towards the leg side. There's no run. Having waited 4 years, was it, for his first? He's got 2 in the match. That's wide of off stump and left by Chappell. 198 for 6. 20 overs remaining in the day. As Bohannon's in, that's just dropped short. That's punched away off the back foot by Chappell. Will be well, he's beating Harris. It's going to the boundary for 4 runs. Of course, there will be a second new ball in 12 overs time.
Overs, yeah. So they'll have 8 overs with a second new ball. That could be important, couldn't it? Could.
Yeah.
Another important moment in the game.
Important final hour.
Final half hour.
Bohannon to Chappell.
Sorry, I shouldn't try and put. Well, I wasn't trying to put you on. I managed to.
You did. 202 for 6. Final ball for Bohannon. Field spreading. Yep. Field dropping back. Chappell fancies a single. And he can have one, and he does. Work through mid-on for 1. End of the over. 203 for 6. Chappell 5. Anusdal 10. And fair play to Josh Bohannon, to the captain Marcus Harris. He's got himself another wicket. 2 in the game.
It's time for the big hitters. I'm not sure that's necessarily required. 120 balls to go, minimum. Minimum. There may well be more than that, as we've still got 4 overs until we reach the final hour of the match. And Anderson Phillip is back.
He is.
To try to stick some around the nose of Zach Chappell, who is the first of the... I don't think you are a recognised tail ender, are you really? But it's the first of the proper tail enders.
Yeah, and he's going to get a few around the chin, isn't he, by the looks of it, with the leg slip and the forward short leg, square leg, fine leg, short mid-wicket.
Just got to think back that he faced 65 deliveries in the first innings. If he faces 65 deliveries, Derbyshire will be a long way, halfway, to saving this match. I know it's not as easy as that. Ben Aitchison, Jack Morley and Blair Tickner still to come. And Anderson Phillip, way in the distance, is about to run in and try to rattle Zach Chappell. Short leg, silly mid-off, leg slip, gully, short ball, he ducks underneath it.
Yeah,
Zach Chappell is quite happy to duck underneath things. It's the ones that you can't get out of the way of that are the ones that concern the lower order, isn't it?
Oh, they put a catcher under the helmet too, and they're right in front of him as well.
Yeah. All the pressure on the Derbyshire batters now. As Phillip sets off, running towards us. Bowls to Chappell, who decides to go for a big heave into the leg side. It's a fairly successful big heave because it's gone all the way up to the boundary, and he picks up 4 runs. It went a lot straighter than I think he imagined it would. It's eventually gone to a sort of wide long on. Derbyshire moved to 207 for 6. They'll need 122 now. 2 a ball. No bother, says Chappell.
Yeah, he stuck at it in the first innings, wasn't he? He was quite an awkward customer to dislodge.
Well, it was the lower order that rescued them, really, wasn't it?
It was,
the Derbyshire lower order rescued them. Ben Aitchison faced 63 balls as well.
Still got the hero of the first innings, Jack Morley, to come.
Indeed. As Phillip is in, that's a short ball, and he just moves his head out of the way, sways backwards, and goes through to the keeper. Morley faced 100 deliveries. I'm not without hope here. Blair Tickner didn't face so many, but he got 9. He got the important runs, actually, back-to-back boundaries to avoid the follow-on.
Yeah,
seems a long time ago, that now.
Games here have followed a very familiar path, and 4 wickets to prize out, even with 19 overs left, will be hard work.
Phillip He's into ball. Chapel almost chops on. Oh, it's actually stuck between his feet. The ball sort of kicks it towards George Bell, who picks up and throws it back to the bowler. He's already batting more aggressively than they have been. I mean, there's no need to play that. Leave it. Just leave it. But being a lower order batter, you see the ball there and you think, I can hit this. And it's that discipline, isn't it? It is that discipline. He'll also have in the back of his mind he was sent out twice as a pinch hitter. Once as a pinch hitter this season, got out first ball, and he's cracked that one away to backward point as it was short and wide outside the off stump. So if it's there to hit, he will hit it, or he'll try to hit it, Zach Chappell. And I think he has to sort of play the way he plays, because it would just drive him to distraction if he just left and left and left. Again, the difference between actual batters and people who can hit the ball a long way, but you wouldn't necessarily want to risk your house on. So he's going to come around the wicket now, Anderson Phillip, as Zach Chappell races on to 13. Anuj Dal's been out there for 59 balls, he's got 10. Zach Chappell's been out there for 10 balls, he's got 13. Funny old game, cricket. Derbyshire need 118 to win. They couldn't, could they? Phillip is in. That one is... Oh, see, there you go. The different angle. He didn't really know where the bat should be there, Zach Chappell. And it whizzes through to Hurst behind the stumps. Zach Chappell removes his sweater. Is he going to put a sleeveless on, or is he just going to have a drink? That's Nick Potts who's taken it out. A little pep talk as well, possibly. As Dahl's gone for a chat. I think it's Potts. It could be Mitch, actually. It could be Mitch Wagstaff. Yeah, it's Mitch Wagstaff. Apologies. 12th man. He's the only man in the squad who was fit who didn't play in this game. Alex Thompson had also been named in the 13, but was sent home with a bad hand. The off spinner. 211 for 6. 19 overs to go.
He could have been quite handy as well, that extra off spinner with Lancashire. Could put quite a few left-handers in their team, Lancashire.
Yeah. These things happen.
Indeed.
And they happen for a reason. Not sure what it is, but
there's always a reason.
There's always a reason.
Yeah. If not, just make one up.
Yes, quite.
We've got 19 overs left. Well, a minimum of 19 overs left. And today's allegation will be Bohannon. Oh, he's in bowling to Dahl. He's going back, just trying to shovel the ball away. He's been a tricky customer to get rid of here. He's Dahl. Whipped out through the leg side for a single. He's on one, I think, for about 38 deliveries. He's 1 from 38, something like that. It's a great effort.
It feels like they've sent a night watchman out to protect Anuj Dahl here, because they've just taken a single.
212 for 6. Bohannon bringing Chappell forward. Drives to Jennings at cover, no run. Bohannon to Chappell. Oh, he's hit it straight back to him. Bohannon catches it off his own bowling, and he gets a second in the innings, Josh Bohannon. A third in the match. 7 down now, Derbyshire. 212 for 7, and Chappell caught and bowled by Josh Bohannon for 13.
13 off 14 balls, not necessarily what was required from Zach, I'm afraid. At this stage of proceedings, very entertaining, but who needs entertainment when you're trying to save a game of cricket? And he trudges off. Sharp, low catch. Straight back to him, but still had to be taken. And it was about a foot off the ground when he clutched it in, and then he celebrated with gusto, the Boltonian.
Just to go back.
First wicket since 1873 that he's got, and now he's got.
Yeah, now he just doesn't bowl.
Now he's on for a 5 for.
Exactly. So he's He got a wicket in the first innings, which was his first-class wicket since May 2021. And up until 2 days ago, he'd only bowled 6 times since May 2021.
Good to know.
He's got a third in the game. It was an odd approach, that, from Zach Chappell, wasn't it?
Entirely baffling. Entirely baffling, if I'm honest. Yeah, don't understand that, really. To get 13 off 14 balls. 13 off 13 balls, indeed. And then do that. And out comes a man who can make himself a bit of a hero here. He's already done really well in this game. As Ben Aitchison. What can he do here?
Bohannon to Aitchison. He's defended into the offside. No run. Yeah, he's 45 in the first innings. Was terrific for Derbyshire, and it pushed them beyond that follow-on target. And narrowed the lead that Lancashire could get on first innings. It dragged out the innings. It meant that Lancashire having to come back out and bat again and score quickly. He did a very, very fine job, and what has been a very good game back for him after a long time out. He's got 3 around the bat. Here is Bohannon. Forward goes Aitchison and defends, and the ball trickles down towards third man, and they do not run.
Keep Aitchison away from Anderson Phillip.
Oh, there's must be one more. I thought that was the final ball of the over. It was. Oh, they're having a little look here. Yeah, I think there's a bit of.
Yeah, that's the last ball.
Yep, happy with that. I think
Derbyshire don't need to face any more than they need to.
Yeah,
when there's 7 ball overs, the crowd knew it was the last ball because they applauded Josh Bohannon.
End of the over. Yeah, Bohannon 2 for 20 from 4 overs, 212 for 7. And Dahl on 11 and Aitchison on 0. Nottinghamshire also been bowled out. So I think Durham have been set 91 to win from 18 overs.
Oof. Alex Lees will be teeing off shortly.
And Gloucestershire 7 down. A target of 162. They're 138 for 7. So some good finishes around.
Yeah. Yeah. Anderson Phillip to continue from James Anderson end. Don't mind after who the name is end is at leg slip. And as Dahl is on strike, there's a short leg. It was Keaton Jennings. There's a silly mid-off. If it isn't George Bell, I'd be very surprised. There are a couple of players also in the leg side loitering with intent. As Phillip bowls a short delivery, that's a bit of a waste really. Dahl ducks underneath it quite comfortably, and there's no run. Derbyshire supporters will be on the edges of their collective seats, I'm sure, with 107 balls minimum left in the match. There may well be 1 or 2 overs on top of that, and only 3 wickets left. Jack Morley and Blair Tickner sitting in the changing room below us as Anderson Phillip bowls has come off the bat, has it? It's looped up into the gully region. It's been claimed by Balderson, and the umpire is unmoved. Dahl is going nowhere. Lancashire looks slightly perplexed. A Derbyshire supporter, I think, shouts, "Get on with it." And everybody goes back to their respective places. He took the short ball on. He now shakes his hand out, just wrings his hand out rather quietly. Has it come off his glove? No, it's come off his shoulder. Yeah. That's a good decision by the umpire, Umpire Widdop, who was put under enormous pressure there.
He was, yeah, it's a great call.
And it has come off his shoulder. But there's lots of applause. I don't know if they wouldn't have shown that replay. I thought the applause was for the umpire there. Seems unlikely. There's Phillip in again. That ducks underneath that one. Dahl, and it goes through to Hurst. Lancashire were convinced there was some bat in it, I suppose, in this situation.
On the replay,
that's what happens.
But
But
we've just seen it.
it looked shouldered,
Yeah,
didn't
it
it?
did. Yeah.
Yeah.
So as you say, if it was shoulder, which it looked like it was, it's a great shout by the umpire. He's under a lot of pressure.
And it's
there,
just a
isn't
flurry of arms, legs, and
Yeah.
bat, isn't
Yeah.
it? Really, well, arms and bat, not so much legs. Because there was no legs involved. It would be great if his leg had been up there as well. As Philip bowls and Dahl pushes this into the onside, and it is fielded there by Luke Wells. There's no run. Can you imagine? He's just kicked it above his head to gully. Good effort. There were no legs involved.
It's a shame.
The tension continues to mount. Durham have lost their first wicket in pursuit of not very many, what, 91 to win. They're 1 for 1. Perhaps Alex Lees hasn't been a big hitting opener. It'd be funny if it would. No, he's not out. Good. Leesy will see them home. Good Halifax boy. Dahl waits. Philip bowls. That's a length delivery that Dahl pushes into the onside. Wells fielding that. Now a chat between Wells and Harris. Plotting his next bowling change. That's the other thing that Harris has done.
Yeah.
And we've mentioned it a number of times.
Yeah.
He hasn't left anybody on for too long.
No.
The batters haven't been able to settle into a spell from anybody.
I think it's been really interesting to watch Lancashire fielding, actually, because of, and obviously Harris' tactic.
Funky fields and that kind of thing as Philip bowls and Dahl pushes it into the ground, fielded by Bell. And the over comes to an end. It was a maiden. There was a huge appeal for a catch, which appeared to come off the shoulder from the replays that we saw. And there are now 17 overs left. So 1 over until the final hour starts. We will be here potentially till 6:30 unless Lancashire can do something about it. 212 for 7, Derbyshire, with Aitchison, who's faced just 2 deliveries, yet to get off the mark, and Dahl on 11.
Josh Bahannon's going to continue. And
Why not?
wouldn't? Absolutely.
Why not?
Yeah. Over number 5, 2 for 20. Spoken to Josh many times about his batting, but not so much about his bowling. But who knows? In and bowling to Aitchison, who's going back, playing and missing. Didn't really get up too much, that. Josh Bahan. With his off spin from the Brian Statham end. In and bowls. Defended by Aitchison. There's not a lot of turn there, is there, for him?
No.
There's a little bit of turn back in towards Ben Aitchison, but not much. But doing a fine job here. Defends again. Just taps it away into the offside. No run.
It's all about hand-eye coordination for Aitchison, isn't it, though, rather than plunging forward and getting bat on ball.
Selly Point crouches down, forward short leg, slip in place as well. Josh Bahannon in and bowls left alone by Aitchison. Rocks onto the front foot. Pushes the bat high above the shoulder, allows it to travel through to Hurst. 212 for 7. In comes Bohannon. Throws that little flatter and quicker and wider off stump. Again ignored by Aitchison. 1 to go in the over for Bohannon. In and bowls. Play back towards him. And there's no run. He'll rack up another maiden, his second. And that is 16 overs remaining. We are into the final hour of this game.
At 17:26, the final hour starts. So minimum of 16 overs from here. We'll spin at one end, potentially at both at some stage.
Possible, isn't it?
It may well be more than 16 overs, but that's the minimum we will have.
They'll take the new ball, won't they, in 8 overs?
I think so. I think so.
Let's come back to
Well, presumably another burst from Jimmy. What's he bowled today? Is it 12 he's bowled?
It's not so many. Yeah,
13.
Here's Anderson Phillip. Bowling to Anuj Dal. Short ball. Ducks underneath it. Goes through to the keeper. It's happened a few times. Go with Ando here. No idea. Well, I know who they're referring to, of course, but plenty on the line here. Derbyshire will go back second in the table, but they'll be so far behind Leicestershire that they can barely see them. And everybody below them will have done some catching up just about. Phillip is in and bowls, and Dal defends. Into the ground, fielded by Bell. Those extra 8 points for the draw will be very handy ahead of the game against Kent next week. Lancashire go to the table toppers.
Indeed.
Looking to topple the table toppers.
No one's toppled them so far.
No, indeed. Derbyshire didn't get close to toppling them, but did draw with them. As Phillip is in and bowls, and Dal just dabs it down into the offside. He's clearly decided to take on the quick and left the spin for Ben Aitchison. May or may not be a good thing. I can't even remember what happened in that game. They had a target of 449 in 86 overs, Derbyshire. By the close, they were 305 for 4. So still a long way off, 144 runs up, but not many wickets down on a reasonably flat track at Grace Road. Phillip is in again, and there's another short ball that he ducks underneath. Durham have lost their second wicket now. Somebody's getting very excited. That's over on Sports Extra, of course. Live from Chester Street with Martin Emerson, Dave Bracegirdle and Melinda Farrell. Melinda with us, myself and Matt Cole on Friday for the game against Kent. Melinda Farrell. She was with us last year. She's great fun, Mel. And the weather was okay with the long range forecast. That they were just messing around here with helmets and stuff. As they want to get Dal up the other end. But really, what they want is Ben Aitchison at this end, facing Anderson Phillip, who's going to come over the wicket to Dal now and bowls, and then Dal defends it into the onside. It's fielded by Josh Bohannon on the stroll, and there is no run. So yeah, quite the thriller at Chester Street. That's ridiculous, really, isn't it? Oh, more updates coming. Gloucestershire, who need 162 or 141 for 7. Could be a nipper there as well. No Ed Seaborn at Bristol. Outrageous. Wait till I see him with air soon. As Phillip bowls and Dal goes back, defends it up to mid-on this occasion. Another maiden. I think we're going to see plenty of those between now and the close of play. 15 overs left. 3 more wickets required by Lancashire for their first win of the season. Can Derbyshire hold out with their lower order batters being marshalled by the all-rounder Anuj Dal, who's been out there now for 73 balls for his 11. Remarkable patience.
Yeah, it's a fabulous effort right at the back end of the day to try and keep Lancashire at arm's length. Almost a couple of hours of batting for Dal for his 11. I'm going to continue with this blend of pace from one end, and Phillip is trying to bowl as hostile a spell as he can, and off spin from Josh Bohannon from the other. Aitchison's on strike. Bohannon drops short. Dropped short and never got up. Brings the bat down and keeps it out. It pitched short and it just scuttled along. Aitchison doing well to bring his he's back down and keep that out. Bohannon in conversation with his captain. He wants potentially another catcher close in. Where's Tom Hartley going? Yeah, short, straight, mid-wicket. Bohannon balls. Let's run away through gully where Anderson fields for Lancashire. There is no run.
Interesting. Anisdale would normally go and stand wide now, wouldn't he? Because he'd have to run straight into Tom Hartley, but he's got no intention of running. Look.
Bohannon to Aitchison. Yeah, nudged away behind square. Again, let's back up what Dave was saying. Ain't going to run.
There's probably two there.
Yep. Probably.
Looks immaterial, clearly, but batters like to score, don't they?
Well, obviously decided this is the best ploy, isn't it? That Dahl deals with it from this end, and Aitchison more comfortable from facing some spin. And instantly Lancashire decide that more fielders can come a little closer in. So leg slip, short leg, silly point. Bohannon to Aitchison, back and across, and defends. Keeping those close fielders very much involved with oohs and ahs.
I don't mind the across, it's the back bit that I'm struggling with.
212 for 7. And he's coming nearer this time. James Anderson to a second slip. Josh Bohannon for Lancashire. Into Aitchison. Just dabs that away off the back foot. And there's no run. Tom Bailey is there to field. He won't be far away from the action. Be 6 overs until a second new ball becomes an option for Lancashire. Fuller ball by Bailey, which Aitchison leaves. And through to Hurst. No run. End of the over. 212 for 7. Dahl on 11. And Ben Aitchison faced 14 deliveries so far. He's a chance to score runs, but the plan's in place. At the minute, they're happy just to keep these batters at both ends, and it will be Dahl to continue with the task of facing Anderson Phillip.
Well, he looks like he's taken his sweater. What's happening here? Oh, the ball is being inspected by the umpires now. It just gives me a chance to mention Big Clive on Blue Sky, who says, on the edge of the seat again. You're quite right. And Jude, who's listening, oh, it says Jude Gaunt, but it's Ethan Gaunt. Oh, it's somebody or other. I can't work it out. There are 3 different names on this, and that only appears to be 2 people. Anyway, if it's Sam, if it's Ethan, if it's Jude, stressful listening in the sunshine in Derbyshire. From a Derbyshire perspective, of course. The ball has been tossed back to Anderson Phillip. 9 overs for 27. 4 maidens. Most of those have come in the last 10-15 minutes or so. Field is well, there are 2 close catches on the leg side in addition to the short leg. There's a silly mid-off, slip, leg slip. Phillip bowls, length delivery, defended by Dahl, and picked up by Bohannon on the edge of the pitch. Umpire Widdop just has a little look at where Anderson Phillip's foot is landing. Derbyshire won't mind no balls. They don't want an extra one. There's no point in getting the runs for it. Just let him bowl from where he wants to. I would suggest it should be the option. I heard this the other day. The option to turn down a no ball as Phillip bowls and Dahl defends. The batting side. No, you're all right. We don't want another delivery. They couldn't get me out from that one, and we don't want another one. 13 overs and 4 balls left. Of course, if the new ball is taken, the chances of getting more than 16 overs diminishes, which that's not much of a consolation prize, is it? But with Anderson, Jimmy Anderson holding the new ball in his hand at his own end at Old Trafford, but it's something. As Philip is in, Dahl plays the ball into the ground, fielded by Bell. Under the helmet at Silimidov. And even before the ball had landed in his hands, Tom Bailey had raced up to have a chat with both Philip and Harris, who's at mid-off, the skipper. Obviously spotted something that they might exploit. Looking where they're just chatting at the moment, where Ben Aitchison is standing. He's almost like a runner.
Yes,
he's miles away from the stumps because there are so many fielders on the leg side. There's the straight mid-on, there's the short mid-wicket, there's the short leg. Now they're bringing up Tom Hartley from long leg because it's almost redundant, that position. If the ball goes down there, it can go to the boundary. It makes no difference. So he's gone in as a leg gully, a leg slip and a leg gully. There's all sorts of players on the leg side. As Philip is in, and that one is on leg stump and turned into the leg side by Dell to the right of the man at short leg.
Good effort this by Anderson Phillip, isn't it? Because there's not a lot to work with, is there?
The ball will be soft.
Yep.
And he really is banging. Keaton Jennings is the man at short leg.
Soft ball, flattish pitch. Back end of the day, this is... Yeah, he's bending his back.
He certainly is.
This is Philip.
Here he comes again to bend it once more. Full length delivery, clipped into the leg side by Dal, fielded by Bailey. Moving smartly to his right. Gets it in both hands. Crowd staying with it largely. No reason why you shouldn't.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah.
Unless you have a pressing engagement. Anyway, I've got to go.
You've got your teeth to sort out.
Yeah, I've got to do my big shop.
The Monday big shop.
Yeah,
got to get going.
I always do it on a Monday. Here comes Philip again. In the bowls to Dahl, who gets a full length delivery and just drops his bat on that one, pushes it into the onside. And another over comes and goes, another maiden over comes and goes. There hasn't been a run in the last 5 overs, and I think it stretches back beyond that. The last, well, there hasn't been a run since the last wicket fell at 212. The last run came off the second ball of the 71st over. And Bailey's back.
Yeah, whether to bowl seam or to bowl off spin.
Oh my word.
I don't know yet. I mean, the favourite would be to bowl his seam, but with an older ball, I don't know whether he might be tempted to bowl some off spin.
Just that they might think that Aitchison's got comfortable against the spinner and he's not worried by him in any way. Yep. So bring somebody a little sharper back on just to see if he can.
Yeah, Hurst has dropped back, hasn't he? So he's going to bowl seam.
It stops the you bat at that end and I'll bat at this end, which Derbyshire have approached the match with. I suppose.
Yep.
We'll keep James Anderson back for the new ball, clearly. He's bowled with a new ball a few times over the years. It's a good effect, James Anderson.
He's been pretty handy with it, hasn't he?
Yeah, not bad at all. He still managed to wangle himself into slip.
We've not seen slip too often.
No, not recently.
No.
Well done, Jim.
So Bailey's back in. And balls to Ben Aitchison. Starts with a slower ball down the leg side, which is gathered by Hurst. Every fielder, well, you could almost throw a large blanket over them, couldn't you, really? Everybody's all within...
It's almost photograph time, isn't it?
Not a fielder comfortably inside a fielding circle. Everybody is inside it.
They're inside a 10-yard circle.
They are, aren't they? Yeah, yeah. Bailey over the wicket, balls. It is short to Aitchison, who's ducking underneath it.
Not much bounce there.
Through to Hurst. Hurst has seen something. He's Lancashire's wicket keeper's gone straight across to the vice captain there, Josh Bannon. Marcus Harris, he's pointing away as well, so you've got more bodies moving around. Slip, leg gully, short square leg. As Bailey sets off again. Comes over the wicket and bowls, and it's a short ball. And Aitchison is underneath it and through to Hurst. There's no run.
As long as Aitchison can maintain the discipline of not trying to play any of the short balls to be okay, but it's having that discipline, it's having the bravery as a lower order batter who hasn't faced this kind of bowling for a long time in first class cricket. Been a terrific effort from him.
Umpire Widdop is relocated from, it was at point, he's now at square leg. There's Bailey's in again, ball short again, Aitchison ducking underneath it again. Through to Hurst it goes once again. And there is no run. Again. There's been a lot of that since tea.
Oh dear, oh
How many
dear.
maiden overs have we had since tea?
I'll have a look.
It's been an extremely disciplined approach by Lancashire with the ball, drawing up the runs and trying to just create some chances. 7 of them so far. It's a fuller ball by Bailey. He's arrowed that in towards the pads of Ben Aitchison. He's gone short on 4 occasions and pitches that delivery full up. 12 for 7, but this is an old ball with not a great deal to work with for Tom Bailey. One delivery left of this over. That's his leg gully, just to move a little squarer. So it's kind of 2 leg gullies now. In comes Bailey to complete the over. He's asking for an LBW, but the ball's disappeared down towards fine leg. It's going to go for 4 leg byes. But I suspect that was heading down the leg side and not rattling on towards the stumps. Off an appeal from Bailey, and he was backed up by Bell, but that was about it. It's the end of the over. It's looking increasingly likely that this is going to be about a second new ball and about James Anderson. With Lancashire still needing 3 more wickets. 216 for 7. Luke Wells is going to replace Anderson Phillip to bring us some leg spin from the James Anderson end.
It was the 17th a maiden over since tea.
17.
17 by my reckoning.
He did that well. Very quickly, though.
But it was 49 overs at tea.
Right.
Just got to count them, really.
Good effort.
They were leg buys. It might be 18, in fact, because they were leg buys.
You rattled through that quickly. It seems about right, doesn't it? It's
There's
been maiden
a lot.
after maiden.
There have been a lot. It's not been about the runs at all. It's been about survival for Derbyshire. So we've got swapped ends with spin and pace because Luke Wells comes on to replace Anderson Phillip. Perhaps these 2 batters will swap ends because they haven't yet since Ben Aitchison arrived.
It's 4 overs till the second new ball. So I mean, again, it's that period. Certainly with Anuj Dal, he needs to be there.
Yes, oh gosh, yes.
Absolutely has to be there to face that second new ball.
He's the man who has to face the music of James Anderson and co. Here is Wells then in and bowls to Dal, who dead bats the ball into the ground. There is a slip. There is a leg slip. There is a short backward square leg. There is a short forward square leg. There is a silly mid-off. There's a mid-wicket. There's a shortish catching straight mid-wicket, if you like. There's a backward point and there's a man in the covers. And Wells bowls and it's defended by Dal into the ground once again. I was worried that I've got another update at 6 o'clock and then that's it. There's a big interview between 6 and 7 on Radio Derby this evening, and I was concerned that they might not make it till 6 o'clock, but I think they might now, as that one is defended by Dal straight to the ground. The ball is, what, 6 inches away from the stumps, and Matty Hurst just rolls it towards the timbers before picking up and throwing back to Wells. Going to use all parts of your body, your feet, everything. Get that ball, keep that ball off the stumps. Wells is in again. Dal goes forward, and there's a big appeal for leg before wicket. The amusing part of the big appeal was Josh Bohannon at silly mid-off, who was trying desperately to catch the ball, and when he didn't catch the ball, suddenly joined in the appeal as well.
Yeah, I mean, there's bat on that, isn't there?
It's whether it's pad first,
Yeah.
of course, or toe first, or whatever it was, but yeah. The umpires will be quite correctly put under enormous pressure to give a decision, as that one is played into the ground, backward of square. It was between the legs of Keaton Jennings. One ball left of this over, and then 11 to go, 3 until the second new ball becomes available to Lancashire. 3 wickets in hand. Jack Morley and Blair Tickner sitting in the changing room below us as Dal goes back and defends this one into the offside. It's a maiden over. 216 for 7. It remains, as it has been for the last hour and a half, it seems, because Derbyshire are just trying to survive. 11 overs to go.
Just looking at the previous home games here this season, Lancashire batting to save the match against Northamptonshire finished 9 down.
Oh.
Against Leicestershire they were 3 down overnight, and then it rained on the fourth day. Against Gloucestershire 8 down.
There's a pattern developing. There is a pattern developing. Even my ears are sweating again. It's not even warm. No, it is warm.
Tom Bailey to continue. Ben Aitchison on strike. That's a big appeal for LBW. He likes it and he's got it. Took his time. Umpire Paul Baldwin, but the finger was raised. Aitchison has to go. And Lancashire prize out a wicket before the second new ball. Crucially, they just prize out another wicket. They still need 2 more. They've got Derbyshire 8 down, 216 for 8. Aitchison goes, LBW for 0. The bowling of Tom Bailey.
He steps across his stumps, and that's what's done him, because he's stepped across his stumps. If he stays where he's standing in his stance, he may get away with it, but just the fact, look there, the front foot just moves across, then he goes back and he's in trouble. He says no to Anuj Dal. I wonder if he knows. He looks disappointed, Ben Aitchison, as he departs for a 21-ball duck. Immaterial, the number of runs. It won't do his averages any good, but I'm not sure he's not concerned about that. And out comes the Rochdale Richards. And we still don't know whether Blair Tickner's going to bat with a runner or not. Mind you, he could bat with a runner because he ain't going to run.
Yeah, that's true.
It's just whether he's mobile enough. Here he comes, Jack Morley. Told us he was nervous for the first couple of overs on the start of yesterday. Soon got into it, desperate not to get out to his mates. And here he comes. Look at that. Tom Bailey just looks at him and smiles. Brilliant, absolutely brilliant. There's Jack Morley, like the condemned man, walks out to the middle, has a chat with Anuj Dal. 2 more wickets now for Lancashire. Derbyshire have to survive another 10 overs and 5 balls. Can they do it? It's odds against, I would suggest.
It's odds against because there's a second new ball due, isn't it? I think
it's odds against anyway. But yes, yeah, that doesn't make it any easier, does it?
If it's an old ball right at the back end of the day, but still, yeah, it's still a lot of batting, isn't it, for Morley, Dahl, and for Tickner to do. Well, he got his top score, didn't he? He was 41 in the first innings.
Yes.
But it was the time he batted for. Bailey into Morley. Oh, he's fired one in. Full and straight. He brings the bat down and it just flicks on past the off stump. He's gone for the Yorker there, Bailey first up. And through to Hurst.
It got a long time before the new ball was taken. The second new ball was taken in the first innings. Chappell and Aitchison were together. Morley had already departed, so he won't have faced the new ball in this game. He won't have faced the new ball many times in his career, I wouldn't have thought.
Bailey to Morley, and Morley defends. And Bailey tailing these in straight, aiming full and straight, targeting the pads and the stumps. And the first one, Morley brought the bat down to defend, and Ball shot through to the keeper. He brings the bat down and defends on this occasion back towards Bailey. 2-16 for 8. Again, Marcus Harris, that decision to say, right, it's not happening with Bohannon. They've found a way to deal with that. Quickly brings Bailey back into the attack. Managed to find the breakthrough. It's Bailey again, short this time. Morley can swerve out the way of that. He got a bit of that when he was batting in the first innings and dealt with it pretty well. He faced a pretty hostile spell from Anderson Phillip on the morning of day 3.
Yeah.
And managed to ride it out on his way to a top score of 41.
Faced 100 balls.
Well, that would do.
It would certainly do.
Even half of that would do. 2-16 for 8. There's Bailey, change of line, right arm round the wicket to Morley. It's short, he swerves out the way of it. Through to Hurst. So some balls full from over the wicket, one short from around the wicket. He's got one ball left. It's almost certain to be a wicket maiden because that's been the theme of it since the tea break. Pushing up towards 20 maiden overs, I reckon, since tea. Morley has a wander away towards square leg to try and clear his mind, and he's now ready to face the music. Here comes Bailey, in and balls to Morley. Oh, that pace so short, it's bounced, it's almost bounced twice. It's bounced, it's a short ball that...
It fooled Morley, it fooled everybody, I think.
Pictured nearer to Bailey than it did to the batter, and in the end it's bounced away down the leg side. End of the over. 2-16 for 8 is the score. The crucial numbers here are 8 down for Derbyshire and 10 overs remaining in the match. And it will be Wells to continue. Yeah, the number of deliveries eaten up here by Anuj Dal. 85 balls for his 11 runs. Batting for 133 minutes. It's a stellar effort, but it's not done yet for Dahl and for Derbyshire.
Here's Wells bowling to Dahl, who pulls the ball. They're going to go through for a single here. They perhaps want Morley to face the spin rather than the pace. Just seen a post on Blue Sky from Tom, which includes me in it too. So us on screen, and it just says, in fairness, the cat loves Scott more than I do. Many thanks for the commentary. An exciting finish ahead, potentially, or otherwise. Certainly an update will come before the end of the game now, which is good. I was more concerned about the post-match interview getting in the way of the update, but that seems unlikely now.
Yeah, we're here for the duration, aren't we? We're here for the... They're going to have to bat this out right to the very end here, Derbyshire. Pressure will not ease for the course of the next half an hour or so.
That next delivery is getting through Jack Morley. Blimey. Through to the keeper. Matty Hurst. Leg slip. 2 short legs. One behind, as they say. 2 short legs, silly mid off. 2 slips, leg slip. In comes Wells, and that is met with the full face of Jack Morley's bat as he plays it into the ground. Another helmet being called for. Just bring a box of helmets out.
Yeah, just leave them aside.
We'll sort it out ourselves.
Yeah.
We could take the penalty.
Gloucestershire have won, so they've got to their target of 162 with 3 wickets remaining. So 3-wicket win for Gloucestershire against Kent.
Wells waits for the helmet to be brought out, which is the delay here, which isn't helping.
Yeah, it's for George Balderson. So he's.
Well, there aren't many who haven't got them
No,
on.
well, that's very true, actually. Yeah, for counting the ones who haven't got them on, which is basically James Anderson and Tom Bailey, Marcus Harris.
Yeah, there are 4 helmets out there now with 2 short legs. Oh, he's left-handed, isn't he? So it's a silly mid-off, a silly point. Silly mid-on, short leg. Leg slip and 2 slips. Anderson Phillips not far behind either. As Wells is in, and it's defended by Morley into the offside. The only person who isn't within 2 yards of the bat is at extra cover. Whoever that is.
Tom Hartley, I think.
Thank you. Everybody else around Jack Morley, whispering to him, I'm sure, as Wells is in, and Morley will go into a defensive position there rather early and manages to push the ball down into the ground. What have we got? 1 ball of this over to go, then 9 more, and 1 over after this one until the second new ball becomes available. There's some moving around of the helmeted fielders.
Someone's on their knees now. Oh, it's George Balderson. He's on his knees.
Everybody's around about. That's all you need to know. It's a big circle. As Morley plays that into the ground, Balderson wasn't far away from catching it. I don't know if it was a catch or not, whether they're just getting very excited. It seemed to go to ground quite quickly. And Jack Morley survives that over, but he's got to survive another 9 between these 2, Dal and Morley, and then Blair, Tickner on 1 leg. Oh dear.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot of pressure to absorb for half an hour or so. In fact, it'll probably be a bit longer than that, won't it? Because this is the final over before. Well, we're making the assumption they're going to go for the second new ball.
3-Day Ray's been in touch. He calls himself that.
3-Day Ray.
3-Day Ray.
Oh, he's used to 3 days, isn't he?
Yeah, on the edge of his bike seat. Thank you, Rich. As are we. Well, not bike seats, obviously. Can't remember the last time I was on a bike. You might be surprised to know. Both Richard and anybody who's seen me on the commentator cam over the over the course of the last 4 days.
2:17 for 8. There's Bailey setting off to Dahl. It's down the leg side, taken by Hurst. So 5 balls left. James Anderson starting to stretch. Swinging his right foot up in the air. Now he's left. It's going to come down to the second new ball. It's going to come down to James Anderson. And it's Bailey in, balls, fires one in full and straight. Dahl digs it out. Once again, they decline the run. Dahl and Morley, a brief conversation when they came out together, because it was Dahl who was happy and content to face the quick bowlers, and Aitchison who was happy with the spin. It's the other way around between Morley and Dahl, it would appear. Bailey in, balls, slower ball. Getting off the front foot in defence. And there's no run. Bailey started this little spell, hasn't he? So I wonder if he'll just continue and take the new ball with James Anderson. Yeah, he's only into his 3rd over, isn't he? Field just drops a little deeper now. They've just eased a few batters away, fielders away from the batter. Chopped away into the offside by Anuj Dahl. 2:17 for 8. Barely 2 for 42. 8 overs to go after this one. Bailey having been reintroduced, replacing that spell from Josh Bohannon, finding the wicket of Ben Aitchison, LBW, to get Derbyshire 8 down. And Bailey back to his mark. Sets off again, Dahl's on 12. And defends, turns the ball out towards the onside, there's no run. Jimmy's getting loose at first slip, twirling his arms around. He's one ball away from being presented with a brand new second new ball, his very own end, and Jack Morley on strike as it stands. 217 for 8. Bailey into Dahl. That's punched to mid-on. No run. End of the over. And now it's the final act of the game. This is a new ball time. This is James Anderson time. And Anuj Dahl and Jack Morley are the two tasked with trying to see it through.
Indeed. And Anderson has already removed his sweater and his cap, so I think we know what's coming. The second new ball is about to be taken with half an hour's cricket or thereabouts left in this match. Derbyshire 217 for 8. The returning hero gets the ovation you would expect here at Old Trafford. It might take 2 balls. It might take longer. They've got 48 in which to get these 2 wickets. It's just a matter of survival for Derbyshire. But the ovation for James Anderson taking the second new ball tells you everything you need to know. This is what the crowd have been here for all day, waiting for this moment. And now we have slips and gullies and all sorts. But all the helmets have been put behind. Well, there's 1, 2, 3, 4 helmets behind Matty Hurst. Josh Bohannon is going to have a helmet on. He's going to go in at short leg. We're going to have 2 slips and a gully, a leg slip, a leg gully. A man at mid-wicket. 2 men at mid-wicket, really. And a mid-off. Jimmy Anderson's not going to bowl many on off stump here. Or is he? Or is he? Go on, Scott. You deserve the Jimmy Anderson over. I can't be bothered. No, that's not true. I'll take it if you want. Here he comes then. From his own end, James Anderson. 2 for 25 already. Bowls to Morley, who defends the first ball. 47 balls to go. I will be counting them down. We had a countdown at Glamorgan. The last 10 balls. Because obviously I wasn't on commentary because Glamorgan were the only team really that could win it. I thought I'd use my voice to good effect. By 10.
You were doing that kind of in the background?
Yeah.
But that's also a very pivotal role.
Yeah.
That's actually the most important role.
Nobody really cares what the shot's like.
Correct.
As long as that number is falling. Here's Anderson in again. Bowls to Morley, who turns it into the leg side. A little bit hurried by that one.
So if we get that to that stage again...
More than happy.
Excellent.
It could become my role at the BBC. I could be the go-to countdown man. 46 balls to go. So we're way off that yet, you'll be delighted to know, back at home. As Anderson turns at the top of his mark. In comes Anderson. That's a short delivery and he sways out of the way of that one. Jack Morley quite nicely. 7.5 overs to go now.
He dealt with the short stuff pretty well, didn't he?
Yeah, I think he's played terrifically well. Jack Morley in this game. I'm not sure he would have been in the side had. I think he probably would actually. I think he probably would. But had the off spinner been fit, Alex Thompson, might have been a choice between the two. Anderson around the wicket, bowls to Morley, who just about manages to get his bat out of the way of that one. It goes through to Hurst. He's safely negotiated the first 4 deliveries from England's greatest ever fast bowler. There's a feather in your cap.
Just a bit.
I mean, I wouldn't want to face any.
No.
I would be shaking. It's a bad time to get a spam call on your mobile. What are they? What do they want? They've got a job for me, I know that. Here's Anderson. Into bowl to Morley, short delivery, very short delivery, and he barely has to duck this time. Goes through to Hurst, who actually takes it above his right shoulder, moving to his right. That's how. That's the angle that he's bowling at around the wicket. James Anderson, with those 2 slips and a gully, the leg slip, the leg gully, the short leg, 2 mid wickets, and the extra cover. There he comes again. Anderson in, bowls to Morley, who just takes his bottom hand off the bat there. That one troubled him. And he manages to fiddle it out into the onside. The first over with the second new ball comes to an end. There are 7 overs remaining now. Derbyshire 217 for 8. 42 balls. That's too early to start the count. 42 balls to go. That would be a ludicrous countdown.
So when did you start it? From 10? Or
I can't.
Right.
I think I started at about 10.
10.
Yeah. But I stopped by the end because I was too absorbed by the cricket that I forgot I was on the countdown.
You lost. So you had one roll.
Yeah, Kenneth, who was commentating at the time, just commentated. He took the last 3 or 4 overs actually, because there was 28 deliveries when Glamorgan needed 1 wicket for what would have been at that time their first win of the season. In the same way that if a wicket falls here, I'm on easy street. I'm just a colour man. That's all I become.
Oh, you're so much more.
I don't think I am, in all honesty.
3 slips. Might be a 4th going in. There is. So 4 slips. And then a little gap to gully. Here's Bailey with the new ball. And Dahl, who has been outstanding, is going back and across and defending. And drops it into the offside where Balderson fields, and there is no run. Yeah, came back for a little for 3 overs with the older ball, did Tom Bailey, and got the wicket of Ben Aitchison. So just continuing, but into his groove and with a new ball. There's a leg gully as well, and a short leg. Bailey to Dahl, full and straight. He's forward in defence, and there is no run. 217 for 8. 8 down. One more, and it's a very, very nervous end to the game. They've got a couple of wickets to work with here, heading into the final 6 overs of the game. Here is Bailey in and bowls down the leg side to Dahl, tumbling stop by Hurst, and there is no run. 217 for 8. It's been a magnificent effort from Magnus Dahl. How near can he get this for Derbyshire? Blair Tickner is the last batter to come out, but well, he was less seen hobbling off the field, so he might need a runner with him. Bailey in bowls, pitches it full.
No ball, no. No
ball.
Nobody wants a no ball.
This is your new rule that you want introduced, to turn the no balls down at this stage.
It should be implemented immediately. So Dahl safely leaves the ball outside the off stump and now has to face potentially another wicket-taking delivery. That doesn't seem very fair to me, but there we go. Rules is rules.
3 balls. 3 balls left. Bailey in, bowls, and Dahl gets nicely in behind, defends away again. There's no run. Well, he's been right on the money here, Tom Bailey, but he maybe benefited from having that couple of overs with the older ball. Bailey and Anderson, presumably to the conclusion. Bailey from the Statham end, Anderson from his end. And he's Dahl. There's
faced 97 for his 12. Here's Bailey. Strides in, balls again. Played back towards Bailey by Dahl, and again there's no run.
Hopefully Jack Morley has got over his nervousness now that he told us that he had when he went out to bat yesterday morning.
Yeah, and this situation is a little, you would think, it would be a little bit more nerve-wracking than the one he went out to bat for yesterday. But if he did have some nerves, I hope he'll settle down a bit. Strengthen mid-wicket and strengthen cover here. So 3 slips, point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. Short square leg. Final ball of the over. Anderson wants another go at Morley. As Bailey's in. It's defended by Dahl. A ball straight and turned to the leg side. End of the over. 6 remaining tonight. Anderson will have another chance to bowl at Jack Morley. 219 for 8. Lancashire need 2 more wickets. 6 overs remaining.
36. Yes. We won't get more than that now. It's already 13 minutes past. Only 13 more minutes of the final hour to go, but we have to have all 6 overs. So 36 deliveries for Lancashire to get these 2 wickets, and for Derbyshire to hold out and hold on for the draw. It's so good to have so many of our fellow commentators listening, just waiting for a slip, as we know they are. That's what I'd be doing. So Morley on strike, 3 slips, gully, leg slip, leg gully, short leg. Anderson races in and bowls to him, and he defends the first ball straight back to him. Fields off his own bowling, James Anderson. 35 balls to go.
Welcome listeners on BBC Radio Lancashire as well, who joined us.
Oh, excellent.
For this final act of the game.
You should take the starring role from here on in. 35 balls to go. James Anderson from his own end in the sunshine at Old Trafford bowls to Morley, who gets a little bit tangled up by that one. I think he was trying to turn it into the leg side, which would have been disastrous because there's a short leg, and he actually got a leading edge that saved him there. It might even have hit his gloves in the end, but I'm not sure what that shot was all about from the Rochdale Richards.
So he did like that phrase then, did he? Like that name?
He laughed. And
what, at you, or with the idea of it?
I think it was probably at me. But I said to him, no, I'm going to get that to stick. It needs to be tweeted by Derbyshire's Twitter feed to make it official. Anderson in the bowls to him, and he defends this one comfortably into the offside. It's fielded by Balderson, who's one of the few men not around the bat. So he's not far away, he's probably only 10 yards away, but that's quite a long way away compared to most people. There's slips and short legs and leg gullies and all sorts of things going on out there.
Lots of things that start with the word short.
Yeah. I mean, you want to be a certain distance away with Anderson bowling, don't you? Halfway through this over, he bowls to Morley, who pushes this out backward, a square on the offside. Bailey fields, and there's no run.
Yeah, I mean, the 41 he got in the first innings, he faced a lot of short stuff, didn't he, from Anderson Phillip, Jack Morley, which he dealt with well, didn't he? He ducked and dived and weaved out the way of it. He's coming into this, not that this makes it any easier, but he's coming into this on the back of a really good effort with the bat in the first innings.
It should give him some confidence, shouldn't it? You'd hope. I have no idea. Anderson in, bowls to Morley, who manages to get that to ground. He fancies a single, obviously, because he wouldn't be facing Jimmy Anderson anymore. But Anuj Dahli's gone, no, you're all right, Jack, you stay there. I've got this end covered. And no run is taken. We haven't had a run. We haven't seen a run for about 4 months. It just seems like forever since the last run was taken. I was just looking at the last boundary, which was Zach Chappell in that bizarre innings of his when he scored 13 at a run a ball and then sent a return catch to Josh Bohannon. That was in the 69th over. We're now in the 82nd. And not only has there not been any boundaries, there have been virtually no runs. Here's Anderson, final ball of his over, bowls to Morley, who just leans back and allows it to go through. 5 overs to go, just 2 more overs of James Anderson and 3 overs of Tom Bailey, and the banging on the window down below us is from the Derbyshire changing room, desperately trying to offer their support. Nobody will have moved from the seat they were in when Morley went out to bat, of course. That's the nature of cricket. You've got to sit in the same seat, because if you move, well, he could get out, which is a load of old nonsense, as we know. But sports people, and cricketers in particular, seem to be massively superstitious about things like that. They both have a chat.
Well, I see Tom Hartley, I think.
Interesting.
Yeah, I think we are.
Interesting. I noticed that Durham needed, what was it, 26 off, 26 off 36? 26 off 36 to beat Nottinghamshire up at Chester Street. So it's in a division that we're not going to concern ourselves with too much for the next couple of months or so, and then who knows if it'll exist next year anyway. So
yeah, already in Division 2 today, about half an hour ago, Gloucestershire beating Kent by 3 wickets. So 2 games left. This one here at Old Trafford, and one up in the northeast at Chesley Street, both going towards the very, very end.
We'll be on about 7 radio stations by the end of this game, you know. Talk about simulcast. Remarkable.
This is interesting, isn't it? They've just given Bailey a couple of overs with a new ball.
But look at them crowding Dal now. Dear, oh dear.
All hugged around the batter. Couple of slips, couple of silly points, leg slip, couple of short legs. It's Tom Hartley with his left arm spin from around the wicket into Dahl. Gets right forward and defends.
That's the key. Big stride.
It's Anderson Phillip, who's on the leg side. Then taking a short straight mid-on, picks the ball up and hands it back to Hartley. Twirls back in again, balls to Dahl. That's wide. He's gone to cut it through to Hurst.
Don't do that.
2:19 for 8. Here's Hartley clutching the ball towards his chest. In and balls. Tosses this one up and it's clipped away into the onside where Phillip fields, and there's no run.
I thought that had gone to him on the full then. What are you doing?
Hartley in again to Dahl, who waits. It's just dropped a little bit short, but he's in behind it and defends. Pushed away into the offside. Bailey picks it up, tosses it back to Hartley. Got his sunglasses on, Tom Hartley. Tall left arm spinner, starts from almost directly behind the umpire. Then he's in now and bowling. Dahl whips this one away into the onside, but straight to Jennings. He's at forward short leg, and there's no run. The ball gets lobbed back to Hartley. One more delivery of the over. Dahl has got some company, and Hartley goes over the wicket to him instead. And he goes back and just nudges it down safely in front of George Bell. Close in, leg side, under the helmet. And there is, well, I said there's no run, but crucially there is no wicket. That's what we're up to. Runs are irrelevant. 2:19 for 8. 2 to get for Lancashire. 4 overs remaining.
24.
Excellent.
Thank you.
Is this the official countdown?
No, I'm not starting at 24,
okay.
blimey.
That's too early.
Yeah, I think so.
10.
I think,
10's a nice number.
I think 10, because you'll be commentating by then, because there'll be 9 down. Gallows humour. We're used to it in Derbyshire. Just explain to anybody from Radio Lancashire listening that there's been a lot of gallows humour over the last couple of seasons. As Derbyshire have won 1 game in the county championship in the past 2 years. Here's James Anderson then bowling to over the wicket to Jack Morley, who's beaten outside the off stump. And the oohs and the ahs frighten the pigeons away.
You do.
And Anderson gets a standing ovation.
Of course.
For beating the bat.
He's had some lovely reception. When he came out to bat.
It was madness,
brilliant,
wasn't it? Yeah. I thought the king had walked in. Well, he had.
And then a few minutes later he was bowling, so he got the same reception again.
Yeah. Yeah.
And he sent down an absolute beauty first up.
No, he's had some return after 11 months away. James Anderson, can he cap it off with the 2 wickets that Lancashire need? He's in and bowls to Morley, who defends this one straight back to him. He now has 10 balls in which to get the 2 wickets required. There are still 12 at the other end, of course.
It's like this is like this is the main bit of the Anderson drama, isn't it? But we had the first instalment when Derbyshire were trying to avoid the follow-on. For any new listeners that are with us, and Anderson came back to try and wrap up the innings before the follow-on target. Got 1 wicket, but couldn't get the 2 that was needed.
Actually got slapped for a couple of 4s as he bowls a shortish delivery, and he does well to get out of the way of that one. Jack Morley. You'll be able to spot the difference in the commentary. As I clench everything every time the ball is delivered. He did well there, Morley. Lancastrian, of course, as many of this Derbyshire squad are. We've seen Ben Aitchison. We've seen Brooke Guest. No Lewis Rees in this one, but he went to Moscow, I believe. As in comes Anderson again and bowls, and that's well dealt with by Morley. He wants a run. Anish Dahl doesn't want a run. And then Morley goes, oh yeah, that's right, no run. Yeah, you're right, Nudge, well done. 2 balls left of this over. 8 deliveries more for Anderson in this match. Plenty of encouragement for the England great. As Derbyshire cling on to this game by their fingertips. Morley has now faced 26 deliveries. This is the 27th, and it's wide of the off stump from Anderson, and he allows it to go through. Anderson didn't look very happy with that delivery, actually, as he turned and swung his leg. 1 more ball of this over, then 3 overs left. 19 deliveries. Second successive match, both away from home, that Derbyshire have gone right down to the wire. There were 9 down at Cardiff 2 weeks ago. 30 runs shy of their target. They're a lot further away this one as Anderson bowls. Morley turns it into the leg side. Nice bit of fielding by Bohannon there, who just turns around, banging on the windows for a maiden over, faced by Jack Morley. They're the Derbyshire players, as I said. There are 18 deliveries to go. The final hour started at 26 minutes past 5, so there will only be 18 deliveries for Derbyshire to survive. And Josh Bohannon is back. Wow. Picked up the wickets of Martin Anderson, caught by Keaton Jennings for 43, and then Zach Chappell had him caught off his own bowling for 13. He's had some game, Josh Bohannon, with the ball.
Yep.
Nobody saw that coming. Nobody saw
sure
that
Josh
coming.
saw that coming, really.
Well, no. He was here early this morning. He was here about, I reckon it must have been about 20 to 8 when I said hello to him this morning. He must be tired by now, but he's feeling it. The boy from Bolton.
Yes, bowling at the death to try and win the match here for Lancashire. 2:19 for 8. For any viewers that are just joining us on Lex TV, listeners via various BBC outlets, comes down to 3 overs and Lancashire needing 2 wickets, and Anush Dahl with lots of friends around him, all crouching down waiting for a chance. Bohannon off spin, he's dropped short, and Dahl hopping back turns the ball out into the leg side. There's no run. Lancashire declaring 184 for 7 this morning, setting Derbyshire 329 to win from 88 overs. Bohannon bowls. Dahl going back and kind of almost following it a little bit. He was teasing Lancashire's close fielders there, Anush Dahl.
Yeah, we ought to say 110 to win. Haven't said that for a while.
No, true. We'll put that to bed for a bit. Bohannon bowls. Oh, it's a horrible full toss. And
we don't want a no ball. They've taken a single. That's interesting. No, Paul Baldwin, you just keep your hands in your pockets. He's already called 1 no ball against Tom Bailey that nobody really needed. All the runs in recent times have come in extras. Apart from that, which he hasn't called a no ball, has he? I know he's saying he's coming around. He's coming over the wicket. To the left-hander. I thought he'd called a belated no ball there.
So he's got Jack Morley on strike, but Bohannon's off spin to Morley, and there are 2 slips. In fact, there are 3 slips. Silly point, a couple of short legs, leg slip is everybody. 3 balls left to the over. Bohannon to Morley, right forward again. He's stretching so far forward, almost tumbling over as he defends out towards the leg side.
Boy, Widdop can't see through that.
No, he can't.
Those fielders, so he's having to go to point.
His view is blocked. Largely by Keith Jennings' backside, I think. Here is Bohannon from around the wicket. Balls short and just tapped away. I think there's no run. Interesting decision to go to Bohannon, isn't it?
Yeah.
Well, 1 ball left. Into Morley, fires that one in, and it's left by Morley and through to Hurst. 2 overs remaining, and Derbyshire, the nerves in the Derbyshire dressing room might just ease a little.
You think?
Just a little, maybe helped by the fact that it's not going to be Jimmy.
Oh,
it's going to be George Balderson.
Wow. 3 overs left up at Chesterler Street, and Durham now need 8 runs to win against Nottinghamshire in a very high-scoring game. There's been more than 1,400 runs scored in that game.
Just looked like destined for a draw.
Oh, yeah, 407 played, 664, and then 347 in the second Nottinghamshire innings. You're thinking, what's going on here? But Durham on the brink. Much like Lancashire here, on the brink.
Probably a draw.
12 balls to go.
He's changed it, hasn't he, Marcus Harris? He's not been shy of that all through the game. He's gone for Bohannon coming in, replacing Hartley. He's gone for Balderson for 1 over, replacing Anderson on this.
To bowl to Dahl, indeed. Balderson is in and Dahl defends. 11 to go. When we get down to 2, they will shake hands. Well, it'll be down to 1, won't it, really? There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 helmets lined up behind Matty Hurst. One of them has just been picked up by George Bell, so there are only 4 now, but there's a gap. I don't like that. There's a gap between helmets there.
We had a helmet issue before, didn't we?
We had a 7
We did
this
have a 7.
morning. We had a 7.
Very exciting.
But not uncommon, apparently. It's Balderson in and bowls to Dahl, who leaves that one alone. Blimey, that can't have missed by much. It didn't bounce an awful lot. And it whistles past the off stump into Hurst's gloves. Dahl looks as cool as a cucumber out there. His heart must be racing. 110 deliveries he's faced for his 13. And he's hit 1 boundary. It's been all about crease occupation, and he's done it magnificently so far. There's Balderson again in and bowls to Dahl, who pushes the ball towards Harris, who's fielding at a straight mid-wicket. And there are 9 balls to go.
Almost 2.5 hours of batting, isn't it, by Dahl?
Yeah.
For his 13.
Been incredible.
Yes.
Superb effort. He taps his bat on the crease. Even the helicopters want to come. Balderson is in and Dahl defends it towards Anderson Phillip. We're down to the final 8. I think they call it the Elite 8, don't they?
The Elite 8.
The Elite 8, then it's the final 4. Sweet 16, Elite 8 and final 4. As the college brackets finish, the helicopter's going to get exceptionally irritating as it flies right overhead. Here comes Balderson again, bowls to Dahl, who defends. Again, everybody's up. Jimmy Anderson apart, and he just stands and almost politely applauds at first slip. 7 balls left. .220 for 8 for the record. It matters little, as one of the leg slips has gone to backward point by the look of it, and the leg slip himself Luke Wells has gone to backward square leg. There is still a short leg and 2 slips. 2 catches in front as Dahl pushes this up towards the skipper. Harris again. Wait for the bang on the window. It's not coming. 6 deliveries to go in the match. And Lancashire need to strike with 2 of them.
I'm assuming he's not going to go with Bohannon for the final over of the game. He's going to go back to Tom Hartley. So Hartley returns.
I think Morley would probably prefer that. As a number 10 generally, possibly even number 12 if Tickner wasn't in the side. It's interesting that he hasn't gone back to Anderson, the talisman.
Yeah.
Unless he's been told.
Well,
Anderson's bowled in this inning 16 overs, which isn't, it isn't a huge amount, but for somebody who hasn't played for 11 months, it might seem a lot.
Yep. Bowled 12 in the first innings, didn't he? In two spells of 5, and then they had to bring him back for a couple when they tried to bowl Derbyshire out before the follow-on target.
Soon they're going to bring a helmet out and somebody will be wearing 2.
There's another one coming out. Oh, yeah.
Another one has been brought out.
Yeah, Marcus Harris is donning another helmet.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6 helmeted fielders, including the wicket-keeper. I'm surprised they haven't made Jimmy Anderson wear one at no, he's at Slippenny. I'm surprised they haven't made the leg slip wear one. That seems to be some. Anyway, 6 balls to go. Go on, Scott. I can't watch.
6 balls to go, but they need to find 2 wickets. And it's Tom Hartley. He's in and bowling. And forward, right forward goes Morley. He couldn't wait to lunge forward and try and defend and smother the ball.
He's almost lunging before the bowler has started his run-up.
He was. Oh, there's so many around the bat. Everybody's around the bat. Hartley bowls forward again. Drops it into the offside. No run. 4 balls left. They're almost there, Derbyshire. Morley's faced 33 deliveries. He's on 0. 2 fielders underneath him, both on their knees now, crouching down as Hartley is in to Morley. Forward once more and defending. Drops the ball dead right in front of him. And it's job pretty much done with 3 deliveries left and 2 wickets needed. Morley waits. Here's Hartley. In and bowls. Forward again goes Morley. Good stride down the pitch and defends back to the bowler. And there is no run. 2 balls remaining. Morley, can he get that forward lunge in one more time to make the game pretty much safe? And he goes back. Oh, and he's playing at this delivery, but works the ball out through the offside. And Anuj Dahl at the non-striker zone was walking down, removing his gloves, and eventually we decide, rightly so, with just the 1 ball left, that the players are going to shake hands. It's a fabulous effort by Anuj Dahl, and then right at the end by Jack Morley, who has faced a lot of Jimmy Anderson at the end of the day with a new ball and has got through it and has survived. And Derbyshire are 8 down and save the match. It finishes in a draw.
And breathe, everybody back in Derbyshire, because that has been a terrific effort from the lower order as well, from Martin Anderson, who is an all-rounder and a proper batter. He faced 100 balls. Ben Aitchison, who faced 21. Jack Morley, who faced 36, and neither Morley nor Aitchison actually scored a single run. They had the opportunity, but they were never going to take it. And Anuj Dahl, 13 off 114 deliveries, has helped Derbyshire over the line and maintain their unbeaten record in the 2nd division. That's 6 games, 5 draws, 1 win. They stay 2nd in the table. I'm sure Lancashire will move. Lancashire, I don't want to impinge on personal grief. I won't go there. But Derbyshire will remain in 2nd place. You have to say that Leicestershire started to make a bolt for the 1st division, even at this early stage. Derbyshire will move up to, with 11 points from this game. Lancashire take 13. Derbyshire move up to 85, I beg your pardon. So 10 points in front of both Glamorgan and Gloucestershire. But 30 behind Leicestershire at the top of the table. And Lancashire, with their 13 points, move up to 63, with Northamptonshire dropping to the foot of the second division. It's been a fabulous game of cricket. It really has been a fabulous game of cricket. At no stage, I would say, have Derbyshire ever looked like getting on top. But they've managed to frustrate in the end. It was a sporting declaration from Lancashire, really. Derbyshire needed 3 and over or so. And managed to hold out. I'm just looking at the two sides shaking hands down there, because the one person I'm really looking out for is the big man, Blair Tickner. And I can't find him, and you can't miss him normally, but I can't see him down there. All the batters, and they're getting the congratulations that they deserve. An arm of consolation, I think, around Zach Chappell's back there from Wayne Madsen. His 13 ball 13 was not necessarily what was required at the time, but they have seen it. And there's Blair Tickner down there now. He's in his whites. He looks quite relieved that he didn't have to come out and bat. Anashdal looks absolutely exhausted as he walks up, and he gets an extra special handshake from Wayne Madsen. The new Derbyshire are still unbeaten in the second division, everybody. No, I don't know how either. But they are. They have a new resolution about them, and it was shown to maximum effect after tea today. They were 165 for 5 at tea, so they've scored virtually no runs at all. 55 runs in that evening session, and well, it's been massively frustrating for Lancashire. I know, Scott, and you can summarise their match here. It's been another terrific effort from Derbyshire.
Yeah, great effort on the final day to bat through. Lancashire have been in this position this season a few times on the final day, trying to bat through and save the match, and so roles reversed as Lancashire tried to force home their advantage. But I think they've done pretty much everything they could possibly do, as most teams try to do here on the last day, bowling sides out to win, and in the end ultimately probably get frustrated. It's a feeling that's reasonably well known, but it's produced a good game of cricket across the 4 days, and Lancashire, I think, in general, on the back of a pretty miserable week at Northamptonshire, and then what happened following it, will be pretty pleased with their response, both with bat and with ball. And they've shown quite a lot of character over the course of the last 4 days. In the end, frustrated by a pitch that wasn't offering a great deal, and some very stubborn resistance with the bat from Derbyshire. A couple of wickets for Jimmy Anderson, 2 for Tom Bailey, 2 for Tom Hartley, 2 for Josh Bohannon. 63 top scorer in the innings for Derbyshire was Harry Kane, but time spent in the middle by Martin Anderson and by Anuj Dal, by Ben Aitchison and by Jack Morley, securing Derbyshire a draw here at Old Trafford. Good fun, good game.
It's been terrific fun, yeah, and a really good game. As the square gets a nice old drink now, and that might not be a bad idea.
We'll leave you with that then. Fletch, you can catch him on Friday. You're at home to Kent, is that right?
Yes.
Excellent. Yep. And I shall be at Grace Road for Leicestershire.
Good luck with the steps.
Against Lancashire on Friday for that county championship game. Thank you for all your company across the BBC Sport website and app, on Sports Extra 2 and on Lancs TV, to everybody involved in the last 4 days. Thank you for your company. Hope you've enjoyed it. We'll catch you soon.
Two names rich in history: Barton's, our family-run business with over 100 years of experience in drinks distribution, and Lancashire Cricket, a club drenched in tradition, heritage and globally recognised moments. Since 1917, Barton's has been supplying the finest wines, soft drinks and premium beverages across the UK, partnering with world-class brands to bring unforgettable experiences to every occasion. Now, we're excited to announce we will be bringing that same passion to cricket fans at Emirates Old Trafford. As the official wine, spirits and soft drinks partner of Lancashire Cricket, we're elevating matchday experiences, hospitality and celebrations across the next 3 years. From the first ball to the final cheers, Barton's is here to make every moment one to savour. Keep an eye out for some familiar brands such as Guinness, Celavino, VK Hooch and Britvic. Barton's and Lancashire Cricket, a partnership built on passion, unforgettable moments and history.
Welcome to the opening day. Oh, that is a wonderful shot.
When I was a kid, there was no professional women's cricket. I didn't even think that women could be professional sports people.
Especially early on, it just didn't really seem like there was a career in it.
To support myself around cricket, I had to work at the petrol garage.
I was the only girl, so I stood out.
I'd love for young girls to be able to dream about being an athlete and it to be achievable.
Thanks to the Hilton funding my contract, it's allowed me to play the game that I love all day, every day.
We're like an engine and we need to be fuelled with the right gas.
Without funding, we can't be visible. You can't be what you can't see.
As a team, it feels like we're breaking boundaries.
Thunder and Lancashire always want to put women's cricket at the forefront, and now I think that's really shining through.
It's mad to think that without the Hilton funding, like, we wouldn't be playing cricket every day, training.
Well, we could be, but we wouldn't have any money.
Yeah, true.